We as as black people, we do some of the dumbest shit, but at the same time, I can understand why we do it because we are promised everything that we want in the life we see today. We are promised this in the afterlife. While we see people that don't look like us have it in this life.
And then we shame each other for even wanting it in this life, like what
Hmm.
Christoph is doing in the chat. And then
Hmm.
his or her dumbass says, "Oh, that's not what I do. That's what you do. You projected. You the one buy groceries. What, motherfucker? I'm
Mm.
projecting. You don't buy groceries, motherfucker.
You know,
Y'all just say shit."
just about maybe in the last, I'll say 10 years, my kids just caught on to what I've been saying because they used to say, "Daddy, you stingy. Daddy, you stingy." And because I used to say, "Y'all better get all you can out of me while I'm living." I said, because when I'm gone, I ain't going to leave nothing but a bill. So as soon as you bury me, you better run as far as you can get away from that ground because somebody coming to collect. That's what I said. And I said it as a joke, but what I really meant by that, I'm not going to keep giving you fish, giving you fish. Every time you're hungry, I'm giving you fish. I'm giving you fish. This is my kid. I'm not going to keep giving you fish. I would rather much teach you how to fish so you won't have to ask for fish. I want to teach you how to get your fish. You don't need my fish. I'm going to teach you how to get your own fish. You see what I'm saying? So that's the idea I tried to put in my kids' head. They a lot of they just caught on to that probably in the last 10 years. Because they used to say, "Hey, you stingy, you stingy." I said, "No. Why would I do that? Why would I keep giving and giving and giving and giving and giving? Because if I keep giving, I'm hindering you. So when I'm gone, you ain't gonna know how to get it. So I'd rather teach you how to fish, so you'll never have to worry about it. Your fish won't never run out. You don't gotta ask nobody." And that's what I do. So I mean, a lot of people disagree with what I do or what I did and how I did it, but I just believe in that. That's the way my mama did it. That's the way my mama taught me. That's what my dad taught me. You know, my dad said, "I'm gonna teach you how to get it, son." Hey, put work ethics in me from a young boy. I mean, I was on a tractor plowing and disking at 5 years old. I knew how to do a tractor at 5. You know, I knew how to do gardens at 7 and 8. I knew how to do these things. So I think that's a good thing. Teach you how to work, how to make it happen, how to build something. You know, balance a checkbook, show you how to do stuff like this. You be surprised. You can take the average teenager in high school right now, and they can't even balance a checkbook. They can't.
What's up to the YouTube? You about a ignorant ass motherfucker, Christopher. Son, like, you ignorant as fuck. Like just the shit that you are saying in the chat. Like I feel like that I should just leave you the fuck alone because you are suffering from psychosis or something. You ignorant as fuck. You literally said I don't buy nothing. I don't buy nothing. The think you talking about celebrities and they the enemy. What fucking celebrity am I talking about? Like you don't buy. You probably
Mm-mm-mm.
have no idea who the fuck Arlen Hamilton is.
Mm-mm.
You probably can't tell me one motherfucking story about the person that I named. And then you talking about the internet is the black mirror. This app is the enemy. Then why the fuck are you on it?
Yeah, key.
You are not okay. This is my gentle voice. You are not okay.
Mm, mm, mm.
Like I,
Mm-mm.
I already like Phil's ass today with that loud ass voice. Like I already, uh, I can't get that shit out of my head with Phil and his loud ass voice. Like the I can't get that shit out of my head. Oh, Mama Bass live. Like they were cutting up and showing their ass. Oh, Mama Bass is live today, and I know I could think what I want, Christopher, son. It's my motherfucking brain, motherfucker. I don't need your fucking permission for that. The fuck? What? Why do y'all say that shit? This y'all
Mm-mm.
world, the internet. Why the fuck are you here? You're
It's y'all
on.
world, huh?
You are on the internet. Are you not in the world? Are you not in our internet? Like what the like y'all motherfucker? I swear, dealing with people who believe in God, y'all gonna drive a motherfucker crazy. Y'all supposed to be the thing that brings goodness to the earth. Y'all drive a motherfucker crazy. Just
You
in
know, and
the way y'all think.
you know, I really try to push the issue for young black inventors and entrepreneurs and trying to make it happen. You know, if you come up with a great idea and are struggling to get that idea off the ground, you know, I just hope that you don't give up. I hope that once it does get off the ground, keep control of it. That's the main thing that I see that black inventors and entrepreneurs for some reason
What do you mean by keep control of it?
keep keep control of it. I mean, because like, okay, I
Wait,
always like to
are
use.
you telling them not to sell it?
I'm telling them, yeah, not to give up control of it.
Well,
You know,
but
control their product.
but are you telling them like not to sell it? Like if they take capital from an investor, the only way the investor gonna get a profit from that investment is when you sell the company.
Well, I mean,
That's how
if
they make money. Like honestly, like businesses, high growth companies,
mhm,
the money comes in the acquisitions, the mergers and acquisitions. And so
mhm.
if you take capital from a VC, they're expecting a return on their investment when that company is sold. So like
Oh, if so they
yeah.
did, so you make the company to sell in order
Yes.
to pay them, so that they can't make money as the company's growing. They can't
No.
make money on
Yeah, they don't make money until you start selling it. Like they might get some dividends like off of your revenue, but that's not where the money comes in. That's not
it. You
why
have to
they're
sell the
investing.
company.
You have to sell. That's why when a lot of black entrepreneurs build these companies for high growth and they sell, then the black community start bashing them. It's that's the only way that the investors that funnel capital into their business is getting their return on their investment is in the acquisition. Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. You get if you are a high growth company and you take VC funding, that's how you.
Hmm.
It's buy and sell. That's the business of VC. Buy and sell
Hmm.
business. You build a
Okay.
business up to sell it. That's how you make money. But then you have the mom and pops, like the small businesses, the family owned businesses. Those you pass down to your kids. But when you pass these businesses down to your children, no matter how much revenue, you immediately give them debt. You immediately there's a tax that they have to pay when they inherit from you. And
Hmm.
they immediately start off with debt. Passing your child a family business isn't always a like a blessing to your child.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
know
why.
that.
Yeah, like we should not be telling black people to always hang on to a business. That's a whole ass liability. You sell you if it that's capitalism. Like let me stop. That's capitalism. But like if you're gonna be a small business owner, that's different. If you're building it for family lineage, that's different. And then know what you pass on your kids when you pass it down. That set them up right so that when they take over it, they not taking on, like they're not automatically in debt when you hand it to them.
I guess
But
me, I guess the way I was thinking,
hold on, Nelly. Y'all, we've been stuck at the same number for like. I'm not talking about likes. Are we on the FYP? If somebody could check for me, y'all know. I know I didn't start off with my usual hey, like feed the beast thing, but in order to get we were not on the FYP. Okay, is it just us in here? Like, should I go ahead and do a reset? Let me know, or can we nurture this and get conversation started? Want to say what's up to the YouTube fam. Thank y'all so much for being here. I hope y'all had a beautiful day. It's just us in here. Fuck, I fucking hate having to do resets. I hate having to do resets. Yeah, I figured so because like the number just stayed the same for the longest. Um,
you want to just do one now, and
I see people joining. I don't think it's just us. Let's
hmm
test it. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open, 21 and up. Community nerd shirt that read just us. Huh? Yep. The way to nurture the algorithm, y'all, is to feed the beast. Um, it's too early. Like, I swear I don't like asking y'all to gift, but it is way too early uh for that to happen. But hold on, it does look like the only other person in here is the billionaire in delusion in the chat, who's not of this internet world, who stores says his sights on logic and the life after. That seems to be the only other person in here with us that is not a nerd. So that doesn't have like a nerd badge already. So I am gonna go ahead and do a reset. See,
okay.
they just restricted us for what? Like, what did
Well,
I do, bro? That yeah, I'm gonna start the live over. Like, what did I say?
that's crazy.
Because I said he was delusional. He is. But I'll be back. I'll be back.
All right.
YouTube, hold on.
I should be about me like that.
Welcome back to that same old place we laughed about. The second coming of Christ is here. TikTok makes it difficult to tap. Yeah. All right, y'all know what to do. Feed the beast. Help us get on the FYP. We are talking about the resurrection. No, we're not. We are talking about whether Jesus Christ fulfilled the law of Moses perfectly, whether he deserves to be considered the Messiah, whether Jesus needed to die for the sins of the people to be forgiven, why I am responsible for Adam and Eve's sin. Ooh, thank you. That is so cool. That doesn't remind y'all of like Charlottesville when y'all was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so cool. This is for the algorithm and the AI. The conversations in here are about Jesus Christ and whether Jesus Christ had to die for the sins of the world and in order for those sins to be forgiven, or if the old covenant and the new if believers are still suffering from the same issue that they were suffering from under the old covenant. You they had all of these laws but couldn't follow them, and they had to offer up a goat or a bull, sprinkle the blood, do all that, repent and confess. Somebody said in Mama Bash Live that the issue is that they had to confess their sins out loud, and now they don't have to. So it's like they are almost admitting that they want to be able to sin in secret, with nobody knowing what their sins were, and that's what Jesus died for. Because him dying to get rid of the need of them to have to confess their sins out loud. I mean, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like that to me says that you're saying that it was worth it for a human to be sacrificed so that you can sin in secret, so that you can hide your sins. And it makes sense when they say he died to get rid of guilt and shame, because if you don't have to confess your sins out loud, then there is no guilt or no shame, because you can hide it and you forgive yourself, and there's no one there but you and the God that you believe is forgiving your sin. So that's how, in my mindset, that is how the guilt and shame gets erased by Jesus's sacrifice. I'm guessing. But also, like, why am I responsible for the sin of Adam and Eve? That doesn't make any sense to me. How sin can be passed down through DNA. You don't inherit your mom's habits of running away as a child. You don't inherit your dad's promiscuity when he was a child. So, like, why in the fuck did we inherit a sin nature from Adam and Eve? That makes no sense. Uh, and then, like, I want to know about substitutionary atonement. Is it okay for, or why in the believer's mindset, is it okay for someone else to die for the shit you do, to atone for the shit you do? And like, and why do y'all think that Jesus, it's okay for Jesus to pay reparation for your sin, but it's not okay for you to pay reparations for your ancestor? Okay, that, like, why is that okay? That's what I want to know. And then, yeah, is that everything? I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything. Yeah, so the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist. 21 and up, y'all. Y'all, we had
Oh, wow.
77 shares. Help us get to 100 shares. Appreciate y'all. Help us get to 25,000 likes. This is a reset so that we can see if we can get on the FYP. So we were talking about Paul and his eyesight thing and Mama Bash's live while we wait for people to come up.
Okay.
Okay, so what I was reading this weekend and studying this weekend, preparing for sub only. Oh, if you are a sub, we moved sub only to Wednesday just for this week because my ass was unprepared. I played with my friends and did not do my slideshow. Uh, so I was unprepared. I was unprepared. So we
You're
moved it.
slacking. You're
I
slacking.
did. I did. I did. I did. I played outside. I forgot to come inside. Um, so we moved it to Wednesday. Um, the party got look. Why it's like ask your mom saying why you came home past curfew. And it's like the party was too good. It was getting good towards the end. The conversations were good this week. Easter resurrection week. So I kind of played hard this week. Um, what the fuck? Why did Christopher come back? Goodness. But okay, Paul, okay, in Galatians chapter 4, Paul talks to the Christians in Galatia, right?
Hmm.
And he says to them, "Hey baby, you have fun? Okay. Um good night, I love you too." Okay, in Galatians chapter 4, he says, wait, yeah, starting at verse.
Eight.
No. It's not chapter
Oh,
4.
let's
Hold
see.
on.
Let's see.
Wait,
I'm
is it?
looking
Is
at
it?
it.
I think it might be chapter 3. Hold on. What I'm looking for?
Yeah, I don't see it. Let's see. Go to 3.
Wait, is it 5? Shit.
What's it about?
Hold on. I'm looking for where he's talking to them about his eyes, like his eyes. He's telling
I
them
think
that
that's 5.
goodness.
It's not 5.
Hold on.
It's 3.
This is where he's like getting on to them for following other gospels. He's like, y'all used to like me. You don't like me now. What's up with you? Yeah, you foolish Galatians. It's 3. It's in chapter 3. Curses by the law. Da, da, da.
Mm.
Hold
See,
on.
increase under the empowerment.
Damn. I'm usually so good at remembering exactly where I read this shit.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
here we go.
slipping.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
No,
messing
I
with
got
you.
I am. And I said Galatians 4, and it's in Galatians 4. Okay. So in Galatians 4, wait, where's my wait, where y'all did I start off with a picture?
You're off the screen.
I'm off the screen?
Yeah, I don't see you. I mean, I see the background. I don't see you, though. There you go. Well,
What
there
the
you
hell
go.
happened?
Oh, no, you had a circle, and now it's, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
there,
right.
there you go.
Okay. So in Galatians 4, Paul is
Mm.
talking to the people in Galatia. Now, mind you, this is after his conversion, okay? And he said that when he first converted to Christ, he did not go to the Jews in Jerusalem. He went to Arabia. He went back to his hometown, which is modern day Turkey, right? Like he stayed there for 14 years before he went to Jerusalem to be introduced to Peter and James and them. Okay, so for 14 years before he was before he went up to Jerusalem. So he spent 3 years in Arabia and Damascus. Okay. So sometime in between this, he made one trip to Galatia and then he left and went back to Turkey. All right. And so here at this point in time, he's talking to them about that first trip. That first trip would have been between 5 and 10 years after his conversion. Okay. Keep that in mind. All right. Now, Luke writes about Paul's conversion and says that Jesus blinded the eyes of Paul on the road to Damascus. And then,
Hmm?
remember the light? Jesus was
Yeah,
the
I remember
light,
that. Yeah, I
and
remember
Paul
that.
as went blind. Yeah. So Luke is the writer of Acts. Luke says that Jesus blinds Paul for 3 days, right?
Mm-hmm. I remember, yeah.
Okay, why you say, what's confusing you?
No, no, because I'm going off the first part when you was talking about when he made
Yeah,
the trip. And he
yeah.
was like,
Listen, I'm setting the timeline.
yeah.
Okay, so because Paul gives a different account of his conversion. Paul says that he received revelation. Paul does not mention this Jesus light and this voice. Like he doesn't mention any of that. That comes from Luke. right? Paul's conversion is in Galatians 1, right? Do you know that? Are you aware of that? If not, we can read Paul's version of his conversion.
I want to read Paul's
Okay, so
because I'm trying to refresh myself.
okay, my bad. I'm talking like y'all y'all know what I'm talking about. Hold on. Okay, so Paul's conversion is in Galatians 1. He says, I am astonished that you are so quickly deserting the one who called you in the grace of Christ, and you are turning to a different gospel. Not that there is another gospel, but there are some who are confusing you and want to pervert the gospel of Christ. Proclaim. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Paul says, "For I want you to know, brothers and sisters." This is Galatians, starting at Galatians 1:11. For I want you to know, brothers and sisters, that the gospel that was proclaimed by me is not of human origin. For I did not receive it from a human source, nor was I taught it, but I received it through a revelation of Jesus Christ. You have heard, no doubt, of my earlier life in Judaism. I was violently persecuting the church of God and was trying to destroy it. I advanced in Judaism beyond many among my people of the same age, for I was far more zealous for the traditions of my ancestors. But when the one who had set me apart before I was born and called me through his grace was pleased to reveal his son to me, so that I might proclaim him among the Gentiles. Then he goes, I did not talk with any human. After I got this revelation, he goes, I didn't talk to any human, nor did I go up to Jerusalem to those who were already apostles before me. So he didn't tell any human about this revelation that he got from Jesus Christ. And then he didn't go to Jerusalem to the apostles who were already apostles before him in Jesus, okay? Which would have been Peter and Paul. I mean, Peter and James and them, right? So
Mm-hmm.
he's saying here, after my conversion, I did not talk to anybody, nor did I go to Jerusalem, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then he says, but I went away once into Arabia, and afterward I returned to Damascus. Then he goes, then after 3 years, I did go to Jerusalem to visit Kikfus. Kikfus is how you say it. And stayed with him 15 days. So he did go to Jerusalem and stayed with Peter for 15 days, but I did not see any other apostle except James, the Lord's brother. So he didn't meet any other of the apostles except for Peter and James, the brother of Jesus, this one trip to Jerusalem where he stayed for 15 days, okay? And what I am writing to you before God, he goes, I do not lie. Like, I ain't lying. You know how people say, man, I ain't lying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. That's what Paul is saying here. Then I went into the regions of Syria and Caesarea, and I was still unknown by sight to the churches of Judea that are in Christ. So he goes back to where he's from after he spends 15 days in Jerusalem, right? After 3 years, okay? He spends 15 days in Jerusalem, and then he goes back to where he's from, and he goes, at this time, when I go back to my home, they motherfuckers still don't know who the fuck I am, but Peter and James. Okay?
Okay.
Then
I'm following you.
he says they only heard it said that the one who formerly was persecuting us is now proclaiming the faith he once tried to destroy, and they glorified God because of me. Okay, so he's like they've only heard about me. Like, y'all know the guy that was persecuting us, he preaching for us now. Like, okay, the word is traveling about Paul, but he was like they had not laid eyes on me yet. The only people that had laid eyes on me in Jerusalem at this point is Peter and James. Okay. All right. Now let's go to what Luke wrote about Paul's conversion, and then I'll tell y'all what I wanted to tell y'all. Hold on. Let's see.
And that's in.
All right, Luke 9, starting at verse 19. Paul, this is Paul's conversion according to Luke.
Luke
Hold
9.
on, no, not Luke 9. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's after he was baptized. Okay. Actually, let's start at Luke 3. Yeah, okay. Luke 9 and 3. Now he was going along and approaching Damascus. Suddenly a light from heaven flashed around him. Okay? The light is important. He fell to the ground and heard a voice saying to him, Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? He asked, Who are you, Lord? The reply came, I am Jesus, whom you are persecuting. But get up and enter the city, and you will be told what you are to do. The men who were traveling with him stood speechless because they had heard the voice but saw no one. Saul got up from the ground and though his eyes were open, he could see nothing. So they led him by the hand and brought him into Damascus. Now, keep in mind, though Saul's eyes were open, he could not see anything here at this conversion spot, right, this point. For 3 days he was without sight and neither ate nor drank. So according to Luke, this blindness happened because of this light of Jesus, and it only lasted for 3 days. According to Luke. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It says, now there was a disciple in Damascus named Ananias. I don't want to talk about Ananias. Well, this is important. Okay. Paul goes to Ananias, right? And gets healed. So Ananias went and entered the house, and he laid his hand on Saul and said, Brother Saul, the Lord Jesus, I'm skipping down, verse 17. Remember, he said after he got this revelation, he didn't talk to any human, okay? And he did not go to Jerusalem. So he goes, he does talk to Ananias here in Luke's account. So Ananias went and entered the house. He laid his hands on Saul and said, Brother Saul, the Lord Jesus, who appeared to you on your way here, has sent me so that you may regain your sight and be filled with the Holy Spirit. So Paul regains his sight through Ananias because God sent Ananias and the Holy Spirit. And immediately something like scales fell from his eyes. Like it was that miraculous. Scales fell from Paul's eyes because Jesus blinded him. Jesus was so bright. Jesus blinded him. And his sight was restored. Okay? This is within 3 days. All right?
Okay. All right, I'm following.
Okay. And he regained strength. Okay, let me say this because I like to keep for I like to read honestly in the text. It says for 3 days he was without sight and neither ate nor drank. Okay, we could deduce that they led him into Damascus. He's 3 days without sight at this point. All right.
Okay.
Let's see. Now there was a disciple in Damascus. The Lord said to him, so he's in Damascus. He goes straight to Damascus, and then he gets healed. We don't know how long he was actually without sight from the 3 days mentioned in verse 9 to him regaining his sight here in verse 19. For several days he was with the disciples in Damascus, and immediately he began to proclaim Jesus in the synagogues. He is the Son of God. All who heard him were amazed and said, is not this man who made havoc in Jerusalem among those who invoked his name? And has he not come here for the purpose of bringing them bound by chief? Okay. Now, keep in mind, he said that the people didn't know who he was, but they all of a sudden they like everybody's like, ain't that the dude that was persecuting us? Okay.
Right.
After some time passed, the Jews plotted to kill him. Let's see. I don't want to. I'm trying to keep to a timeline. I don't need the unnecessary things right now. When he had come to Jerusalem, he attempted to join the disciples, and they were all afraid of him. But Paul says when he first went to Jerusalem, after he went to Damascus, the only disciples he met with was Peter and James.
Right.
According to Luke, Paul tried to meet with all the disciples, and they were all afraid of him after his eyesight got restored, right? But Barnabas took him, brought him to the apostles, and described for them how on the road he had seen the Lord, who had spoken to him, and how in Damascus he had spoken boldly in the name of Jesus. So he went in among them in Jerusalem, speaking boldly in the name of the Lord. He spoke and argued with the Hellenists, but they were attempting to kill him. When the brothers and sisters learned of it, they brought him down to Caesarea and sent him off to Tarsus. Now Peter went here and among all the brothers and sisters, and he came down to all the saints living in Lydia. There he found a man named Aeneas, who had been bedridden for 8 years, for he was paralyzed. Peter said, Jesus Christ heals you. Get up, make your bed. And immediately he got up. All the residents of Lydia, Sharon, saw him in the Lord and turned to the Lord. I think that story was put there for the validity of Peter, because I feel like Peter and Paul were like battling with who Jesus actually called. And in here we see Paul's going to say in a minute that, Peter is going to be, Peter was called to bring in the circumcision, and I was called to bring in the uncircumcision. So they kind of, figured it out that way, worked it out that way. But I feel like they battled over who was actually called. Okay. There is another account of Paul's conversion in Acts 21, I believe. No, Acts 22. That's a little bit different. Okay, starting at verse 6. While I was on my way and approaching Damascus, about noon, a great light from heaven suddenly shone about me. I fell to the ground, heard a voice saying to me, Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? I don't want to read all of this. Now with the light, okay, now those who were with me saw the light but did not hear the voice. So we have some who saw the light but didn't hear the voice in this account, and the other account, they heard the voice but did not see the light. I asked, what am I to do, Lord? The Lord said to me, get up and go to Damascus. There you will be told everything that has been assigned to you to do. So Jesus tells him to go to Damascus. Since I could not see because of the brightness of that light, those who were with me took my hand and led me to Damascus. Ananias heals him. Let's see, gain your sight. Came to me and standing beside me, he said, Brother Saul, regain your sight. In that very hour, I regained my sight and saw him. So Paul regained his sight. He does not have a vision impairment any fucking more. This is right after his meeting with Jesus Christ on the road to Damascus. Now, let's go back to Galatians 4. Now, are we all on the same page where...
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm confused on a lot of shit. So that's not just the side part, but
are you confused on what I'm trying to show, or are you confused on the authors? Like, what are you confused on?
I'm actually confused on the Damascus trip, because in one version, Paul went to Damascus. Didn't say nothing about somebody took his hand and led him to Damascus. And then in this version, it's saying that they took his hand and led him to Damascus. But go back to Galatians, like you said, because that.
Okay.
Not unless I heard it wrong. I know I didn't, though.
So in Galatians 1, where he is afterward, he says, but I went away at once into Arabia, and afterward I returned to Damascus. So he says, nor did I go to Jerusalem. So So first off, in verse 16, to reveal, I was born and called me through his grace was pleased to reveal his son to me. The original text says reveal his son in me. It doesn't say to me in the original version of Galatians 1:5, the oldest copy that we have. So that was changed to the word in was changed to there. Okay. But here he's saying that Jesus revealed, God revealed his son to him so that he could proclaim him among the Gentiles. He says, I didn't talk to any human. I did not go to Jerusalem to those who were already apostles. I went once into Arabia, and then I returned to Damascus. Paul does not say that anybody was with him to go to Damascus.
Right. That's what I heard.
Yeah. And then he went to Damascus. He stayed there for 3 years, went to Jerusalem for 15 days, and then went to Syria and Caesarea. Okay. All right. And then in Acts 9, really quickly, what you want to know, who took him to Damascus. They led him by the hand and brought him into Damascus. For 3 days, he was without sight in Acts 9. In Acts 22, those who were with him took him by the hand and led him to Damascus. But it doesn't say he was healed that very hour when he met Ananias. But in both of Luke's accounts, the people took Paul by the hand and led him to Damascus so that he could get where he got healed. Paul doesn't mention anybody leading him to Damascus. But that doesn't mean that they weren't there. Well, he said he didn't talk to any human. But that doesn't mean that they were not there with him. But
Right.
okay. So Galatians 4, starting at verse 12. Paul says, brothers and sisters, I beg you, become as I am, for I also have become as you are. You have done me no wrong. Okay, keep in mind what I said before. This letter, Galatians, where we are in Galatians, where he's writing this letter, this is sometime between, this is after 14 years, because he says, hold on, I think he's gonna mention it here. Brothers and sisters, I beg you, become as I am, for I also have become as you are. You have done me no wrong. You know that it was because of a physical infirmity that I first announced the gospel to you. So when he came to Galatia, he had a physical infirmity. Okay, keep that in mind. All right. According to Luke, he was healed of the eye infirmity before he went and started preaching the gospel. Keep that in mind. All right. Then the next thing he says to them is, though my condition put you to the test, like he's saying, you saw my physical infirmity and that put you to the test because you didn't want to trust me because either I was deformed, I was blind, it was so visible that it was socially unacceptable. It normally in ancient Israel, in antiquity, period, even in Rome, if a man had a deformity, that was seen as a punishment of the gods for some type of sin, right? Some type of wrongdoing. And so they were typically not allowed, right, to be men of high status, teachers, rabbis, like stuff like that, because it made their lack of beauty made them uncredible. And so Paul is getting ready to address that. So Paul says, though my condition put you to the test, you did not scorn or despise me, but welcomed me as an angel of God, as Christ Jesus. What has become of the goodwill you felt? Like, why y'all tripping now? For I testify, had it been possible, you would have torn out your eyes and given them to me. Like, I came to you, listen, I came to you with a physical infirmity. You accepted me, and I felt your love. You would have given me your eyes if you could. So at this point, Paul is still dealing with a vision impairment of, so he isn't necessary, if he's writing, he isn't necessarily fully blind, but he has this vision impairment still when he first went into Galatia. But according to Luke, Paul was healed when he went to Damascus, before he
And
even
that was the
started
first
preaching the
time.
gospel. This is before Paul even started preaching the gospel. This is right after, according to Luke, Jesus shows up, blinds Paul. His friends hold his hand and guide him to Damascus. The Holy Spirit has Ananias there waiting to heal Paul of his eyesight. He heals him, right? He's in Damascus. He hadn't even gone and started preaching to Galatia yet. He hadn't even gone to Jerusalem yet. So according to Paul, though, Paul is like, when I first came to you, his first trip into Galatia was probably sometime between 5 and 10 years after this supposedly conversion. So he's saying to them, when I first came to you, I had a physical infirmity. And like, although that put you to the test, you would have like you it was hard for you to accept me, but you did. And you loved me so much that you would have torn out your eyes and gave them to me. Like you would have helped me see. You would have given me your own eyes so that I could see. So at this point, this writer Paul has a vision impairment. Okay? And what this is
Somebody
saying,
lying
well, all of it's a lie. Well, I ain't gonna say
yeah
all of it. But
in the story.
yeah, looking like what this makes me ask, so making sure that I do not make definitive claims. This is how my questions get formed, y'all. This is how I come up with topic questions, because the writer of Luke says that that Jesus and all his supernaturalness, the Holy Spirit did this, right? The people saw, like, building in the evidence. The people heard. The people saw, like, the fact that the writer of the Galatian letters, because Galatians was like the first letter written by this Paul character, right? Whoever this author is, that Galatians was the first letter in rotation. I think around 35 CE. Yeah, about 35, 36, 37 CE, something like that.
Mm.
That person is blind. Luke, or not necessarily like all the way blind, but maybe like have a real, like, a vision impairment that is noticeable, right? Some type of deformity in his eyes that's noticeable, that makes it hard for him to see. Because he talks about using large letters when he writes. So whatever was going on with his eyes, it was noticeable to make him socially unacceptable to be able to hold the position that he holds. And I think the writer of Luke used that information to create the supernatural conversation, like the context, the literature for the road to Damascus, on the road to Damascus conversion story, which is why that writer doesn't remember what the fuck he said in the last letter, because he's not writing a book, right? He's not writing consistently, sitting down and fact checking himself and writing a book. He's writing, the writer of Luke is writing at a different time, so he doesn't remember what he said the first time, because it's a made up narrative that is made up. Well, hold on. what I think it is made up around the fact that the author of the Galatian letter had a vision impairment. And so I think this conversation did happen as they're building this religion or this new movement, and whoever this authoritative figure is somebody that would have been socially unacceptable because of his deformity. And it had to do with his vision. And so they built this story around Jesus blinding him for 3 days and the Holy Spirit healing him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. I was reading. Yeah, I'm hearing everything you say. It's not make. I never thought of this. This is interesting to me. I'm trying to write down as you're going too. Wow, this is weird. Uh, the yeah, the timeline don't match. Nothing matches. Um, Luke says one thing, Paul says another. Uh, let's see. I'm trying to see. Paul says multi-year.
Um
The gap is in Arabia and time in Damascus. That's where I'm seeing the gap. So that would be Acts 9:19 through 25. Then, God dang, what was the other one? Galatians 1:15 through 18.
what are you looking for? I don't want to move on until I know that. Like, what are you looking for?
Um, I'm trying to narrow down the timeline. That's what I'm actually trying to do. Um, uh, describes the okay. So at least I know that. Okay, Galatians 1:15 through 18. That's the conversion period. And that's something definitely that Acts doesn't emphasize. Okay. See, you got me on something now. See, now I'm gonna be up all night fucking messing with this shit. Damn it.
Okay. So Galatians 2 is where we get the 14 years, right? So Galatians 1, he's telling of his conversion. He goes
Mm-hmm.
back to Damascus, right? And then he goes back to his home area. Then he goes, then after 14 years, so he spent 14 years in his hometown, in his area, in his stomping ground. He made one trip during that 14 years to Jerusalem for 15 days. And then chapter 2, he goes, then after 14 years, I went up to Jerusalem again with Barnabas, taking Titus along with me. I went up in response to a revelation. So he had a revelation, and that's what made him go to Jerusalem this time after 14 years. So he did not immediately start preaching to the Gentiles after his conversion. Then I lay before them. And then it says in parentheses, though only in a private meeting with the acknowledged leaders, the gospel that I was proclaiming amongst the Gentiles in order to make sure that I was not running or had not run in vain. But even Titus, who was with me, was not compelled to be circumcised, though he was a Greek. But because of false brothers and sisters secretly brought in who slipped in to spy on the freedom we have in Christ Jesus, so that they might enslave us, we did not submit to them even for a moment, so that the truth of the gospel might always remain with you. And from those who were supposed to be acknowledged leaders, then he talks shit. What they actually were makes no difference to me. God shows no partiality. Those leaders contributed nothing to me. On the contrary, when they saw that I had been entrusted with the gospel for the uncircumcised, just as Peter had been entrusted with the gospel for the circumcised, for he who worked through Peter, making him an apostle to the circumcised, also worked through me in sending me to the Gentiles. So this is Paul basically saying that Jesus, when Jesus is saying, upon this rock I will build my church, Jesus is sending Peter to the Jews. He's not sending Peter to the Gentiles. you know how the Christians would be like, he died for the Gentiles. It was all about the Gentiles.
Right.
Paul is even saying here that Jesus anointed Peter to send Peter to those who are circumcised. Then he says that the same power or the same authority that anointed Peter to go to the Jewish people, is the same ones who is the same one who anointed him to go to the Gentiles to preach Jesus. And when James and Cephas and John, who were acknowledged pillars, recognized the grace that had been given to me, they gave to Barnabas and me the right hand of fellowship, agreeing that we should go to the Gentiles and they to the circumcised. They asked only one thing, that we remember the poor, which was actually what I was eager to do. Okay, so they make this deal. Okay, cool. It's nice to meet you. You can go to the Gentiles and we'll focus on our own people. Okay? That's what Paul says. This was after 14 years. And mind you, he still had this vision impairment. But Luke says the Holy Spirit healed Paul on the road, after the road to Damascus.
And that's what see, in Acts, it just appears that everything happened rapidly.
Yeah, that's the
That's
power of Jesus.
yeah.
He got up and he went to Paul. That's the power. Like, that's what Luke is teaching.
Yeah. And then Paul comes and tells a whole freaking 12 to 14-year story.
Right.
I mean, goddamn. Um, yeah. I'm trying. Um, a condensed narrative. I don't know if I'm saying that right. In Acts.
But the way I see this, right? You know how believers be like Holy Ghost interpretation. If I had Holy Ghost interpretation, I'd be like, because I'm an atheist and an antichrist, I would have to say that Jesus blinded Paul. Paul could see, and he met Jesus and became blind and distorted his vision. The way that we have the conversations in here about how I think Jesus is a doorstop to the development of mankind, the moral development, the cognitive development of those that believe in it. Like, as a society, I feel like we are stuck in a fucking cycle, and Jesus is that doorstop. And so Paul's blindness, when he meets Jesus, even though Luke is claiming that the Holy Spirit healed him, but we can clearly see that in Paul's letters, he still had this vision impairment. Like, if he blind him for 3 days, thank you got a puppy bacon at your door down here? Huh? A puppy bacon? Barking at my door down here? Down where? He blinded him when he met him. Even if he, basically, Jesus fucked up Paul's eyesight. And I think Jesus does the same thing for believers today. And that's going to be my next topic.
I think it's a great topic. And to me, it's really, it's not, it isn't mainly about the blindness. It's really about Acts. The book of Acts presented in like a condensed narrative. And then Paul revealing like a longer,
Thank
complex
you.
timeline. Oh, that was wild. The little baby tiger. I mean, baby, whatever, lion. That's kind of what I'm getting out of it too. I might be looking into it a little deeper, but maybe I'm seeing it wrong. But it just seems like the book of Acts is just it's like a condensed narrative to me, you know? And Paul is like a longer, more complex timeline, you know, something like that. Let's
If
see.
you are trying to come up, everybody in the guest box is a friendly. And I haven't seen any friendlies type on purpose. Yeah, I don't see anybody everybody on the wait list. Like I don't see anybody trying to come up. Yeah, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. Keep in mind that what I am talking about right now is a topic that I was talking about to pass the time until we had panelists come up. That's not a topic that we are discussing. The topics, if you come up, are the ones on the board or the post. Not what I'm discussing right now to pass time. We've been live now for an hour and 30 minutes, and we haven't had one guest. I don't. I know people like to pull up and listen to me talk, but I don't necessarily like to talk unless there is a reason for me to be talking. And in a minute, because I have one more thing that I want to show y'all. In a minute, I'm gonna run out of shit to say. And if y'all not coming up and having conversations with me, there's no reason for me to be live. And that's just how I am. I don't like to sit here and just be the only one talking. What's up,
Absolutely.
Oso and Selena?
Yeah. Hold on. Sorry, hold on. I didn't do it right.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah. That's how you, yeah. I'm Trey Songz tonight.
Goodness gracious. Oh God. Okay, so the second thing that I wanted to show y'all is First Timothy 5, I think it is. What I noticed was that there is a hierarchy in the new covenant for how you care for widows. It says, honor widows who are really widows. If a widow has children or grandchildren, they should first learn their religious duty to their own family and make some repayment to their parents, for this is pleasing in God's sight. So before you honor a widow or help a widow, make sure she's a real widow. And make sure she's doing her religious duties first. Whatever that may be, paying tithes, cleaning the church, and the choir, whatever her religious duties are, make sure she's doing that first. Make sure that she has repaid her parents for caring for her as a kid. This is pleasing in God's sight. Then it says, the real widow left alone has set her hope on God and continues in supplications and prayers night and day. So the real widow, when she loses her husband, she becomes, in fact, like God is her husband, I guess. And she prays night and day. But the widow who lives for pleasure is dead even while she lives. Give these commandments as well, so that they may be above reproach. So if she's not willing to make supplication night and day and, marry God after her husband dies, I guess, then she's not considered to be a real widow. She is a widow that wants to live for pleasure. If she tries to and it depends on how old she is. If she's above a certain age and she's doing this, then she's not considered a real widow. If she's below a certain age and she's doing this, then okay, she can get married again. Her womb is ripe, and that's okay. But it says, give these commandments as well, so that they may be above reproach. And whoever does not provide for relatives, and especially for family members, has denied the faith and is worse than our asses, than an unbeliever.
I didn't think it was nothing worse than us.
Yeah, it's the, if you don't take care of your family member, because they're gonna tell you in a minute why. They're going to tell you in a minute why. If you do not take care of your relatives, and especially your own family members, then you've denied the faith of God, and you are worse than an unbeliever. Those people who don't respond to texts from their brothers when they say, hey, you got $20, worse than an unbeliever. Those who have family members living in cars, but you have shelter, worse than an unbeliever, according to their own book. Then it says, let a widow be put on the list if she's not less than 60 years old. If she's not less than 60 years old, put her on the list. Okay? And has only been married once. If she's only been married once and she's widowed and she's not less than 60, put her on the list. She must be well attested for her good work. She got to be socially acceptable. If she's 60 and she's only been married once, she's socially acceptable, put her on the list. As one who has brought up children, shown hospitality, washed the saints' feet, helped the afflicted, and devoted herself to doing good in every way. She has got to be fucking damn near perfect to get help from the community, get help from the church, as a widow. But refuse to put younger widows on the list. Don't put younger widows on the list. If they're less than 60, don't you do it. For when their sensual desires alienate them from Christ, they want to marry. So because they are less than 60, they still get horny and they're going to want to marry. So nope, they're not our responsibility. Okay? And you're going to hear them say that, hearing this and say. And so they incur condemnation for having violated their first pledge. I don't know what the fuck that means. I still have to figure that out. Because their husband died. What fucking first pledge? Hey, what that did they kill their husband? How did they violate the first pledge? That they're a widow. Yeah, that line confuses the fuck out of me. Then it says, besides that, they learn to be idle. Okay, so like if they're a widow, they're less than 60, and they can still get horny. They learn to be idle, gadding about from house to house. They are not merely idle, but gossips and busybodies, saying what they should not say. So now they don't have a husband controlling them. So now they're busybodies, going from house to house, gossiping, stirring up shit because they now don't have a husband. So, but don't take care of them. So I would have younger widows marry. Let them marry, bear children, and manage their households so as to give the adversary no occasion to revile us. Make them marry again so they can make a man tell them to shut the fuck up and sit down, for they embarrass us. They're gonna cause the enemy or people to embarrass us by letting them stay unmarried as widows because they still get horny. For some have already turned away to follow Satan, whatever the fuck that means there. If any believing woman has relatives who are widows, let her assist them. Okay, not men. Listen. Not any relative, any believing man. If any believing woman has relatives who are widows, let her assist them. Let the listen. Let the church not be burdened. I'm gonna read that again. If any believing woman has relatives who are widows, let her assist them. Let the church not be burdened. So
they was right.
Huh?
They were right with the baby formula experiment.
Yes. I kept telling y'all the church is doing exactly what the fuck they supposed to do when they was denying that woman baby formula. Everybody kept saying this ain't what Jesus wanted. Which Jesus? Which Jesus you talking about? Because I keep telling y'all that there are 6 Jesuses in that book. And the one that we keep talking to on a daily basis is we keep meeting the social justice Jesus in Luke. We are fucking fighting in society with the institutionalized Jesus, which is the pastoral epistles, Timothy, Ephesians, Second Thessalonians, like all of those. Those are the institutionalized Jesus. He said, let her assist them. Let the church not be burdened so that it can assist those who are real widows.
Wow. You know, any women that read this, I mean, this should really piss you off. Um, there's no assignment for men that I can see. I'll tell you another thing that threw me off too that we read, where it says, I think it was 8, verse 8, says, and whoever does not provide for relatives, and especially for family members, has denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever. That part right there confuses the shit out of me, and I'm gonna tell you why it confuses me. It confuses me is because I thought, as a believer, that if any one of my family members was an unbeliever, I was supposed to kill him.
You thought that?
Yeah.
You were taught that?
Well, I mean, in the book, it says if anyone turns you away from God, tries to turn you away from God, or anyone that, um, um, I think it's, I can't
Wait,
do
that
the exact
you were
wording.
taught Deuteronomy 13 in church?
Oh yeah, I knew, yeah.
What?
They bring that up.
Why would they?
Oh yeah.
Why, if they were preaching Jesus and y'all were free from the law? I'm
Hey,
shocked. Like we never read Deuteronomy 13 in church.
oh yeah, we read it.
Why?
Oh yeah, I knew about that in church. Yeah, I knew
But how
about
did
that
they
in church.
justify that in Jesus though? What did they use to
Well, they call
what
the way.
hold on, the
Mhm.
killing part. What did they
Mhm.
use to justify telling you that you were supposed to kill your unbelieving family members? With in the new covenant, how did they justify it?
They never. Well, I never got a justification for it. But what I got out of it when it was taught to me, when it was told to me, um, it was telling me this was how it used to be before Jesus.
Yeah, but you said
Th-
you were taught that you supposed to kill them.
no. Well, I must have misphrased that. What I'm saying is, I was taught about that passage of what the old ways were, and then this is how they would justify Jesus coming and dying on the cross, and and all of that went away to give everybody a chance, even people that did not follow God. That's the way it was taught to me. There was, and basically what I'm saying is that um, the way it was taught to me was this. Back then, it was a more harsh and more cruel way before Jesus came. So
Mm.
they justify the gospels of Jesus. That's how they, you know, rear you in. You should be thankful for Jesus dying on the cross. Because if not, it could have been this way, you know, for people that did not believe in God.
Yeah,
That's the way it was taught to me.
we never read Deuteronomy 13 in church. We barely read any of the law outside of the Ten Commandments, the Noah story, the Job story, Adam and Eve, David and Goliath, David and Bathsheba, Samson, like the stuff that we talk about today. We did not read that shit in church at all. And the way we were taught about verse 8 is that if a man doesn't take care of his family, he's worse than an infidel. And we were never even taught what infidel meant. Like we just thought infidel was just a really bad person. And that verse was always, if a man doesn't take care of his wife and his family, he is worse than an infidel. Not if a believer doesn't provide for his family members or his relatives, he's worse than a non-believer. We were never taught that, but that's what the oldest copy says, and that's how the NRSVUE translates it. They made
Yeah, that.
because King James reads, "But if any provide not for his own, and especially for those of his own house, he hath denied the faith and is worse than an infidel." So they made that about being a good father. Jake, are you asleep? They made that about being a good father, right? Like so that's how it was taught to us.
Yeah, they would. And you know, even well, my dad, he was a deacon, and even when he would be teaching me, about the Bible and bringing up scriptures and stuff, they would use the Old Testament and all the bad things that happened to justify why Jesus came, and I should be thankful for Jesus. I remember my dad telling me
No,
one time.
I understand what you're
Um,
saying. I'm saying I'm shocked that they even taught you that. We never was taught that. We were just told that they couldn't follow the law. That's all
my
we were
dad
told.
told me out his own mouth. He said, son, you be thankful for Jesus. He said, because if it wasn't for Jesus, I would have had to kill you.
That's
That's
crazy.
what he said. That's crazy, but that's what he said.
But this is why I bring up what Jesus says, that if you cannot be my disciple unless you hate your mother, father, sister, brother, and believers will be like, well, hate doesn't mean hate. He's not saying hate there. He's saying love your family less than him, love him more. And I say that they don't have to physically kill those that do not believe, but they do it in other ways.
Right.
Believing parents who love God more than their children will kill the spirit of their child, the self-esteem of their child, especially if that child
Absolutely.
is an atheist, if that child is in the LGBTQIA, if that child is disobedient. They will talk down to their child. They'll call their child a demon, refer to their child as Satan, um, kick the child out the house, not talk to the
Yeah.
child anymore. That to me is similar to killing that family member, right? You're killing
Yeah.
the relationship. You're killing who they are, right? Their
Mm-hmm.
confidence. And so you have to be willing to do shit like that in order to put Jesus before your own family members. And that's what Jesus commands. And I think it falls in line with Deuteronomy 13:6. It's just that you can no longer go around killing people because they don't believe like you. That's against the law, the state laws, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because even where this God says, "Thou shalt not murder," he still gave a law that says, "Murder your children if they try to convince you to worship another God." That's when murder is okay. If they're violating the idolatry law, you can murder your child.
Right.
If your child is disobedient, you can murder your child,
Yeah.
right? But today you can't. And so instead of physically taking their life, you do it using your mouth. You take away resources. You shun them, right? Take away your love, your attention, your access. Like you kill them that way instead of by stoning them. And that's
And,
how you
and,
show you love Jesus more.
and most, in most, me coming up in most Christian homes, we were taught not to question God. And I believe that our parents, or I ain't gonna say our parents, I'm gonna say my parents took on the
Yeah, I
role
see them,
of a
Yala.
God. Took on the role of a God as well, because they would say, Mama would say, "Don't question me, boy." So when you do that to a child, don't question God, don't question me.
Hold on, y'all.
They,
I see the person on stage. I'm finishing the conversation that I'm having with Nelly, but I do see the person on stage. I don't even think they're there because they have. I don't think they know they're on stage because they haven't said a thing. So I think that's another accidental request. But go ahead, Nelly.
no, I was just saying with the don't question God, and then my parents took on the role of a God. Don't question me. If I say my mom, well, Mama, boy, don't question me. Go over there and do what I told you to do. It, what type of um, what that does to a child is makes that child not want to question on anything. It makes them afraid to question. So
Yeah,
even when you're in school, you're afraid to even ask the teacher, certain things, questions you may have. I seen that, as a child, you know.
yeah. It kills their ability to critically think, and it stumps out their ability, like their autonomy, their self autonomy. So
That's what I was looking for.
yeah. And so in the old law, you physically killed your kids. In the new law, you do it mentally, emotionally, right? And some people go as far as physical because they believe a God is talking to them, or a child has a demon and they try to exorcise the demon out the child and end up harming them that way. But you have to be willing to do that because you love Jesus more than you love that child. And they think that they think it's different, but I think that it's the reason that we have a society of mentally ill people. Like there's a lot of people suffering from depression, from mental illnesses because of this love to a god or a deity, to an invisible deity that you've never seen, that you cannot verify is actually talking to you. Yeah, they're breaking people mentally because of their love for the god. Hythen, are you up here on accident or on purpose?
I'm so sorry, on accident. I didn't mean to do that.
That's no worries. Have a good one, okay?
You too. Bye bye.
Bye bye. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up, we've been live now for almost 2 hours. I've shared my thoughts with y'all on the things that I have been researching and studying. This is actually sub only stuff that we're dealing with right now. Looking at the comparing the tones of Galatians and First Timothy, and as I was comparing them, these I noticed some things, and these questions started coming up. But this is how I come up with questions or topics to discuss, because these are things that I want to know. I know a lot of believers think that I put the live up just to fucking fuck with them. But these are questions, real questions that I have about the claim of the belief, the claims in the text, the historical claims, and the contradictions that I see, the illogical things that I come across that I feel like are illogical. And I look to discuss those things with people who are deconstructing, like I am, with atheists who have had a belief in the God and deconstructed and lean more on facts and logic the way that I do. And then current believers who currently believe this, that can possibly shed some light and give a different perspective on what we are understanding it to be, without like bringing some logic to it, to see if a believer can validate these claims using logic, um, or facts. But that's how I come up with my topics. Um, we still don't have anybody in the guest request box wanting to come up. There's over 400 people in here. I don't quite. I know that there are people here watching and listening. I don't want you to be afraid to come up and talk to us. You don't have to be as knowledgeable or knowledgeable in the text. If you have questions about the topics, you can pick a topic and you can say, "Hey, I don't quite understand this." Like, you don't have to be coming up to oppose us or to debate. This is not a debate live. It is a research live, a discussion live. So don't sit in the chat thinking that you don't have enough knowledge to join the discussion, but it does have to be about one of the 4 topics unless you are a super nerd. But I'm going to give it a couple of more minutes to see if we can get conversations. If not, then we'll call it a night.
I did have a question.
I don't know if I should ask you what.
I mean, you ignored it in the chat earlier, but
I did
is
not
the
ignore
eggs?
anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just consciously decided to not address it.
Oh, that means
The
that I
eggs.
didn't see it. And your question starts off with eggs.
It's very pertinent to what we're talking about.
I doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
Okay, well, see. The eggs on your background, are they hatching because Jesus is coming back, or?
Oh, boy, I tell you, only Ozo.
Yeah, you thought that wasn't
Only
germane, huh?
Ozo.
Uh-huh.
Yep, I
I
knew
only
it.
asked because when I was a young lad, I've had the brilliant idea of stealing Easter eggs to hatch an army of chickens that would do my bidding. And I found out after leaving them under my bed for a few days wrapped in a towel that they actually don't hatch because they're already dead.
What?
I,
What? Is it
I'm
weird?
I don't know.
no, I just say you had a wild imagination as a child. That's all I can say.
I
It's
was a
like,
child.
yeah, I'm sure you cracked open a few Easter eggs when you were a child and you ate them. I'm
Mm-mm.
sure.
I've
You
never
never
liked
ate?
boiled eggs.
Oh, well, maybe that might explain it then. You probably thought they
Mm-mm.
was okay. I got you. Ooh-wee.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna do a 6-minute countdown to see if we can get a conversation. We've been up for 2 hours, and we haven't had a conversation. Although there's over 400 people in here. I see all friendlies in the guest request. I'm gonna remove y'all because I don't think y'all are in there on purpose.
How's it been all day? Has it been like people?
Yeah, no, they'll talk to me when I'm on Mama Bash's live. They, for some reason,
Mm.
they just come and, I don't know, marvel at my ass in my live.
It genuinely befuddles me how, I don't know, I guess the size of your box affects how willing people are to have a conversation with you.
You said the size of my box?
Right.
What does that mean? My box is the same size as everybody else's.
No, it's not. Your box is bigger.
No, it's not.
You're the host. Your box is bigger, but when you're not the host, it's our size.
You think they're not talking to me because my box is big? They talk to Mama Bash.
Yeah, but they're not afraid of Mom Bash.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's because they think that I have less
What it is.
Huh?
I said that's what it is.
Yeah, they think
Control.
they think that I'm controlled when I'm on somebody else's panel. That's what I think it is. Yeah, like they don't have to address me, I think. I don't know. But they'll tag the fuck out of me like all day. If I'm in Mama Bash's live, they're tagging my name all day. Like it's crazy. And I even tell them, don't fucking do that. Just like listen to the conversations. They're, like, don't tag me when I'm on somebody else's panel. That makes no fucking sense. Especially when I go live myself. And if you want to talk to me, all you gotta do is come holler at me. But they won't. They're afraid to. They're afraid to. And I don't know if it's because I'm more strict here. I don't know. What's up, Militia?
I'm here to not to holler, but I do have a question. Um, and I don't know if you addressed it earlier because I just got in just a few minutes ago. But can you explain the second is substitutionary atonement beneficial or harmful to humanity? I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, it's so to atone for a wrongdoing is like paying retribution or reparation for the wrong that you did. For example, in the law, if they stole somebody's property, they had to pay double for it. That's the restitution, the atonement for transgressing that law, not stealing. Jesus is the substitutional atonement. So if you steal something, you don't have to pay double for what you stole from that person because Jesus has already paid your restitution. All you have to do is repent to Jesus and you're good to go. And so uh by Jesus dying on the cross, he is the substitutional atonement for believers today whenever they commit a wrong against whatever law they claim they're following, because I have no idea what the fuck they're following other than the 10 Commandments.
Okay. Okay. So he's just the substitute for whatever. I got it. I got it now. Okay. Um, okay. Why am I responsible for Adam? Okay. Well, yeah, that was my question.
Well, thank you for coming
That's
up.
all I got. I appreciate it. I
You're
hope you have a good
welcome.
night.
You too.
Okay, good night.
I think a lot of people are not familiar with the word atonement because, again, Christianity, Jesus was the sin atonement sacrifice, so they don't have to deal with atonement. They don't have to deal with paying retribution or reparations for the things that they do.
Yeah, they don't have to make things right,
Because all they have to do is say, I'm sorry now.
and it's all good.
Yeah.
But that's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, Steph.
Hey, hi, Tinker. Hi, everyone. Great to be on stage. Thank you.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, wow. I got to say earlier, that was so interesting what you were talking about. I didn't want to interrupt, and then I was going to come up straight away afterwards, but my dog reminded me I needed to feed him. So that's why a little bit of a delay. So you want me to talk? Yeah, I was going to talk on a topic anyway, actually. And I feel like I could talk about a few of them along similar lines, but I'll pick why am I responsible for Adam and Eve's sin? Sorry. And I just, like I remember, I didn't become a Christian till I was 21. So I kind of had to start from zero then because I had so little awareness. I didn't even know what the difference between a Gentile and a Jew was. I was clueless, completely clueless. So just so much of it just didn't make any sense to me. I just was like, I'd been sort of beaten into submission in a way by 12-step programs to think that I just couldn't trust my own thinking and I had to accept things. And so like I just did my best, and it was so screwed up. I thought, like, just this crazy story about Adam and Eve, this couple from supposedly from the beginning of time, and they had some fruit. That was how they blew it. They ate the wrong fruit. It's just. Thank God I deconstructed, because the craziness of all of this was doing my freaking head in for so long, and it took me way too long to get deconverted or get to be able to deconstruct it all. And that, yeah, that was by design. It's, we talk about this, about how Christians are scared into not investigating this. We were scared into keeping ourselves away from things that could interfere with our faith and steal us away. And yeah, so it just it goes on, like, into the other topics as well, the craziness of it. But yeah, the fact that it didn't have to be, like, hearing other people comment earlier about, like, Cornelly. I don't know if not Mr. Nelson is still on, but that was so sad to hear about his dad. Or was it his dad? I can't remember if it was his dad or his mum saying, "Do as I say," and other. Oh my God, the other horrible stories about how children were abused due to the teaching in this
Hold on,
this
Steph.
insane.
Steph. I'm having a little trouble following you.
Oh my God, I forgot to take the AirPod out. I'm sorry. I'm so bad about this.
No, I
Let me
can.
take my AirPod out.
No. I can hear you. I'm having
Oh,
trouble following you. Like, uh,
sorry.
yeah,
I
like
I
you're
am
kind.
tangenting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
um.
beg your pardon.
Okay. So you were talking about. You said something about Adam and Eve. The deconstructing, like the indoctrination into it, and you're happy to no longer be indoctrinated. Um, and then you said something about Nellie's father. So I'm a little confused on what we are discussing right now. So if you can kind of start back over, and let me know, like, what it is that you came up to discuss.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, it, just the idea, the top heading of it didn't have to be this way, that we didn't have to
Oh,
believe
okay,
that
yeah.
we didn't have to believe that sorry, did you want to say?
No,
I
okay,
forgot.
yeah, I get you now. You're talking about all the, like, it didn't have to be this way, the indoctrination, the Adam and Eve.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, so you're doing you're doing the whole entire picture is what you're talking about. The whole entire thing. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Like, that we were taught, thanks to this story, why am I like adamant, the original sin, that we were taught we were all evil, just like nothing we could do about it. We're just all evil from birth. It's just, that's such a horrible thing to teach to kids,
I
And
agree.
like, I won't go, I won't, I won't tangent too much off that, but so many other horrific things that we teach children, and that they teach children in this religion. And, oh my God, I just the, yeah. I guess I don't have that much to say. Like, I could speak much more if I, but I'd be really diverting off the topic. But it's just such a, my gosh, it's still doing my head in. I'm still so full of anger and grief about what this religion put me through and what it's putting so many other people through. And yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous that their claim, right, that it had to be this way, is that there had to be hatred towards a specific group of people who don't all think the same way in order to arrive at peace and love. There has to be hate, right? There has to be violence. There has to be lack of resources so that their God can arrive at a world of humans who love peacefully, because their all powerful God could not make the humans that he created be that way. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why they say their God had to give them a choice, like had to give them free will. Because if he wants a world where humans don't harm each other, and that's really the whole purpose, right? Where humans are good and the earth is pleasant and peaceful, why did he have to give them free choice to do harmful shit? It doesn't make sense. And when they say he had to, they're to me they're taking away his so-called almightiness, like his all powerfulness, as if there's something above him that would have whooped his ass had he not given them free will. And I think the something above him is them. Because how if I think even if their God tried to take away their free will, they would go against this God. Like if this was a God that did not give free will, they wouldn't worship it. So, and that way they are their God's God. Like their God answers to them when it comes to their free will. Is the way they're making it seem.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I love that you mentioned the idea of him having somebody above him. Because yeah, it is true. It's them. It's the religion. It's the religious, the people that made it up. But I mean, like I just thought like like he does act like he's got a parent. He's got a divine parent. God's got a parent out there who won't let him do what he want, like do the right thing. You know, he's got to follow these sucky rules, and it's just and it's but combined with also the reality that it's so petty, vindictive, and once you get to the New Testament and hell and the awfulness of that story is so barbaric. It's so insanely. I mean, you don't even have to get to the New Testament, of course. Barbarity is on so many pages of the Bible throughout, and yet we have to somehow try to believe that this is a God of love. Yeah, mind blowing, and just a complete mind f, like mind fuck. I don't know why I'm trying to use polite language. This God does not deserve polite language. He is a piece of awful shit.
I agree.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry that really isn't all that articulate. You know, I want to be able to help people the way you are. I want to be able to make good arguments to help people understand, and that's even in the face of people just not being persuaded by good arguments. It's so hard to watch. It's so hard to watch them be led right to the water, be shown everything, and just say, "Nah, nah." No, I'm still believing. I'm still believing in this God and that He's good. And even though He's some of the things you have to listen to them, just sign off on is just horrifying.
It is mind boggling. I will say, and we were talking in Mama Bash's live earlier today about how it seems like the more we have these discussions, the more they go backwards and further into immorality, and further into illogicalness. And a believer in the comments said, "Yep, the further we go into our faith." And I asked them, I was like, "Do you realize that you are calling your faith immoral and illogical?" Like they don't even realize that it doesn't matter. Um, you know, that they're condoning immoral acts while at the same time saying that the reason they believe in this God is so that they can be more, moral. The contradiction, they will state the contradiction and not hear it. And it is so mind-boggling, but at the same time, it breaks my heart to see them in that mindset. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It really is heartbreaking. And I just, sometimes when I'm listening, I just want to shout out, no, don't say that. Don't say that that genocide is okay. You know, don't say that it's okay to kill babies. Please stop. You don't have to believe this awfulness. Oh my God. It is just it is heartbreaking, just like you said. My gosh. Anyway, I feel like I'm blathering a bit. But yeah. I hope if there's any Christians in the audience, I hope you're able to engage. People hope Christians, and it is good to like. I do recall hearing certainly in the atheist experience they've talked about over the years how people have written to them saying, "Thank you, you helped me deconstruct." And so, like, you have to. I guess what they say is you have to remember that. For all the Christians coming up that are or writing, that they'll never change their mind and so forth. There are others watching and listening, and yeah, themselves being horrified by what Christians say and do in these lives. So I think I've got to remind myself of that. That yeah, when they're behaving that way and they're being seen for how they are. It kind of is in a little bit of a way, it's a win, but it is still heartbreaking, like you said. It's really so sad to see what this religion does to people, what it does to their ethics and their morals, and the bizarreness too of the fact that they come up with this argument. Oh, but what do you say? How can you base your morality when their morality is just all over the freaking road? It is just inconceivable. It's inconceivable that this could be that it's inconceivable that it's defensible, that they think it's defensible. Yeah. As I said in Princess Bride, I do not think he knows what that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for listening, and thank you so much for the work that you and Sabrina. Thank
You're welcome, Steph. Thank you for coming up. Have a good night.
you too.
Midnight, are you in the request on purpose on accident? She stole my heart. Mm. Hey, Midnight.
Hey y'all.
What's up? Which topic did you come up to discuss?
I came to discuss, is substitutionary atonement beneficial or harmful?
Okay, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I feel like it's beneficial to the believer. Well, more fortunate believers. So people that, for me, I was always, when I grew up in the church, you're told if you're gay, you're going to hell. I was baptized, and you still hear that. And for me, because I believed it, it terrified me. And like, even after deconstructing, I was still afraid, like, oh my God. And I'd be looking through the
Hold
book.
on, Midnight, are you eating love bug?
Oh, my bad. I haven't got my menu. I'll take it out. Yeah, but so yeah, it's like, for me, it's not, I can't, because all the other Christians around me are saying I'm going to hell everywhere I go, everywhere I look. It's not as beneficial to me as a believer. It's more beneficial when I have the privilege to not be afflicted by certain sins. So I mean, it's obviously harmful, but yeah, for the person that believes it, it can be very beneficial.
So,
I'm going to challenge that. Like, because the question is asking, is it harmful or helpful, beneficial to humanity?
oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Like, do you think that someone else atoning for the wrongdoing of another person is harmful or beneficial to humanity?
Yeah, as for humanity, yeah, it's definitely harmful for humanity. Um, yeah, because at the end of the day, it's just that's believe that they have an excuse to kind of just do whatever they want. It just doesn't make sense to me because it's like, yeah, I'm just caught up in the mindset of a believer, and I just don't understand why they would, you know, at some points they'll say that you're atoned by the sacrifice, but then you're not atoned from it, and we're going to control your life. So obviously it's not consistent. It just doesn't make sense to me why they're told not to judge by God, but then they still do
Like,
judge other
if we
people.
bring it to our current time and in our current society, what ways would you see, like, what is the impact of people being accepting of a sacrifice that ultimately like prepays for the things that they do wrong? How do you think that being accepting of substitutionary atonement has affected our life today?
No, yeah, it definitely has. I It's just it depends on the believer because some of them will say, like Mama Bash, her question: did Jesus make sin free, or did he free you from sin so you no longer sin? So it depends on what the believe. But I
I think
try to look at it
non-believers
from
too, right?
what was
Like,
that?
I think non-believers too. Um, I think the indoctrination of this type of mentality is in society as a whole, and not necessarily just because you're in the church. Um, would you say that most non-believers know how to even atone for their when they do wrong?
Yeah, they try to apologize to the person,
Well, that's the same as repenting.
right?
That's not atonement. You see what I'm saying? I think
Mhm.
even people who don't believe in this God have no idea what atonement is, which is why we have this whole discussion about whether reparations should be paid for the wrongdoings to the enslaved people during the transatlantic slave trade. And they feel that atonement doesn't need to happen because the people alive today weren't the ones who did it.
So how do you would you describe non-believers? How do they kind of believe in atonement? Just
Well,
curious.
atonement is to pay retribution for your wrongdoing. So even as a non-believer, if you ruined your sister's favorite shirt, to atone for that wrongdoing, you would buy her another shirt or give her the money for it, right? That is atonement. That's uh, paying retribution for that wrongdoing, right? If you steal something, if you have a child and that child steals from the store, to atone for that wrongdoing, some parents may make that child go back to the store with the thing that they stole, use their allowance to actually pay for it, tell the people at the store that they stole it, and apologize. That right? Some parents may make their children do that. Some, because of substitutional atonement, you have some parents that'll be like, don't you do that no more. Tell Jesus you sorry, and then go ahead and they may take the toy from the child or let the child have the toy, but that child has not atoned for that wrongdoing. It is possible that the child can learn not to steal again, but it's very possible that that child sees how easy it is to get away with stealing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I can see why that'd be very dangerous of a thing because you can. that makes people justify when they do some horrific stuff. They'll just pray to God about it and try to get forgiveness through God instead of actual atonement now.
Yeah. And I think it's in society. I don't think it's just a believer issue. The lack of knowing even how to atone, or that we should atone when we do wrong to somebody. I think we have been conditioned as a society of people that all we have to do is repent, and that is just saying I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can see that, especially like for non-believers, even people that loosely believe in God, and they might feel bad about something, and instead of trying to do right by it now, they just pray about it, or like think a thought to God about it. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of the words to really put together. I know it's harmful for society and humanity, and that, I mean, you really just broke it down in a really good way to understand it with atonement. So that's pretty much all I got.
All right. Thank you for coming up, Midnight.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I think even as non-believers, we don't know, because we don't have to use that word a lot. Like, we get to skip atonement because of Jesus. So we don't know how to right our wrongs, and it makes us feel some type of way. Like, even admitting your wrongdoing is a difficult thing for a human being to do, because we don't want to be wrong, right? It doesn't feel good to be wrong. It doesn't feel good to admit when you're wrong. And then the next step has to be to correct that wrong, instead of just saying, well, I'm sorry. Well, I said I'm sorry. That's what we're used to doing. Well, I apologized. Right? That's what we're used to doing as humans. And so, like, what I think um the effects of that comes from the story of Jesus. Jesus died on the cross for our sins, and so we are a society of people that expect other people to pay for the shit we do. Or we are okay with other people paying the cost of the shit we do. Uh one of God's soldiers, how old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
Which topic did you come up to discuss?
Oh, I gotta choose, or you just like?
Yeah, there's 4 topics on the post.
Oh, for sure. We can do the last one.
Okay, read it out loud and then go ahead and start.
Why does forgiveness require death, except when it doesn't? Oh, I just want to know your understanding and view of that.
Death? You want to know
Yeah.
my death
No, of
is
that whole question, not just death.
forgiveness requiring death? And according to this belief system, the death, in order for you to be forgiven of a sin, blood had to be spilled, correct?
Pure blood, yes.
Okay. That's death?
In order for us to be forgiven by a sin. Wait, so is that your, like, when I say no, like, okay, just to like get your, I want to get your understanding point and view of that question, not
That's
just
what
death.
the question is asking about forgiveness of sin, being a death being a requirement for your God to forgive you of sin. For Jesus having to die for you to be forgiven of your sins. Before he died, death was a requirement for certain sins. So I'm asking, why is death required for you to be forgiven of sin, and then sometimes it's not required? That's my question.
Okay, and so about that, I know you guys probably don't believe this, but God is just, and we know in the world there is no one that can lie to you and say they are sinless. We know that everyone has a sinful nature because of Adam and Eve. And everyone has a personal sinful nature because of what they've done. pure blood needed to be shed for us to be forgiven. And Jesus chose to lay down his life for us.
But the question is, why is blood required to forgive sin? Why?
Because he was pure blood. No one in the world could do what Jesus did.
Why does pure blood have to be spilled to forgive sin?
Because that literally reverses. Okay, I'm putting it away for you. Nobody could ever. Are you sure? Are you aware of the Mosaic Law by any chance?
Yes.
Got you. From your perspective view, do you think anyone in this world could fulfill that, could follow that?
Yes.
You think anyone without sinning too?
No, I think people might make mistakes, but the book says that there were people who followed it perfectly. But why does blood have to be spilled if a person eats shrimp or if a person tells a lie? Why does blood have to be spilled for
Because
telling?
sin.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Why does pure blood have to be spilled if a person lies? What does the blood do?
It reverses. Jesus chose to take away our sins. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
He did. But why blood? Why blood? Please don't type in caps in my comments. Why blood? What does blood do for the sin?
Okay. I just want to. Okay. Can you explain the Jesus death for me, real quick?
I know why your Jesus died. He died on the cross.
No. I'm not saying
I'm
why
asking.
he died. I'm saying explain the death.
For what?
Explain the death.
For what? I'm asking what does the death do for the sin?
It takes away our sin.
It takes it away how? Like, do you no longer sin?
No, it gives us a chance to get right with God. Okay, just like
hold
I brought
on,
up.
Wait. When you say the death gives you a chance to get right with your God, before your Jesus died, animals were killed to atone for a sin against your God. Okay? And they still sin. They kept sinning against the law. People kept breaking the laws. They kept submitting the sacrifice, right? The dead, the animals, and they kept sinning. Your Jesus was a sacrifice, right? An eternal sacrifice for y'all. But y'all still sin. Nothing changed from the old law to the new law, except you yourself don't have to kill an animal. But you like they were sinning in the old law. You say that they couldn't keep that law. Y'all can't keep the law y'all have either, because y'all still sin against it. So what does the blood do?
It gives us a way for us to get right. And that's why I said that's why I brought up the Mosaic Law.
Then blood don't work because y'all still ain't right.
Can I just finish?
Hold on. If you're saying that the blood gives you a way to get right, the blood doesn't work then because y'all still aren't right.
Can I finish?
Are you going to address that?
If you let me finish, you will understand what I'm saying. I'm respectful, so I won't cut you off because it's your life.
Right. And I'm trying to keep you on topic. Right.
Okay, so can I finish?
You have taken us all off topic talking about the law.
I'm still on the same topic.
Oh my goodness, you're not.
I'm showing you how. I'm showing you how the forgiveness. Okay, you're talking about how
I don't care about how forgiveness does anything. I'm asking about the death, the blood. I'm asking about the death and the blood. That's the question, and you aren't sticking to that.
Your question doesn't ask about the blood. It asks about the death, and which is what I'm trying to explain.
Blood.
When Jesus died, he opened up a new path for us to get right. Because in the Old Testament,
what's the new path?
If you can let me finish, I would love if you let me finish.
Yeah, mind you. Okay, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Mind you, I've already addressed the fact that y'all still sin. Y'all still do the same thing.
Yeah, we still sin.
Yeah. And you're going to talk about this new path. If it's the same thing, I'm gonna take you down. Go ahead.
I never said Jesus took away all our sins. That's not what I said. That is your understanding.
What's the new path?
We can get right with him, even if we still fall short. My point is that Jesus never died to take away Like, Jesus never died to eliminate all our sins. People still fall short of the glory of God. Nobody is sinless. Pure blood needed to be shed because in the Old Testament, even though you did sacrifice animals, it was not open up a new path to get right. Jesus abolished the Mosaic law because no one could follow it, and that's why I brought it up.
So you
Hey,
just said everything. Hold on. So you just said everything that I've already said. That's how I know you were not listening to me.
Okay, tell me exactly what I just said.
I've already said
Tell me
everything.
exactly what
No,
I
stop
said.
cutting me off. You just said everything that I've already said, and that's how I know you were not listening to me. You all still sin even with the law you have now. So if to abolish an old law because people couldn't follow it, just to get a new law that you still can't follow is not a new path. The
And that's
only thing, the only difference is that you don't kill animals. And you saying that Jesus died so that you can get right with your God. They killed animals to get right with their God. It's the same thing. There's nothing has changed. That
and
is
that's
my
what I
point.
yeah.
Nothing has changed. Nowhere did I say anything about an expectation of you to be sin free. The question is asking, why is death required for sin, and except when it is not? Because there are times in this book where no death is required for the forgiveness of sin. And
Because he was pure blood.
the blood did nothing. The blood did absolutely
Oh my
nothing. I
God.
don't care if his blood was raw.
We are born in
It does, and
sin.
you
That is my
still are
point.
a sinner. His blood did nothing.
Okay, I get it. I get it. You're not here to understand, and that's cool. You're not here, so I can tell you're not tracking. I'm gonna be
are you trying to say
respectful.
here?
You're not tracking, and that's okay. And that's
No,
not that's okay. You're
what
not
does
tracking. It's
you
cool.
are mad like this you're not tracking bullshit is blame
Yeah,
it's
go
blame
ahead.
shifting because you can't
Go
admit
ahead.
that the blood didn't change shit. I don't
But the
care.
blood
I
did
don't
do something.
care. I
It
don't
did.
care. It
It
did
did.
nothing. It
It
did
did.
absolutely nothing because you are still a sinner. You were a sinner in the old covenant when animal blood was spilled. You are a sinner in the new covenant when your God's so-called pure blood is spilled. You are still the same sinner as you were in the old covenant.
And nobody said I wasn't a.
Your God's blood changed nothing.
Nobody.
You gotta chill the fuck out, little dude.
Hold on, don't
Bro,
mute him.
I'm
So don't
calm.
mute
Bro,
him.
she's been cutting
Don't
me off
mute
for the
him.
past 15.
No, the fuck
Nobody
I
said I
didn't.
was not a sinner.
Oh, yeah,
Nobody said
right,
I.
right. The
I
blood
never
did
claimed to
nothing.
never be a sinner. That's your
Exactly,
point.
exactly. You
Okay,
were
so why are you bringing that up? I never
because
claimed to not be a
the
sinner.
blood did nothing. The blood changed nothing.
Are you tracking what you're saying? Like,
Yes.
are you?
Bro, can you spell tracking?
Bro, I never said I was not a sinner. I told you, every human has fallen short for the glory of God. The
Oh my
animals did
God.
nothing.
And neither did
Jesus
your
was.
Jesus'
Yo,
blood.
can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak?
No, I've said this, I don't know, 1,000 times. The animal's blood did nothing, and neither did your Jesus's blood.
You don't want me to talk, so it's okay. You're gonna keep
You
muting me
just
because
don't
you don't know.
understand. You just don't understand the
Bro,
conversation,
I
and
have
it's
not.
Hold on, hold on.
glaringly obvious.
Also, don't mute him, please. Don't mute him.
So he's been muting me.
The
I
blood.
mean, as
Oh my
soon
God.
as you said, don't let's stop.
The blood, the animal blood changed nothing, and neither did your Jesus's blood change anything. I've said this, I don't know, 20 times.
And how do you know that? Have you got it right with God before? Let me know.
Hold on, are you?
Huh?
No, I
Have you
didn't.
got it right? Yes or
I'm not.
no? Yes or no?
No, because
Yes
I
or no?
don't know.
Yes or no?
I said
Yes or no?
no.
Okay.
No, I've said no.
Okay, so you
4
can't
fucking
have an
times.
opinion on that.
Yes,
You
the
have not
fuck I
got it
can.
right with God, so you
Listen,
cannot have an
oh
opinion
my
on that.
fucking
Yes or no? You
gosh.
can't.
Okay,
You can't.
let me ask you a question.
You cannot.
Hey,
You can't.
Coolio, let me ask you a question. Okay?
Bro.
Are you right with your God right now?
Thinker, your mic is low.
Are you right with your God right now?
Yes, I'm right with God.
Okay, as a sinner, you are right with your God.
Yeah, I'm right with God. Yes.
Okay, it changed nothing. They were
It
right.
did.
They were
It
right.
did. You don't know me.
They
You
were
don't know
right
me. You
with your
can't
God.
speak for me.
I didn't say you weren't right with your God. The
You're
fuck
trying to
are you
speak for me.
talking about?
What do you mean it didn't change nothing? You don't know how my life used to
Bro,
be and how my
I
life is
didn't say
now.
I didn't
you
say
was
it
not
did.
21.
Hold on,
Bro, you
hold
cannot,
on.
I ain't gonna
I
lie.
did not
Look,
say
look.
it didn't change you.
You just said it
I
didn't
said
change
it
nothing.
didn't change anything from the old law to the new.
We
God
are talking
damn.
about me, bro. We are talking about me. Why are we talking about the old law?
Oh
You
my
just asked me,
fucking
am I right
gosh.
with God?
Oh my gosh.
You
Like
you
you
just
are
asked
like,
me, am I
okay,
right with
like,
God?
hey,
Now you're
listen.
going to the old law.
Yeah. Okay.
Dude,
Listen.
are you
You
okay?
listen. No, you're not okay. You're not
Stop
smart.
manifesting.
You're not
Stop
smart.
manifesting.
Okay, you're not smart.
I'm not smart. Thank
You're
you. I
not.
appreciate that. Yep.
You're welcome. In
I
the old
appreciate that.
law, they were not smart. In this new law, y'all still aren't smart.
Okay, cool.
A basic sentence y'all cannot fucking get. You cannot fucking get. You can't track conversations. I have no idea why y'all come in here to talk to people who fucking thinks, who understands words. Y'all don't.
Why are you
You're
manifesting?
because I fucking want to.
I guarantee if you got right with God, you wouldn't be like.
Listen, you are a sinner and you still right with your God.
I never said I wasn't a sinner.
You do fuck
Hold on,
shit.
dude.
You are a sinner.
I never said I wasn't.
You, oh my fucking God.
Thinker,
This is
you're
what,
low, and him
I don't
talking
know.
over
I
you
don't
is
know
not
why
working.
it's like that.
I never said I wasn't a sinner.
Right.
Stop,
You
dude.
right.
I'm talking to her.
You got your sinner badge on. You have your sinner crown on. You got the crown of a sinner. You are a sinner and you are right with your God. That means your God prefers you to be a sinner. That is the right way to be. So Jesus died for you to be a proud sinner.
Yep. You're manifesting hard, and that's okay. It's okay. You manifesting hard. If you had a peace with Jesus Christ, I guarantee you would not be sitting like this, or you wouldn't be
Oh my
talking
God.
like this.
Oh, did you forget that you were yelling?
I wasn't yelling. I was not yelling.
Why?
You were
Yes, you
speaking
were.
over
Shut
me.
up.
The thing about what Jesus' blood does for you all, it blinds you. The way
Oh no, it
stop
doesn't.
talking while I'm talking. The way that, hold on, Selena, please don't mute him. It blinds you the way that it
Yeah, we
blinds.
can't
Hold
hear you
on.
when he's talking though.
Okay, but please don't mute him, okay? It blinds you the way that it blinded Paul on the road to Damascus. And this is what I was talking about earlier. You are covered in Jesus's blood, and therefore you can't see your own actions. You sat here and said that you were not yelling, you were not interrupting, like you were just a perfect little somebody. Your sins and the things that you do are covered in the blood of Jesus. You continue to do fuck shit. You don't hold
You
yourself.
manifested right
You
now.
don't
Stop
hold. Okay,
projecting.
cool. You don't hold yourself accountable, and yet in that place, you are still right with your God. That's what Jesus' blood does for you.
You're projecting right now. I can't lie. You
Yeah.
be cussing at me.
Okay.
It's okay though. It's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay. Cool. That's cool.
Define projecting.
That's
Define
cool.
that.
That's
Define it.
cool. I mean, that's what you're doing right now. So
Okay.
you already
Define
know
it
what it
though.
is.
Define it though.
Exactly what you're doing right now. You projecting
Yeah.
and you manifesting.
Use your
It's
words.
okay though. Hey, sure, I ain't gonna lie. I guarantee you.
Hey.
I just pray Jesus Christ
Use
takes the
your
blindness
words.
off your eyes.
Use your
I just
words
takes
and
the blindness
define
off your
the
eyes.
projecting. Define it.
I just pray Jesus Christ takes the blindness off your eyes. Because I can tell you
can't
don't have
define it,
peace.
can you?
Yeah, it's cool. I can. Yep, it's cool. Like you said, I'm not intelligent, right?
Right.
So I can define it. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. But it's okay though. It's okay.
Yeah. So
It's
what does Jesus' prayer do? What does
Jesus' prayer do?
Yeah, the prayer that you just prayed to Jesus about me. What is that supposed to do?
I just pray Jesus takes I hope it takes the blindness off your eyes.
Okay.
Because
now,
when you really get right with God, I promise you this whole life will stop.
Okay.
And that's okay though.
Okay,
And
hold
that's
on. Do I have to be a believer for your prayer to work?
You don't have to be a believer.
Okay, so faith is not required for your God to do miracles?
God is all loving. Why would he need your faith in the first place to help you?
Okay.
If you seek, he will come. And you haven't
I'm not
seeked.
seeking.
That's okay.
I don't. But
yeah,
you just
I can
prayed.
see you're not, and that's okay.
Right. But
So
you
I
just
pray
prayed.
I pray that you really seek.
Hold on. Are you talking over me right now?
Go ahead and speak.
Wait, no. Can you hold yourself accountable? Are you talking over me right now?
Go ahead and speak. You let me speak, so I'm gonna let you speak.
No. Can you answer my question?
Nobody was speaking, so I was speaking.
So there were no words coming out of my mouth.
There was no words coming out your mouth. You just all you asked me was, "What did my prayer do for you?" And I told you My prayer is going to make sure Jesus Christ take the blindness off your eyes. And you asked me, so no faith is required. And I said, no, because God is all loving. You asked me a question and I answered you. I don't think you're tracking, so it's okay though.
Yeah.
It's okay. Go ahead though.
Okay.
Say
And
what
so,
you wanted to say.
okay. And so, and I'm not seeking. I have no faith in your God. In your God's book, he couldn't do any miracles because of people's unbelief. In your God's story, he
Wait, are you sure about that?
Are you interrupting me right now?
Because you're lying. I'm not gonna let you preach. I'm not gonna let you preach false doctrine. I'm going to call you out if you lie.
Okay, cool. Now I will go to the text and I will read the text word for word.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Are you cutting me off right now?
Go ahead.
Wait. Are you gonna hold yourself accountable? Can you hold yourself accountable?
I'm gonna hold you accountable if you preach false doctrine too.
Can you hold yourself accountable though?
I'm gonna hold you accountable too, and myself, because I don't preach false doctrine, and you do.
Hold on, but
so I can really hold you accountable and myself.
Okay, but
go to the scriptures though.
Okay, but can you hold yourself accountable for cutting me off?
Cool. Go ahead.
You can't, can you?
I'm not gonna let you preach false doctrine. I'm not going to let you take people to hell with you.
Okay.
Because you don't want to seek, and that's okay. But I'm not gonna let you preach false doctrine to your audience.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you do that.
But hold on. You sit in hypocrisy, unable to hold yourself.
Yep.
Unable to hold yourself.
I'm holding you accountable because you are preaching false doctrine.
But hold yourself accountable first.
Yeah.
Doesn't your Jesus?
I'm holding myself accountable.
Hey,
I've been chilled this whole life.
Sure. Doesn't your Jesus say to take the log out of your own eye before you take the splinter out of someone else's?
Yep. And I have. And I can tell it is not taken out of your eye. So I'm going to hold you accountable and I'm going to call you out when you're preaching false doctrine. Because I'm not going to allow you to take anybody to hell with you because I love everybody in this chat. But y'all don't know that though. You don't understand that, and that's okay.
Okay, sure. So at what point did you hold yourself accountable for yelling and cutting me off?
I haven't yelled at you.
You're not yelling just now?
I haven't even cussed at you once.
I didn't say curse. I didn't say curse.
Okay.
At what point?
You've been projecting.
I'm sorry. Are you yelling? Okay. Are you yelling right now?
We can go to the scriptures.
No,
I'm just talking.
Sorry. Are you yelling right now?
I'm a grown man talking with my voice, and that's okay. You can think it's yelling.
I just think it's yelling.
You think it's yelling because I'm telling you the right word of God. Then that's what happens.
Okay.
When people hear the word of God, they get mad, and that's okay. I don't blame you. I blame the demons in you. And go to the verse.
Yeah, and the way that you are constantly talking while I'm talking and cutting me off.
Yep. Because I'm not gonna let you spread. I'm not gonna let you spread false doctrine.
Talking.
I'm not gonna let you spread false doctrine. I don't care what you say. You're not about to preach false doctrine. Now let's go to the verse. Go to the verse right now.
Hold on. Let me say this. You don't run a motherfucking thing on this motherfucking stage. You run nothing. They didn't mute you. They didn't mute you because I told them the fuck not to. But all this bullshit that you fucking doing is hypocrisy. It's hypocritical as fuck. Now, when I show you this motherfucking scripture where your God said that he could not do miracles in his own hometown because of the amount of unbelief, you better get your bitch ass off my fucking stage. You dumb fuck.
And we're gonna use context too, right? We're gonna use context. Because we're not gonna cherry pick. That's what you're not gonna do.
Shut the fuck up.
Now okay.
You want a motherfucking whine. Shut the fuck up.
Shut
the fuck up. I'm talking now. And we're going to start at verse 1, motherfucker. He left that place and came to his hometown, and his disciples followed him. On the Sabbath, he began to teach in the synagogue, and many who heard him were astounded. They said, "Where did this man get all this? What is this wisdom that has been given to him? What deeds of power are being done by his hands? Is not this carpenter the son of Mary, and brother of James and Joseph and Judas and Simon? And are not his sisters here with us?" And they took offense at him. Then Jesus said to them, "Prophets are not without honor, except in their hometown, and among their own kin, and in their own house." And he could do no deed of power there, except that he laid his hands on a few sick people and cured them. And he was amazed at their unbelief. He could do no deed of power there. Hold on, I got one more.
Where are you at? Where are you?
Making me lose my goddamn voice. Shit don't make no motherfucking sense.
Where?
Shut the fuck up.
Where are you reading?
Shut the fuck up.
I help you find it.
What book?
Matthew 13,
Thank you.
starting at verse 54. He came to his hometown and began to teach the people in their synagogue, so that they were astounded and said, "Where did this man get this wisdom and the deeds of power? Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary? And are not his brothers James," and got me sounding like a fucking Hebrew Israelite, "and Joseph and Simon and Judas? And are not all his sisters with us? Where then did this man get all this?" And they took offense at him. But Jesus said to them, "Prophets are not without honor except in their own hometown and in their own house." And he did not do many deeds of power there because of their unbelief.
Glory, Father. Amen.
Don't lose your.
It's time for you to go, sir. I think it's time for you to go, dude. I think it's time for you to go.
Can I speak? Can I?
No, you've spoken enough. She said off her stage once she finished reading it.
Why are you?
No, let him speak.
Why are you running? Stop muting me. You haven't let me
Shut
talk
the
the
fuck
whole
up,
time.
Coolio. Ain't nobody motherfucking running
Let's
from
go back
you.
to that first verse now. Let's go back to that first so I can debunk that. Then we can go to the second verse. Come on. Because you've been
Go
muting me this
ahead,
whole time.
motherfucker. Go.
Okay. Where'd you read that verse first on? We can go to that book.
I don't know. Ask the Holy Spirit. You should have been fucking listening.
You said verse 1. You did not say it. You just said verse 1.
Yes, I did.
You
I
just
said
said
exactly where I was.
No, you didn't. All you said was verse 1.
Yes, I did.
So we're gonna lie again.
Now ask the Holy Spirit, motherfucker.
See, ignorance. That's ignorance for you. That's ignorance right there.
All right, go ahead. Go to the second verse. You heard me say where that was at.
Okay, so now explain that second verse for me.
I don't gotta explain shit.
Oh, so you can't even.
You're gonna debunk it, motherfucker. Debunk it.
So if you can't explain the whole, if you can't explain the verse for me, so you don't know what you're talking about.
Debunk it.
So you don't know what you're talking about if you can't even explain that verse.
Debunk it.
It's okay. Look, no knowledge. I'm not gonna let you even say a verse.
Wait,
but you can't even explain it.
You were gonna debunk it.
You can't even explain the verse. And how?
Hey, I'm gonna ask you one last motherfucking time, then you're gonna get the fuck off my stage.
You can keep me out. It's okay. You keep me
because
out.
your bitch ass knows goddamn well. Shut the fuck up, yo motherfucking ass. Yo bitch ass know you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Y'all scary motherfucking asses. Y'all get on my goddamn nerves, filled with motherfucking anxiety and fucking fear.
It's like trying to watch somebody carry water with a colander. Like he was dead ass trying to keep up and didn't write none of this shit down, didn't fucking mark it in a book. So instead of actually having something to say, he has to wait for you to say something again. You got to put more water in the colander and hope that some of it stay in that motherfucker.
Talking about explain it. Like, motherfucker, yo illiterate motherfucking ass. You probably can't even fucking read, motherfucker. The fuck?
God damn. That's tough, man.
She gotta explain it for him to debunk it. Sir, what?
Anna Snow? Jesus attracts ignorant motherfuckers, I swear. Like, you gotta be like somebody who, once you are confronted with what's in this text, you gotta be an illiterate motherfucker to continue believing in this shit. Like, you have to be illiterate or illogical or immoral. The three eyes. That's the trinity. Tanya. I mean, fucking prove it, Chelly Boo.
I ain't gonna lie, I think that was fire as fuck.
Yeah, I was writing it down just now.
Like, they get on my motherfucking nerves. Like, literally, he was the one fucking arguing. Y'all motherfuckers will watch bitches come up here and act a fucking fool on this stage and expect me to just take that shit. Fuck all y'all. Ain't no motherfucking way that I'm gonna let a motherfucker continue to talk over me, fucking yell, not allow me to get a fucking word out. Fuck every last one of you scary motherfuckers. Shut your dumb ass up. Go take your ass to a fucking reading comprehension class. Your prayer don't work on me, dumb fuck. I'm not a believer. Your prayer is diminished by your doubt. You pray to your God and you have to have you can't be lukewarm in order for your God to fucking answer your prayer. If you have an ounce of doubt, your God does not pick the fucking line up. So I don't believe in your God. Your fucking prayer doesn't work on me. Scared than a motherfucker sitting in the chat talking shit. You think you got so much motherfucking power? Bring your motherfucking ass on stage. Get the fuck out the chat. Fucking thugs for Christ. Get on the stage. Scary
I think they
motherfucker.
might have to pray the anxiety away first. I don't know if they can do that.
That's what they are, thugs for Christ. They came out the fucking woodworks. Like, they've been sitting in this live all fucking night, scared to come up, and then a fucking nitwit comes on stage doing all the fucking yelling, and they come out the woodworks to talk shit in the fucking chat because y'all too fucking scary to do what the fuck he did. Shit crazy. You can call me whatever the fuck you want to call me. You won't get on stage because you know that your ass don't know what the fuck you talking about. You can call me a bitch. You can call me a goat. You can call me a swine. You can call me a demon, a witch, a Jezebel. I gives less than two fucks. You won't get on this motherfucking stage with my ass. The only reason y'all running, the only reason why your God saying don't give what is holy to the swine, because your God knew he was giving y'all bullshit. He knew that what he was calling swine was intelligent motherfuckers that would debunk the shit as soon as you brought it to them. And that's what the fuck y'all scared of. You scared because you can't defend this shit with logic. Y'all, half of y'all don't even pick up the fucking book to read it. A motherfucker got on stage today talking about Jesus as his God, and then saying, I don't like reading the Bible. I've never read the Bible. But I read the Bhagavad Gita. But I don't read that 9 times. The Bhagavad, what is it? I read that I read that 9
Begita
times.
Margarita.
The Bhagavad Margarita. He said, whatever he said, I read that 9 times. But I don't want to read the Bible. Like, you motherfuckers don't even read the fucking shit that you claim is your God. You claim your Jesus is the word. You bitches don't even go nowhere near this book. The baklava with Cheerios. Like
Speaking of baklava, we do have super chats.
okay. Like, they fucking ridiculous. And then, like, the shit that they defend nonsense. This motherfucker gonna say that the blood made a new pathway for them to get right with their God. And then point out that before in the old covenant, nobody could keep the law. In this new covenant, they still can't keep the little laws that they have. They went from 613 laws to 10, and these motherfuckers still fuck the fuck up. And a human being has died so that they could only get 10 laws, and they still fuck the fuck up. Y'all, you still can't get right. And then his dumb ass said that he is right with his God as a right sinner, wearing a crown as the number one sinner. Y'all are fucking dumb. And then you dumb fucks get in the comments because you are part of a fucking gang. You clap his dumb ass on as he says that your God died so that you can keep sinning. You stupid fucks. I can't stand disrespectful dumb motherfuckers. I'm gonna cuss y'all out every fucking time. Not that Bible, Jason. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Still send free over here. Again with the $10 super chat. Drop and create a 6,000 BC God bars. Blood on the blanket, blood on the door, blood of a whore. We'll get a new whore. Blood on the first and blood on the birth and the virgin before. Loving God. I like that one. That's bars for real. Um, Again with the $10 super chat. He wants to go to the scriptures. Ha ha ha. Let's read it to him for the first time. And that's what happened. That's literally what happened. That's why he said, explain it so I can debunk it. Because he had never heard that shit. He didn't know that book said that his God could not do miracles because of the unbelief. He didn't know that his God admonished the disciples for not having faith. That he asked for people to have, like, if they had faith, and that it was their lack of faith that caused the miracles to not happen. He's a dumb fuck. $5 super chat. He eating soup with a fork. That's the type of mind he has. And that motherfucker is slightly scared of yeast. What the fuck? Also, $5 super chat. W also. Like, the crazy thing is, I even asked Selena and Oso not to even mute his dumb ass, so that he can't say that he can't talk. Y'all are muting me. Like, I asked them, don't mute him. Let him talk. I even allowed him to interrupt me, and even tried to get him to acknowledge his fucking behavior while he was doing that shit. Like, the substitutionary atonement allows motherfuckers to not pay attention to their own bullshit. Well, I have to do that because The whole point of deconstruction is so that people can see what this fucking belief system is actually doing to the person. It's these conversations in here are not about the talking about scripture. What is this belief system doing to your fucking minds? What is it doing to how your morality and how you treat people, how you fucking behave, your lack of accountability, your awareness of yourself? You don't have to have any of those because Jesus died so that you don't have to pay attention to you. Jesus died to make you a minion to police other people where you just fucking excuse your own shit. You chill, motherfucker. If you don't like it, get the fuck up out of here. Peach Timber. I don't know. What do you mean you have a scripture to prove? That's not what this live is for. When you come up here, you pick one of the topics. If you
Well,
if you have a scripture that you want to prove, you're gonna have to go live on your own live.
well, I have scripture to prove that Jesus did actually keep the law perfectly.
Well, I
If you
mean,
will allow me to.
a scripture can say it, but we're gonna look at scripture and show where he broke laws. Like the scripture saying he kept the law perfectly, that's the claim. Looking at the law of Moses and looking at the things that he actually did, that's another thing. That's validating that claim or invalidating that claim. That's what that discussion is about.
Would you give me 30 seconds to present?
No, because
Would
I
it be?
already know. Because I already know the scripture that you're talking about, where it says he kept the law perfectly. Again, that
No,
is the claim.
no, it's not that one.
That is the claim.
No, but it's not
That's
that
the
scripture.
claim that he kept the law perfectly. That is the claim. Did looking at the law, how Jesus lived his life, did he keep the law of Moses perfectly? And that's going through the laws, not just a scripture that says he did.
I understand, host. Could you give me 20 seconds of your time?
No.
So you're scared.
No, because that's not the fucking topic. Look at the claim. We're looking at the claim. Did Jesus tell his disciples to steal a donkey? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is it against the law to steal?
I, Jesus, love you, although you can't and will
Is it
never see
against
me.
the law? Was it
I
against the
honor
Mosaic
life for
law?
sins that you
Was
were
it
not even
against
born.
the Mosaic law for to steal? Was that in the Mosaic law?
I just said yes, but if you will allow me to
So then
explain.
Jesus did not keep that law. Sounds like you're scared. So
I'm not
Jesus
scared.
did not keep that law.
So I sneezed and I'm scared.
So Jesus did not keep that law.
I just need 20
Answer
seconds
the
of your time.
question. Did Jesus keep that law? Do not steal.
In that particular case, no.
Exactly. He did not. When the law that says that you have to pay retribution if you destroy someone's property. When Jesus allowed the demons to go into the swine, the herd of swine, and destroyed someone's property, did he pay retribution for that? First off, did he destroy someone's property?
Why are you just reading off all these things? This is not
Because
what
that's
I'm
the
here for.
topic you came up to fucking talk about. Did he destroy someone's property?
Somebody just said I need a sign and
Answer the
twins. Yes.
fucking question or get the
Allergy
fuck
season.
down. Answer the question or get the fuck down. Because you didn't come up here to actually talk about that. And this
I
is what I
did.
mean this is what I mean when I say y'all are scared. You're scared to actually examine these fucking claims. That topic is about examining the claim of Jesus following the law perfectly. And that means looking at the laws and looking at your Jesus's life in these stories and validating or invalidating where he actually followed the law perfectly. You are afraid to do that. You are not answering questions. I don't feel like fucking yelling at you scary ass Christians all fucking night. So get the fuck down unless you are going to participate and answer fucking questions.
Host, I have to confess.
Go to confessions at the fucking Catholic Church or some shit. Go in your secret closet and confess to Jesus. Y'all are not fucking okay. I'm telling you, black
Yeah,
black atheists really got it out because there's no fucking way we can have conversations like how the white community has been able to have about this God because their fucking lives, their whole entire identity depends on this fucking belief. Like and then like they are so fucking unintelligent to the point like they can't understand basic concepts. Like it's just it's infuriating. It's y'all are insufferable.
yeah. The fact that he wanted to break into like a theatrical monologue, even that little piece that he did in trying to answer one of the questions, it's like, bro, you really just want to get up here and like perform, and that shit's weird.
Yeah, like I can prove that Jesus followed the law perfectly. Let me read the scripture that says he followed the law perfectly. Like that's what I mean when I say like low comprehension, like low intelligence. Because stating a claim when the question is asking to examine the claim is a waste of fucking time. It's a waste of time. And then y'all come up here and you do shit like that and you think it's funny because you can't defend it. It is your insecurities. And I would rather that you insecure motherfuckers not come in here. I don't like being around insecure ass motherfuckers. I don't. I don't hang out with insecure motherfuckers. Like, ain't none of my friends insecure at all. I don't hang out with insecure motherfuckers. You most definitely are not insecure. Like you have a lot of confidence to be telling the dad jokes your ass tell. Like you have a
Damn,
lot of
that's kind of crazy.
you have a lot of confidence. Ain't no way you
Hello.
insecure.
You must be a Christian.
Yeah, hold on.
Hmm?
Let me say something right quick. Hold on. Go on mute. Somebody sent me something today where there was a person in the community on a live. Mind you, I just met this person. I just met this person. Followed this person from somebody else's live in the community. And this person was on a live saying that basically that click shit, right? That me and Zena and Mama Bash and Lords are the mean girls, the mean girl clique. That we don't let other women in our clique. The I feel like we continue to yes, Mama Bash. Mama Bash is even a mean girl. And I feel like yeah, yeah. I feel like the more these conversations happen and our platforms continue to grow, there's going to be people who uh get envious. I think it's insane because there you can do everything that we did. Mama Bash started going live what maybe 5-6 months ago, and her program has grown, and to be on a live calling Mama Bash a mean girl is just in fucking sane. And to do that tells me that comment came straight from envy, because Mama Bash is the nicest out of all of us. out of all of us, I can understand somebody calling me a mean girl, but not Mama Bash. I can understand somebody calling Lorts a mean girl, not Mama Bash. Even Zena, not Mama Bash. That's how I know that conversation that was being held on live, and I have the videos because it was screen recorded, is coming from pure envy. But I say this to say that it's the same bullshit that go on in y'all churches, and then y'all come over here to deconstruct. Don't bring that shit over here. Don't bring that shit over here. And then the reason that we don't allow everybody in the Discord is for shit like that. Nobody wants to be around that shit. That is why we deconstruct. That's why we're deconstructing. We don't want that shit around us. Don't bring that shit here. You might as well stay in church. Sabina, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Deconstructing?
Okay. There are 4 topics on the board. I'm sorry you had to hear that read, but the I don't know. It's something about the black community in this God that makes people lose their fucking minds when you don't believe in the God and you're black. And you feel like you have to fight like you're like in the fucking wilderness or the boxing ring uh to even just discuss your lack of belief.
You're telling me that there's an issue for the point that you want to have free will and choose what you believe in?
What do you mean?
Because of you're saying that the black community, it's hard to voice that you don't agree with that or you don't believe in that because it's just like supposed to be something you believe in. Because like last I knew, like religion was a choice that you need to make personally, or belief, I guess you could say.
Well,
Anything you stand for.
well, given the fact that it was handed to our ancestors during slavery, and it's the thing that our ancestors hung on to that got them through slavery. It's passed down as tradition, and so
Okay.
when we go against it, it creates this sense of going against the community because that's our God, or it creates this anxiety because of hell, right? Hellfire and brimstone. But what I'm saying is, I'm sorry that you had to hear that rant that I just did because of the anxiety that is on 10 because these conversations are new in the black community.
Right.
It's not normal, and people are reacting, and I get it. Like I get the reactions because the fear. I was scared than a motherfucker when I first started deconstruction. I get it, but I was never rude to a motherfucker for because of my fear or anxiety that I was having asking the questions that I was having. I don't understand. I understand the anxiety. I understand the fear. I don't understand the rudeness and the disrespect. Like I don't get it. But which of these 4 topics did you come up to discuss?
I honestly kind of just wanted to take part in the conversation and see kind of like
I don't allow
where
that.
you stand on stuff.
I don't
I don't
allow
know.
that. I actually don't allow that. Like, if you didn't come up to talk about one of the 4 topics, I have to move you back down to the comments. Okay.
I mean, I can if you want to ask me questions and stuff.
Well, that's
I'll
not how
talk
the
about it.
platform works. So what I'm going to do, Sabina, I'm going to put you back in the comments, and you can see how the platform works. And if you then want to participate in a conversation, just come back up. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
This is why I can't wait for Bar and Easy to let me know what day we can do our crossover. Because that live will be directed at the black community, the black Christians, because the conversations, like, it just has to happen. This shit is fucking ridiculous. And then AEX posted a clip of me having a conversation with a black atheist that called in, and she asked, do you have problems letting black people know that you are a Christian? And we talked about that. And there were a lot of black atheists in the chat talking about how they get treated by their families when they let their families know that they're atheists. There were a lot of black atheists saying that they cannot tell their families that they're hiding and that they're in the closet. And then there were black Christians in the comments saying that we're lying, that they don't care, that we don't believe in their God.
That's a lie.
Since when? If you don't care, then why the hell are you flipping the fuck out over these lives? Huh? Since when y'all don't care? Since when is it like Tuesday morning for one of your black family members to just be like, nah, I don't believe in God? And it's just like, oh, okay, you want some bacon? Since the fuck when? Like, y'all just lie. Y'all are oblivious to your behaviors, oblivious to how you within your belief system is affecting everybody around you. Y'all just lie.
Ooh, can I make a small announcement?
Yeah.
Guys, look out for my movie. It's coming straight to DVD in December. It's called Mean Girls. It's kind of a parody of Dream Girls, but it's all my favorite ladies in the deconstruction space. And it's just about how we're taking over Motown.
Now that was good. That wasn't a dad joke.
I still got it.
I don't know why you tell those dad jokes and you know it fucks with my autism. I be feeling bad too. Like you put me in the position to feel bad. I be feeling like a bad friend because I can't laugh. Like I don't I don't know why you do it to me.
I think the lamer it is, the funnier it is, and especially if you don't get it, then it's just like,
Yeah, I feel like you be
that's funny.
torturing me on purpose. I feel like you do it on purpose to torture
Oops.
me.
If it makes you feel any better, my dad hates the way I talk, so you're not the
What?
only one.
What?
You're like, man, just talk straight, man. Talk straight.
What does he mean? Talk
All the
straight.
extra stuff, man.
Well, when you go yerp, when you do that.
Yeah, he doesn't like those kind of things either. But the like roundabout way that I make points and stuff.
You
Less
be
words.
so you be torturing your dad on purpose?
I just be being me. Unfortunately, we not compatible in that way.
You are a trip. Super
And a
King, I don't know
half.
why the
Don't forget
fuck.
the
Like
point
you are
five.
like this is the shit that I be talking about. Like you were on stage. I gave you every opportunity to participate in a fucking topic. Why the fuck are you constantly requesting to come up on stage? Like you are fucking obsessed. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. Y'all are not well. Y'all are not well. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. No, because people need to see their behavior so that they can deconstruct. Like believers need to be able to see what Jesus does to the mind. Like it's a lot of fucking work. I'm not gonna lie, dealing with these people. But in order for people to actually see the effects of the belief system, these people have to be able to do what they're doing. They have to be allowed to do this shit. Like it is dry. It's insane. It pisses me off. Like I can't stand for people to be rude to another person for no fucking reason. Now it's different if you deserve it. Like if you're rude first, by all means, go to fucking hell on their asses. But to engage with a perfect stranger from a place of being rude for no reason, I don't care if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, if you're a believer. That shit irritates the fuck out of me. Because why are you talking to this person disrespectfully when they haven't said anything disrespectful? I don't understand it. I don't get it. And it irritates the fuck out of me no matter who does it. I have to get away from it. I don't get why human beings do that shit. You found yourself in an unfamiliar world. It's okay. Settle, little lioness. I'm not in an
Why can't
unfamiliar
you play
world.
Uno with Mexicans? They always steal the green card.
You see what I'm saying? These are the type of children we're raising. This belief system, like this is the effects of Jesus, or the lack of effect of Jesus. However, if you believe that Jesus died and his blood, like he got up today, he rose from the dead 2,500 years ago. This is the effect. Our children today at 3:00 in the morning are doing shit like that. Where is your Jesus? What the fuck is his blood doing? And y'all don't care because you're so wrapped up in yourself. Hey, he don't play about me. That's all y'all care about. He don't play about you. Where all the Christians go that was talking shit in the chat when dumbass was on stage? It's 630 people in this room. Where y'all go? Y'all waiting to talk shit when another brave Christian come on stage? Where did Chili Bob go? Cherry Bob, whatever her name was, that was talking shit.
Cherry.
What was her name? Chili Bob?
I thought it was like Shelly something.
Shelly Bob, Chili Bob, whatever her name was. Where's she at? Where all those people that was praying for me? Where y'all at? Y'all in here. It's over 600 people in here. Black Knight, you not coming up here. You had a chance. Whatever your name is, you had a chance. Use your prayer. The same prayer that y'all claim that y'all are doing for your God to open my eyes. Pray that same prayer for your God to make me bring your ass on stage. If that works, then my eyes will be open.
Damn, if that works, then he would prove you wrong.
Yeah.
Thus,
That will open my eyes. That they pray that my eyes be open to the truth of Jesus. If Jesus can bring his ass on stage, then my eyes will be open. Then why don't they use their prayer for shit like that? Like pray you praying for your God to open my eyes and change my heart, but you can't ask him to change my heart to bring your ass on stage is insane. I also think it's hilarious that when I put that out there, you took your request away. Does that mean you have faith that he won't answer your prayer? Is that why you got out the request? Did I give your God too hard of a task? I'm just trying to figure out like why he hopped out the request that time. Yes, it did. It just came back. But you know what they'll do, Ali? When you go to church, they'll point you out, right? You walk into the building, they'll point you out and they say, God, you right there, you come here, you come to the altar. I can hear the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is telling me that you have a demon of fornication. Come on up to the altar so we can get that demon out of you. They'll cast that they not scared to face demons in the church. But y'all hiding in the demons chat online.
Help me stop hunching, Jesus.
Yeah, the thing that was pissing me off is that every time I would say, you are still a sinner, he would say, I never said I'm not a sinner. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, a lot of them are in religious psychosis, and it is sad.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That like answer that he gave, where he was answering from the perspective of Jesus. Like, dude, you are weird. Like, you are completely lost in the sauce.
That I think they do think that they are like their Jesus. Like they put themselves, like if you notice, they always put themselves in like high position of either being one of these people in this book reincarnated or being a high principality in the body of their Christ. And I think that has a lot to do with self-esteem issues. They're not feeling chosen in their real life. Like, no, human beings have not chosen them or made them feel chosen. Their mama hasn't made them feel chosen. Their daddy hasn't made them feel chosen. Their brothers and sisters haven't made them feel chosen. No significant other has made them feel chosen. So they're going to choose themselves. And them choosing themselves is them claiming that they are some high level in this spiritual world. And they become so engaged in this, spiritual delusional reality that they create. And I think some of them really be fighting for their life. Like I really do believe that because of this, because they feel like this is the only thing that makes them feel special or gives them some sense of self-esteem, that they get so angry because the people around them have failed them. The humans in their life have failed them because those humans probably don't even know how to actually love or could be afraid of failing to love, because you could get it wrong. Like you make mistakes. We're human beings. We're going to make mistakes. But being afraid to make a mistake so much that it paralyzes you and that you don't even try, I think that's worse. And that's why we have a whole bunch of people who are in love with this invisible God, i.e., themselves.
Yeah, I think you're on to it right there. It's their way of like self-soothing because they don't learn any other ways to kind of try to regulate those big emotions. Um, and when so much of your, especially your self-worth, is tied up in it, then having to like glare at the obvious inconsistencies and wrestle with that, like it's obviously going to destabilize them, and without having that way to self-soothe, then you're just kind of stuck in a loop of like bigger and bigger emotions, which is kind of sad. But at the same time, like, y'all, Pressure went to the beach today, so he just gonna sound like this tonight.
What the hell is he doing? Like, I mean, what did he do today?
Sleep.
No, you said he went to the what?
We went to the beach.
Oh, so he's tired. He is knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, there were alligators in the water, so we didn't stay in the water very long. But he had a good time.
Oh,
Rosie, are you up here on purpose or on accident? Rosie, I swear I'm probably the only live on TikTok that has almost 700 people in the room with people scared to come up and talk. I don't. I doubt that there's any other live that has this fucking problem. Other than nitwits, nitwits would come up here and not provide any value, but a fucking show, something to laugh at. Like I doubt that there's any other live host that has this problem. Do I change during the day? Asking do I want you is kind of crazy. Like are y'all waiting on me to call y'all out like they do at church? I don't know what y'all are waiting on. I don't know who you are, so I'm not gonna call you out. I ain't Jesus. No, it's okay, Rosie. I'm not Jesus. So I'm not gonna call you out and tell you to come up. The guest box is open. There is the way to come on stage is to hit request. If you have something to add, you don't have to be debating me. I don't debate. This is you could be opposition, but that is for us to discuss it. You can be agreeing with us, adding more to the thought, right? Sharing some research, sharing the scripture that we may not have read, talking about it in modern times, like in how does it affect the world? How does it affect you? Um, like this isn't. You don't have to know scripture. It's okay. Um, I'm not against. I'm not here to say that I know everything because I don't. It's okay to have a lack of knowledge as long as you are willing to fulfill that gap. But if you are somebody who is willfully ignorant, I don't have the tolerance for you. If you are willfully ignorant, like Super King, I don't have the tolerance. So I prefer people like Super King not to come in here because I don't want to talk to you. But if you're a believer and you see it differently than me, have the expectation that I'm going to defend why I say what I say. I'm going to use scripture. I'm going to use uh, archaeology. I'm going to use historical context. And I'm going to say, here's why I'm saying this. The text says this. Jesus did X, Y, Z, yet the claim is this. Why, how are you saying that Jesus followed the law perfectly if he broke the law? Right? I'm asking questions that I want to know the answers to. And I want the answers. What I want to see is if somebody can make this shit like if you can explain to me logically why I should overlook this fucking contradiction. Right? You may not be able to reconcile the contradiction, or you may be able to reconcile the contradiction. But if you cannot reconcile the contradiction, explain to me logically why I should overlook the contradiction. It doesn't say he broke the law, but if I look at his life and I compare that with the laws of Moses, he broke laws. The claim says he followed it perfectly, but when you examine that claim, he did not. That's what I want to talk about. But I think that scares you all because you just take the claim and take the claim as fact and you don't investigate the claim. That's what I'm doing. I'm investigating the claim. Hey, Quan.
Good morning.
Buenos dias.
Hey, Pressure. And also,
How are you feeling?
hey, Selena. Listen, I'm okay.
Equine.
I'm on break from sleeping. So, this happens. I'm in and out all the time. But I actually was talking about this earlier. So, um, it's the critical thinking skills that are lacking, right? We don't scrutinize the claim. Yeah. So I looked at in Jesus breaking the law, I got it from him, having contact with human uncleanness, right? The law details what is supposed to happen when you touch human uncleanness. So there was him touching the leper, there was him touching a corpse, and then there was the lady with the issue of blood that touched him, right? Um, what do you think about those incidences there? Because that's where I observe, like, okay, well, this is what is supposed to happen. He's supposed to go to the priest. Um, you know, he's got to make atonement for that, and until then, he becomes ceremonially unclean, right? But they go, well, when he touched him, he healed him. Like, but okay, he still touched him. And then what I was told yesterday was, no, Jesus, that's under the Levitical law, and Jesus didn't have to follow the Levitical law. And this is a lot, packed in a lot. But if Jesus didn't have to follow the Levitical law, then why was he circumcised uh, after, you know, the law in Leviticus? And why did he tell the man to go show himself to the priest after the law in Leviticus? So
I mean, he literally
we're
quotes that one of the greatest commandments of the law is a Levitical law. Love thy neighbor as you love yourself. That's a Levitical law. And that's one of the greatest commandments. Like, what do they mean?
He said he was following after the law of Melchizedek. And I'm like, so what is the law of Melchizedek? Where's that at? I couldn't get no answer, thinker.
Yeah, it was empty. They didn't say a word.
They just say anything. The When they say he didn't have to follow the Levitical law, then they negate the claim that he followed the law perfectly. Like, I'll ask them, did he participate in the sacrifices? No, because he was God. Well, then he didn't follow the law perfectly. How
You
how,
think
how
too
can you say
much.
that?
No. Right, that's what I mean. You think too much. He couldn't have, but I guess they're saying like the Levitical law is only for the Levites, and because he's not a Levite,
Well
he's not
then,
beholden to the law.
guess what, Quan? If the Levitical law is only for the Levites, then everybody can be gay, but a Levite,
Shut your mouth.
because the homosexuality law that they think is homosexuality is in Leviticus.
Well, it's open season now. I'm about to go get me a girlfriend. I'll mess her up. Yeah,
Like, they just
that
say
was so
shit.
weird for them. Just saying shit. Just saying shit. It doesn't make sense for them to, when you question them about like their activities or what they think, the first thing they're gonna say, we not under the law, we under grace. And then as soon as you say something about some same sex relationships, they want to take your ass back to Leviticus 22. But under the
That's what
law.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, there is no foundation. Visha, no, homosexuality is not a sin. The uh there is no foundation to the shit that they say. This is one thing that I've been discussing is their claim that people couldn't follow the old law, so Jesus had to die. Which is what the conversation I was trying to have with dumbass Coolio on stage. Like, that motherfucker was dumb. But the conversation that I'm trying to have with people who believe in this God is they constantly say we couldn't follow the old law. We kept sinning against the laws. It was 613. Nobody could have kept it. It was impossible, right? So Jesus had to die and fulfill that law. And when Jesus fulfilled that law, that released them from the requirement to follow the Mosaic law. And so all they have to follow now is what they call the moral law. in their understanding, the moral law are the 10 commandments, because they haven't recognized that 4 of the 10 commandments is ceremonial law. That's love your God, like no idols, keep the Sabbath, no blasphemy, love the Lord your God, right? Like there's 4 that teach them how to honor and worship Yahweh. And then there's 6 that tells them how to love an Israelite. Don't lie. I mean, don't perjure an Israelite. Don't covet an Israelite's property, his wife, his house, his cattle. Don't sleep with an Israelite's wife. Honor your Israelite parents. And then don't steal an Israelite's shit. And then number 6 is, I always forget one. Which one didn't I say, y'all? No murder. Don't kill an Israelite.
Eat yogurt on a
So
Tuesday. Oh,
Also,
I agree with Oso. I'm sorry. Yogurt is delicious.
don't, yeah. So there's 6 that tells you how to love an Israelite like yourself. And then there's 4 in the 10 commandments that tell you how to love the God of Israel with all your heart, soul, and might. They don't fucking realize that shit, right? So when I asked them, well, how in the 2 commandments that you're saying that Jesus gave y'all, they say we only have 2 now. And I say, well, how do you love your neighbor as yourself? Because when it's said to the Israelites, it's love an Israelite. Now your belief is that Jesus said love everybody like you like yourself. So how do you do that? They go, what, they don't fucking know. And then but they say that they still sin. You got 2 commandments, and you got these 10 commandments. That's 2 greatest. The 10 in the 10 commandments. That's 12. Then y'all went all the way back to the Levitical law to pull homosexuality and add that to the 10 commandments. So you have 13 fucking commandments from the old law that you bring to this new covenant, and y'all still sin. And y'all are still saying it's impossible. It's impossible. We are born in sin. We have sin nature. We're going to sin. You have the same fucking problem. Now you want to say, okay, bye. Okay, bye, because I'm telling the truth. You still sin. You still will say, I'm not perfect. You have the same problem, even though your Jesus died. Even though he died for your sins, you are still saying we can't keep the law. And there's only 13. 600 of them. 600 of them, Jesus died to get rid of 600 of them for you. Left you with 13 of them, and you still saying it's impossible. It's
But didn't
impossible.
he say it was easy?
He said it was easy when it was
Why did you saying
613.
that?
But now they're still saying it's impossible. And so I don't see the difference from the old to the new, other than they had to sacrifice goats and lambs. They had to buy a goat and a lamb, and confess their sins over the animal, and atone for their sin. They had to do that yearly. They're like, well, we don't have to do it yearly now. We don't have to buy an animal. We don't have to sacrifice an animal anymore. Jesus is our sacrifice. Jesus is our eternal sacrifice. Don't you know a motherfucker told me yesterday, Quan, that Jesus is eternally fulfilling the law as he sit on the right hand side of his Father. So I said, okay. I said, if you steal something, is Jesus paying retribution, double retribution for the thing you stole, as he sit on the right hand side of your Father? He goes, yep. I said, okay. If you lie, is Jesus dying for your lie in eternity, right? Today, if you lie? Yep. Oh, okay. So when you have a wet dream, is Jesus performing the purification ritual to make you clean when you have a wet dream?
You said he is fulfilling
Damn
this law,
nocturnal emissions.
huh?
Them damn nocturnal emissions.
Right. Which is in the Mosaic law. When a man has a wet dream, he is unclean. And for you to say to me that your Jesus is eternally fulfilling this law for you so you don't have to, that means when you have a wet dream, Jesus is wiping his dick. Jesus is going outside in the camp and purifying himself so that you can go back into the camp. That doesn't make any sense to say that he is constantly fulfilling the law for you eternally and paying the retribution fees and doing the atonement eternally. That makes no sense whatsoever. They just say shit. But like I
Doesn't
said,
it say there exists no sacrifice?
yeah,
Like after you continue, after you've been, tasted the goodness of God.
yeah, I know how many viewers I got. I know how many people in the request box, motherfucker. Like I've been live since fucking 11 o'clock. Now y'all want to fucking rush me? No. No, like I said, it's been hundreds of people in here all night. Now y'all want to talk shit. Now that I'm talking shit with my friend about your God, no. Y'all been sitting here hate watching all fucking night. You can wait until I'm done talking to my friend.
Well, they've been waiting on Jesus for how many years now? They can't wait 5 minutes. Calm y'all's asses
Like it don't.
down.
They want what they want when they want it. Like I don't know, and they don't get it from Jesus. I don't know why they think they're gonna get it from me.
Mm, say that.
I'm an on time thinker. I'm an on time host. Oh yes, I am.
Oh, yes, she is.
I may not call you when you want me to, but I'll be here right on time. And if your ass is still in the request, then you will be brought on the line. Oh, I'm an on time host. Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, yes, she is.
The
That's
only
actually the second song in my movie coming out.
the only time they want to talk to me is when my dad was a preacher, and one thing my dad used to say when he preached, "If I hit you, I sure didn't mean to miss you."
Mm,
The only time
mm.
they want to talk to me is when I think they feel hit because I'm bringing up the fact that they say we couldn't keep the law, so Jesus had to die, but we still sin today. And that they still got the same problem from the old law to the new law. You still got the same fucking problem.
But what was the death of Jesus supposed to do? Because anytime you are looking, is there a space? Now, here's my question: is there a spot in the law that atones for future sins?
Well, Jesus is the one that does that. Jesus prepaid for their sins. He paid for all the sins of the world, right? So think about uh, he had an atonement, unlimited atonement debit card, and he prepaid for the sins uh, of all of his chosen. They don't have to pay for it because he did it, no matter what it is. Like, they don't even know that there were sins in the law that did not require death. They think every fucking sin required death.
Mm,
You know what else I noticed, Quan?
what's that?
Okay, so when they talk about homosexuality, they say on Mama Bash's Live, they'll say homosexuality is worse than adultery, or they'll say that they are the same, that their God hates both of them the same. And I'll say, well, what does your God say about homosexuality outside of Leviticus? Because they believe Leviticus is a condemnation against homosexuality. So I'll say, aside from Leviticus, what else does your God say about homosexuality, and how does He punish homosexuality? If you can, you give me examples? And of course, they go to Sodom and Gomorrah. And then when I show them that Sodom and Gomorrah is not about homosexuality, that it is about a war crime, when I point out that it says that all of the men of the city rounded the house, small and great. And aside from one dumb fuck, when I ask, are you telling me that the children wanted to join the orgy with these
Mm,
two men? Only one dumb fuck said yes. But they typically will recognize that this is a war crime, and this is all the males in that city defending their city against foreigners. So they abandon the idea that the homosexuality is the cause of Sodom, and then I'll take them to like Exodus 16. So that isn't a the God destroying people or judging people for homosexuality. So I said, well, can you give me another example? And they typically cannot. So I'll ask, well, how many times does your God address adultery?
Mm.
It's in the Ten Commandments. Homosexuality is not listed in the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments that he wanted in the Ark of the Covenant, the Ten Commandments that Jesus wanted y'all to bring forward to the New Covenant, it does not say, thou shalt not lie with a male as one lies with a woman. Thou shalt not lie with a woman as one lies with a male. Or thou shalt not commit homosexuality. That's not in the Ten Commandments. And then I'll take them to Proverbs 6 and 6 through 19. 6 through 12, and list the 7 things that Yahweh hates. 6 things Yahweh hate, and the 7th is an abomination. And we'll talk about those, and I was like, these sound like the 10 Commandments. Like, these are the 10 Commandments. It even in the 6 things that he hate, the 7th is the abomination. It doesn't mention homosexuality. So, but he's mentioned adultery twice now, and the things that he wants you to make sure you obey, and the things that he hates. And then when David committed adultery, he punished David. He killed David's baby.
He had a thing for David, and it's weird.
Yeah. He killed David's baby because David committed adultery. Right? Like, it sounds like this God hates adultery more than 2 men sleeping together.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. But they don't recognize that. They don't recognize that their claim that their God is just against or just despises 2 genders being together ain't supported by this book, ain't supported by their God's actions at all.
Mm.
At all.
Well, it has to be because, you know, if uh if it's not, then how can I stand on my self righteousness? You know, how can I say that I'm doing the right thing and you're not? If God don't really have a big issue with this. Like a lot of the conversations that we have are just, dealing with people's own self righteousness and how they think that they can condemn others. Heard somebody said on the panel and say, "Well, I'm not gonna call your sinners." Well, you can't call nobody a sinner. The law is a covenant with a specific group of people. If I'm not under that covenant, I can't violate it. You mean to tell me that I can be at home living my life and now I'm breaking the laws in Australia? Them laws don't have nothing to do with me because it was never issued to me. This is a covenant with God and a specific group of people. And the new covenant as well, a covenant with God and a specific group of people, where He reaffirms and validates the law. And I guess, it'd be the self righteousness. I'm right and you're wrong to the point where they're willing to lie about even what the Bible says to try to be right about a thing. I think that's the inherently harmful to their theology. It messes that they want to push.
Hold on for a second, Quan.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Give me just a second, y'all. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Now, while thinker gone, you hear me?
Do it.
Get your notes. Think about what you want to say. Think about what you want to ask.
Did she just leave me unattended with her alive?
Uh oh.
Okay. Simon says, everybody put your right hand on your head. All right, take it off. Whoop. Simon
No, you really did
did
get me.
say.
You really did get me. You dirty as hell for that. Oh,
And Joette,
oh my word. I got your back, Selena.
All right. Oh shoot, I'm asleep. Hold on.
damn, have I been gone that long? Also reminds me of Kalu.
I
I mean,
wasn't
I
gonna
know
say
we
nothing.
twins, but spiritually, I'm that nigga daddy. That's kind of crazy.
Oh shit. It be the giggle sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But he got that from me.
Not him being a laugh copier. Hell no.
Sorry,
Every
y'all.
part of him that reminds you
Yes.
of me is me. Thank you so much. That was lovely.
Sorry about that. My
You good?
daughter.
Welcome back.
Yeah, my daughter came in here talking to me. I was trying to listen to both of y'all at the same time, but I had to go and talk to her.
Well, Selena was asleep the whole time, so nothing to worry about there.
Oh goodness. Like this is what I mean when you can kind of tell the type of conversation a person is gonna, I swear they're just so low, so low. The the person that's begging to come on stage, his response was she had to go poop. That's how I know that that person's conversation is going to be a waste of, like, they're going to be more so the 3D part of deconstruction. Like they're going to come up here and they're going to be the example for what this God does to the mind of a person.
Mm,
Like, and those conversations just be so taxing. But it tells you exactly the mindset that person has, and that we can't look forward to an actual intelligent conversation with that person. And they're probably a child. They're probably like 20, 21,
allegedly.
allegedly. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be shocked if they came on stage and they were in their 40s acting like that. And they probably would be uh, somebody who identifies as a Hebrew Israelite with that response. Just from my um, experience in having these conversations, and how, like, watching how they behave and the things that they say in the chat. Like, if 9 times out of 10 that is a 21-year-old, somewhere in their 20s, low 20s, and if they're not in their low 20s, they're an older male who identifies as an Israelite.
Mm. My question is always like, what do you think is appealing about your behavior that would make me want to be like you? You say you're being like your God. I'm observing your behavior. Like, what is the most appealing attribute that you have? Like, I'm able to have a conversation with somebody, disagree with them, and not fundamentally be crashing out. I don't have to lie. I ain't hooting and hollering and carrying on. You know, um, why would I want to now become like you, the way that you're behaving?
This is, remember I said they lack critical thinking skills, because this dumb motherfucker think that I said 21 to 40. He said she just covered all areas and will claim she is correct, whatever the outcome. What I said was, you are either a young male in your low 20s or a dumb fuck older black male who identifies as a Hebrew Israelite. That's what I said. I did not say in between the ages of 21 to 40. You lack critical thinking skills.
Mm. Demo, don't make me fight you. Okay? You want to talk about my height? I'm the tallest giant. There's even a song about it. Um. So, think, are you ready to pull up a new guest?
Yeah.
All right. I wanted to come up and water the garden a little bit and chop it up with you for a second. Um. Have a good live. I will be here. I'm gonna play Animal Crossing until I fall asleep because I
Have a
can't
good
walk around
one.
and do things. Might as well enjoy life.
Have a good one.
All right. Good night, everybody. Or good morning.
See you later, Quan.
Later.
Tootie or Zuri, are y'all in the box? Tuda or Zuri, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Everybody else that was in the request was on the wait list. You're in the box on purpose. Hey, Tuda, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. You're deconstructing, correct?
No, I'm actually an atheist.
Oh, okay. I didn't think you were a believer. Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
Why am I responsible for Adam and Eve's sin?
Okay. What are your thoughts?
I wanted to speak more like in the current society, sort of. I think there's two reasons why I guess believers think that we're all responsible for Adam and Eve's sin. And I think one of them is that collective punishment is a great way to control people for generations. And then that intertwines with like keeping us reactive instead of proactive. And I'm really just going to speak like historically. Um, like, for example, sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous because that's a hell of a point you just made.
Oh, thank you. I have to write this down because I'm really bad at explaining. I'll lose my train of thought. Um, but like during like 9/11, for example, like it was obvious that like all Muslims or Arabs or whatever demographic they were trying to push the narrative to weren't terrorists, but because they like became this face of a tragedy and because of like misinformation and xenophobia and the lack of media literacy, the demographic suffered for generations for this one atrocity that happened. Same thing with like COVID. There was a lot of like Asian hate going around because of the misinformation about where it came from. And even if it did come from a certain area or region, obviously we shouldn't like punish every Asian person or Chinese person or whatever the case was for that. And like speaking to the current genocide in Palestine, because of the previous collective punishment of Jewish people, it's now a justification for the now collective punishment of the Palestinian people because especially when the genocide was first coming to light, like in the media and all those things, because obviously it's been going on for a long time, but it just more recently became more known. People felt like they couldn't speak out without being called or seen as like anti-Semitic, which is a fair concern, but it wasn't obviously happening in that particular context that we're speaking of now. So I think naturally people are in defensive mode and they're not able to see the broader complex picture of what's happening in front of us and how we're being pinned against each other. And it distracts us from basically fighting capitalism, which goes back to being reactive instead of proactive in our current society. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I agree with you. I do think that collective punishment has been a proper tool in to keep the people tamed and obedient. It also protects these systems of capitalism and patriarchy and allows those that are in control to pull certain levers whenever they need the people at each other's throats, right? Instead of paying attention to when those that are in charge have to fight amongst each other because they don't always agree. But if they are fighting amongst each other, then they can't pay attention to us. And so I think the the levers basically it acts as a babysitter or um, a disciplinarian for them to be able to handle whatever business they have to handle as the so quote unquote leaders. And if we're at each other's throats um, constantly, then we're not actually seeing who's causing us to fight amongst each other. And like we can't see who's holding the systems up. Does that make sense? Like we won't point the finger and call out what it is that we actually need to call out because we're busy fighting each other about the so-called moral standards or societal norms that those in charge have created just for the purposes of control.
Yeah, it's very frustrating when people sort of put a face to something rather than seeing it as a system or like a complex idea or something that we're conditioned to feel and react to. But it just turns into, oh, it's the white man, oh, it's Muslims, oh, it's Asian people, oh, it's poor, it's people being lazy, they're not working, and that's why they're stuck in that position. And then it becomes a thing of like, the collective punishment is now anytime you voice injustice or oppression, it's seen as victimhood or something silly and stupid that doesn't make sense and doesn't account for the nuanced conversation that we all need to have to fix the world, because it's a lot.
Yeah, like the you just want to sin. Like even like having these conversations in here. Like this is why I be constantly saying that believers to me feel like the minions of the system. They're the ones that keep people from recognizing that that the belief system is the narcissism that they are being abused by um, or being infected by on a daily basis. They're feeding themselves or drawing uh, motivation from the narcissist source, right? And so when someone says or someone calls out this system, those within it who are the minions say, "Don't listen to that person. They just want to sin," or um, "Don't listen to that person. They're not a true Israelite. They're a fake Israelite, or they're not a true Christian." It it serves as a way to uh, quiet dissent or to stop people from dissenting and bucking up against the system that is considered to be the God at that time. Because I don't even think that the way I see the gods is multifaceted. Um, Patriarchy is a god. White supremacy is a god, these are the systems. Capitalism is a god. And the believers of these systems who think that these systems need to exist or who believe that they're getting benefit from the system or are have some type of hope in benefit from participating in or obeying these systems, whether that be eventually arriving at a peaceful and loving society. Those are the ones that hold up the system and the ones that quiet dissent or uh, convince people to not dissent. And they do that with the you just want to sin. Um, you won't, that's why you don't have a husband. the racist remarks, like jumping up on live and just calling people racist remarks, or even I would go as far as the fight for status of trying to identify who the real people are in this book. Even that is helping to hold all three of these gods up. And I think like just like honestly that might be the trinity, the patriarchy,
Yeah.
supremacy, and um capitalism.
Yeah, and that also made me think of another reason why we're responsible, or not even we're responsible, but like what the Adam and Eve story kind of makes us think is that we are hopeless. And because we're all going to be punished if we speak out or we're different or whatever the case may be, it keeps us hopeless, which keeps us in the collective punishment and keeps us in the control of the elites. I don't even want to say elites because that's just
Yeah,
like
it
a
sounds so
but
conspiracy theories. Like
yeah.
even
And also
that.
it just feels like, yeah, it feels like I'm saying they're superior, but obviously I don't think that. But and also just keeping us in the reactive state instead of proactive, because there's just a lot of things that we could be preventing, but because we're not seeing the bigger systemical issue, it's we're not able to be proactive. We're always going to react to that one controversial thing that that person said, or it's always, again, like I said about putting a face to something, but it's the wrong face. I don't even think it's a face. Yeah, it's not a face, it's a system. I don't understand. But yeah, it's to keep our morale down so that we don't come together, we don't build community, we don't um gravitate to our own resources rather than outside companies and other forces that we don't need. We don't need them. We are obviously the bigger collective, but we cannot act as one. So it seems impossible, but that's exactly what they want you to think so that you'll keep running on the hamster wheel.
The crazy thing about it is like they deployed the tactics in this book on society and history, and they continue to use history in right in front of our faces, and they tell you that history isn't that important, right? Like my son begged me to take him out of African American history because he was like, it's boring. And I said, you need to, beyond what your teacher is teaching you need to learn uh, African American history so that you can know what tactics was used against our community and what strategies our ancestors used to maneuver and to survive. Because history repeating itself isn't just a cliche. Those that are in charge use history as a strategy every single day. The very fact of indoctrinating people into this text and the stories in this book is them using history as a way to control people. And so, if we look at the story of the Tower of Babel, in that story, the people were all one, right? Like you're talking about us coming together as one. The people were all one, and they were able to uh, invent brick and mortar so that they could build better structures that had a better foundation, right? And they were able to build a city for them to all have shelter and resources. Like they were able to do that. The god comes down, and the god goes, oh no, the people are all one, they speak one language, which that whether that language is the language of peace, they are all speaking the same language, whether that is the language of empathy, the language of shared resources, right? They were all on one accord, and they had the same mindset, the same goal. They were speaking one language, therefore they could build a solid foundation. That's them, and that solid foundation is them inventing brick and mortar, right? And so the God doesn't like that. The God does not like that the people, as one, can do things that are impossible right? He says that if they continue this way, there's nothing that they won't be able to do, which would make the God's power irrelevant. The people would see themselves as just like the God, right? And so what the God does is he confuses the language, which is synonymous to or analogous to those that are in power, who are seen as the ones that who has the authority that you look up to, um uh creating culture wars. If we saw during 2020, um Clarence Thomas's wife got caught paying a PR company over $20,000 to create culture wars so that it would help her some of the uh issues that were at the on the table at that moment. And then come to find out her husband was presiding over some of these issues like abortion and DEI and all of that. So she, in order to create this culture war so that the elite could talk to each other and deal with whatever the fuck was on the table, she paid a PR company to sow discord and to a community that had just come together over George Floyd. We were all together fighting for um, Black Lives Matter. And so that wasn't a good thing for the elite. Oh, the people are coming together, coming up against the system. And so she created culture wars and had us fighting about abortion rights, about DEI, about homosexuality, about trans rights. And we've been fighting about that shit since 2020, right? And under our noses, they reconnected with Donald Trump because they had originally moved away from him in 2016. They didn't want him to win in 2020 because he was uncontrollable. He wasn't obeying their plan. And so he was going to mess up their plan then. So they did not want him to win. So they moved away from him and started pouring their money into Biden so that they could focus on getting the lower courts and the state level in place. They needed to get all their people in place then. And then they moved back to Donald Trump. But while they were doing all of this shit, they were doing all this shit right up under our noses. We were fighting with each other about abortion rights, about LGBTQIA, racism. Like, she tried to start a race war, like everything. She paid him over $21,000 to get us to fight. And it fucking worked. And that's what the God does in the story of the Tower of Babel. He changes the language. The people don't understand each other. They can no longer work together. And so this God sees that as a better way to manage humans than having all the humans on one accord who no longer need him, who no longer have to look up to him. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? No longer have to worship him. Because with the basically, if you can do what the God do, then the God becomes irrelevant and the God dies. Like, the belief system dies. Does that make sense? Like, they use this book as strategies in our everyday life, and we don't even see it. Because what we see, we've been indoctrinated to see it as inspiration or holy or spiritual. And anytime a believer talks about that story, they go, well, the people was trying to get to heaven. God punished them because they was trying to build a tower to heaven. And nowhere in that story does it say that shit. That he got mad at them for trying to build a tower to heaven. It explicitly says these people are going to be able to do whatever they want. They're going to be unstoppable. Let me confuse their languages. It explicitly says that, but they ignored that.
Yeah, it just that reminds me of like all the tactics they use in slavery so that people couldn't communicate, like telling them they can't speak their language, giving them different names, obviously physically separating them, physically, mentally, psychologically, all those things, breaking them down to where like I said, feel hopeless and they can't do anything. And it's just sad to see like the picture, and like there are people that do see the picture too, but like we can't, it's not even that I don't want to say we can't, but we don't do it. There's this creator on TikTok, She was doing like a March 7th, and she was like preaching all the things I'm basically saying about going to your neighbor for resources and over consuming, only buy what you need, in like response to the EP files. And I just thought it was a great idea. She had like Discord and things of that nature. But people were just in the comments, they were like, this isn't gonna work. This is only gonna last one day. This is only gonna, like, we don't need that. Because either way, we're going to die. We're going to die. And the world's not gonna get any better if we sit on our ass. Like, it's just not. And it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of talking. It's going to take a lot of struggle. But if we want something to happen, we have to make it happen. Like, I don't know what people think is going to happen. Like, how do you think you have rights right now? Do you think people just sat on their ass? No, they went out and they marched. No, they went out and they went to jail for you to be able to speak, for you to be able to vote, for you to be able to breathe. I don't understand what, I don't, I really don't get what people think is going to happen when they sit on their ass all day and not say anything and continue to just go to work and run on the hamster wheel forever.
They're used
That's
to other people fighting for them, right? Or
mhm.
dying for them or sacrificing for them. And what they'll do is when the people uh, with the ability to do the fighting, the courage to call things out and question things and, fight for change, they'll take credit. They'll say, we did XYZ. While they're saying right now, while we're in the middle of these fights, they're saying, this is not my home. I'm only here temporarily. That's not my burden to bear. But, they hold, this is what we talked about this on Mama Bash's Live today. They're okay holding two contradicting stances at the same time. They'll say homosexuality is a sin because, or homosexuality is bad because of the survival of the human race. They'll say that their God told them to be fruitful and to multiply. Right? We need more humans. That's why homosexuality is a sin. And then when we talk about the humans that are here and the state of the world and fighting to change that for the humans that are here, they'll say, this is not my home. Jesus is going to come back and destroy the earth. They're holding two different stances about the earth, about our reality at the same time. And so honestly, I don't think they can fight when they have, because they're double-minded, right? Like in this text, their own text says that a double-minded man is unstable in everything he does. So because they are holding the mindset that humans need to the earth needs to populate, but also at the same time the earth is they shouldn't care about the earth because it's not their home and it's going to be destroyed. Those aren't the people that you want to fight for you anyway, because they're unstable, they're double-minded, they have no fucking foundation. They're like on a seesaw and they can lean either way. But when the people who are able to fight for change it, they're going to be the ones that's going to say, we did XYZ. They're going to take credit for it.
100%. And also, they just get to keep their comfortability and privilege. And then hopefully they just cross their fingers, just like they just pray and they just hope everything's going to turn out all right. But at what cost? Like, what is that doing for us right now? And I also think that people, because they haven't seen a system besides capitalism, like a lot of people haven't been like out of this country, like me included. I really want to see outside of this country to get a feel for the other systems. But they think that because they haven't seen another system, that there can't possibly be a better one. Because if there was a better one, then we would be in it. And they've already thought of this. And that's why communism doesn't work and socialism and all these things. But really, those systems didn't work because America kept interfering with people who were trying to create those systems for themselves. which is another thing that like people just swear that America is the best, and this like sense of patriotism and pride for a country that literally destroys everyone in its path for the sake of power. It's insane that people don't see that part of it as well. And I think it's the same thing with God, obviously, that they think God is the best and God is good and he'll do this and he'll do that, but really he just basically destroys anything in his path or anything that goes against his system. And then it's seen as like this noble honorary thing, but it's really just fear mongering. What is the word? Fascism? I don't know. There's many words for it, but
Yeah, it's definitely fascist. I agree 100%. It was something I was gonna say about. Oh my god, I done lost my damn train of thought. Um, Goodness, it had to do with the shit. I hate when this happens. Oh
yeah,
god.
I'm writing stuff down and I still can't remember some other
Yes.
things that I was going to say.
Thank you, Dazzle. The fear of the different systems. When we all went to the Red app and the surprise that everybody got because we were indoctrinated into the belief that China's economy was the most oppressive and those people didn't have what we had, right? They didn't have the freedoms that we had. And when we all went to the Red app, we all realized that we were lied to. And then we learned that America blocked the information from getting to us. We learned that they had been telling China that the average American household made $123,000 a year. Like they have been lying to them about our quality of life. And
I feel it's the same with Canada too, I think, but I'm not sure. At least with their healthcare. People always say Canada's healthcare is really bad, but I don't believe that.
well, I don't know if it's really bad, but I know they have free healthcare, like unlimited healthcare. I heard the system. I heard it takes like a long time to get an appointment because it's free, but I think the fact that we won't look outside of uh what we are currently in for the fear of like what we've been told is out there, you know. It's like being scared to go outside because your parent told you that the world is a bad place, so you are afraid to go out into the world. Here in America, I feel like I feel like the God is American. Anytime I talk to a believer, their concept is always American. And I- we have been so fear-mongered about the rest of the world that we won't go outside and explore, or we won't go outside and play. And you have people who will hop up on my live and just yell shit like communism is bad. And then when you ask them to tell you what's bad about communism, they fucking don't even know what communism is.
They barely know what capitalism is.
Yeah.
Even so.
Yeah. And that's how the indoctrination worked. Like even how they approach atheism, they've been told that atheists just want to sin. Atheists are the ones that's committing all the murders. There was a 21-year-old on Mama Bash's live a couple of days ago who said he said it with full confidence. Atheists have killed more people than any other demographic of people on the earth. And so I asked him, I said, okay, let's validate that claim. Let's test that claim. And so I pulled out this PDF where all the religious wars have been uh, tabled and the body counts of each religious war. So I'm naming them off. And by the time I got to like 300 million people killed in the name of Christianity, he said, I stand corrected. Because he thought that Stalin, because Stalin was atheist and Stalin had killed like 30 million people, He thought that that was the worst in history, and he had not looked at his own belief system um, to you know, to even see if that was a valid claim that he was spewing off. But Christianity has killed, in the name of this God, way over 200 something million people in religious wars.
Yeah, and they say the same thing about gay people. They always want to assert this over sexualization of the LGBTQ community. Like I've had multiple people, because I'm bisexual, and people have just told me that I'm greedy or that I'm like sexually promiscuous and I just want both genders or whatever. Just silly things. It's just, and then that's like collective punishment, but like based on a lie. Like versus like the other historical things that I mentioned, like those were based, like they had not based. I don't want to say based because obviously not justified, but like you can see where the concern is, but the application of the concern to everybody is the problem there. So
Yeah, this is another place where they're holding two different stances, right? They their belief system is based on their God not seeing Gentiles, which they are, as clean, uh righteous, seeing them as impure, sinful, inferior dogs or swine. Because when Jesus is saying, "Don't cast your pearls before swine," he says, "Don't take what is honorable to dogs." Or he's talking about Gentiles, and then he says, "Don't cast your pearls before swine." He's talking about the Israelites who tread on, the good news or whatever. But this God originally saw these Gentile Christians as unclean, sinful, unrighteous, uncircumcised, right? But the God changes his mind over time and learns that these people are not that, right? And so he takes these people into his covenant and they become his people. They have no expectation for their God to do that for the LGBTQIA community. What they once thought was not natural, what they once thought was harmful to humanity, what they once didn't understand about the different intersex, different genders of people, they refuse to allow themselves or their God to grow and change, the same way the God grew and changed and his mind about their dirty asses, according to God. Like to them, they were dirty, nasty, filthy, unclean. They hold a double mind when it comes to that, and they are afraid to venture where what they've been conditioned to be normal. um and I think the reason is because those that were in power at that time needed this God to accept the Gentiles. They needed the Gentiles to accept this God. Let me say that correctly. They needed the Greeks and the Romans, the Babylonians, the um you know, any nature that wasn't Israelite to accept this God so that they could control the lands that they were conquering. Because had they continued to conquer and allowed the people to keep the gods that they were already worshiping, it was getting a lot for the emperor. It was getting to be a lot because he had to keep up with all these different festivals and cultures, making sure that each land paid their taxes to the Roman imperial cult. And so streamlining it all into one God made it easier for them to manage all of these different cultures and lands that they were conquering. So they needed the people to accept this God. And so today people are afraid to venture outside of what those in charge have indoctrinated them into believing is evil or unnatural. And this is why they think they've been told that atheists eat babies. And despite the fact that in this book, their God is telling the Israelites, you're going to eat your own children. The atheists are the ones offering sacrifices, despite the fact that this book, it is the Israelites offering human sacrifice and child sacrifice. There, no other nation is doing that in the book. Like, and even if the other nations are doing it, it explicitly says that the Israelites were doing that, right? They refuse to look at any of that. But what they've been told is it's atheists that offer sacrifices. It's atheists that eat babies. It's atheists that's starting all these wars. It's atheists that's having abortions. It's atheists. Like, that's what they've been taught. That's what they want to believe. And no amount of information is going to make them see it differently because of their fear of venturing out, their fear of seeing and learning something different.
Two things. Hopefully I can remember both of them. I don't know if you've ever seen, like, there's a certain type of these certain types of Trump supporters that, like, this is gonna make sense, but they'll be like, oh, we like trans people, or like Republicans or whatever. We like trans people. Yeah, you could be a Trump supporter and be Latina. Like, come to our side. We're nice. We're this. But then they'll vote against the interests of the very people that they're saying that they accept. It's kind of like a mean girl situation. They like inviting Katie to the group, but really they're kind of making fun of her. Like, they're just doing things at her expense. And like this, it's just because of this long game of telephone that like people keep, I don't know if I'm getting off track, but the long game of telephone that people keep having is a really big problem. And like also just platforming people who spread misinformation, and like they're being validated, and like facts are just completely like almost useless when we have certain conversations. Like, the way people can just say that things are an opinion and that's just my opinion, that's just my belief, that's just that, and it doesn't have to be rooted in anything, is why the conversations practically go nowhere, because it's just like, well, I have this opinion, so that's it. You can't say anything to me. I don't need to look up anything. And that's like speaking to what you were saying, is why people are not open to being wrong, because you can't be wrong if it's an opinion. But like, we're not talking about broccoli or pizza or whatever. We're talking about things that scientists, like, I hate when people like discredit science. People have went to school for years to give you the information that you need to be using, but you're going to choose this book that has multiple authors, that has been edited several times, and isn't even rooted in any sort of scientific anything that applies today. It's just, well, that's the book, that's the belief, that's God, and that's it. That's the conversation. And it's like, oh, you don't understand because you're not a believer. I don't understand because it's not logical. And I don't know why people will use logic in some scenarios. Like, for example, obviously you're going to use physics to fix your car. But for some reason, when we're talking about the Bible, oh, physics, nah, it's God, it's God. Like, I don't know why, like, the application of things is off. Everybody's just applying things that don't belong and not applying when they need to, and it's ridiculous. I hope that was on topic, but
Yeah,
I kind of went
no,
off
that
tangent.
that makes sense. I don't know if you heard the conversation the other day where the lady was saying that Jesus said, "Oh, I am the law." And then when I challenged her to show me where he says that, she realizes that she's reading the Messenger Bible, and the Messenger Bible is a modern day translation, and that the text doesn't actually have Jesus saying, "I am the law." And what she thought was him saying, "I am the law," was Jesus saying that men in authority have authority over the Sabbath, and they've changed the Sabbath before, violated it before, and excused it. And then she went to saying that Jesus saying that he came to fulfill the law and not abolish it. Abolish it is the same as Jesus saying, "I am the law." And so as we go back and forth, and we're dealing with facts, right? The words in the text, the definitions of what the words mean, looking at the Greek. She then says, well, it's my opinion. And because you're not a believer, you can't understand. And I tell her, like, we're not discussing opinion here. And that's how y'all wrote people into this belief system, because you deal with opinions. And that's why there's 45,000 different denominations, because y'all rather deal with opinions than actually deal with the facts of what's in the book, the historical context, archaeological evidence, which still has to be interpreted, by the way. But y'all rather forego all of that and just deal with opinion only, because that no one can tell you that your opinion is incorrect. And that's where they want to stay. And then when they start saying, oh, you can't understand because you are not a believer, that's a tactic that Jesus used in this book, and it's narcissism, which is why I say Jesus was a narcissist. There were a lot of narcissistic traits and tactics that Jesus used in the book to shift blame of, you know, the story is saying that people were asking Jesus to prove his claims, and he would then down talk them, yeah, or he would tell them that he don't have to because they're not chosen, right? This is exactly what believers do today.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me think. Um, I just, I don't, as far as like just going kind of back to the beginning a little bit, as far as like what you're talking about, the story of Babel, right? It was the story of Babel.
Yes.
As far as like, I guess I don't, I don't, I don't want to say I'm trying to like put a close to the conversation, because my brain's just kind of going a lot. But as far as like solution wise of like how we can communicate better to like keep the unity and like the community, I guess. Do you have any thoughts for that? I don't know if that's this
Like,
conversation, but
say that again. Like, what are you asking?
do you have any thoughts of like how we can break this communication barrier between like people who see the picture and people who don't, I guess? Since
Honestly, these
like obviously.
conversations is my
Mhm.
attempt, like, to understand. Like, I don't think, unless we are willing to come to the table and understand each other's perspective, I don't think that um we can have a good communication system. I think we first have to break through this fear that you cannot question this deity. You know what I'm saying? Um
Mhm.
yeah, I think we just have to keep having the conversations. They are working really, really hard to try to shut these conversations down because they feel uncomfortable, and they're not used to them. Um, but we have to continue until we are able to respect the perspectives of one another. And then I think we can start talking about how we can work together. Zena and uh, AEX both had a topic asking, can atheists and believers of any God set aside our differences, work together so that we can stomp out uh, Christian nationalism. And every time, every believer that joined that conversation said that they would not work with us unless we gave credit to their God.
What?
Yeah. They
That's
said,
ridiculous.
yeah, they said we can't ground morals. And it doesn't matter if we do good. We're not doing good. We're not saying that the good we do came from their God. So the good we do doesn't count. And so every last one, there wasn't one believer who said that they were willing to work with us, put our differences to the side, work with us to fight against Christian nationalism, unless we give the glory to their God.
The thing is I can understand why people believe, because like rumors are very powerful, and this is all this religion is to me, is just a bunch of rumors in a game of telephone that people have been playing. Like it's not even like like I do think there's a literacy issue there, obviously a comprehension issue, very much so, but also just like the oral tradition is like a really the biggest thing that I feel like is the problem of why people think that the book says things that it doesn't say, or like it preaches this peace, love, kumbaya bullshit that it actually doesn't say. Um, but God, what was I even getting at with this? But like, I don't know why it's not the other way around, why people can't see why we don't believe. Because it's like, why would I believe something that I can't see, I can't interact with? Like someone who loves me, who doesn't even introduce themselves, who will watch me get hurt and abused and whatever the case may be, and literally not step in, literally not say anything, um, to watch multiple atrocities over generations happen and not even send a letter or anything, a call, I don't know, a text, just something. I don't know why it's so ridiculous that we don't, that it's so ridiculous that they can't believe that people don't believe, and they can't believe that we wouldn't give credit to something that we literally cannot experience in reality at all.
I don't understand it either. That's why I have these conversations, and hopefully one day I will understand where they're coming from. Not necessarily like their reason for participating in these conversations is to convert, and so they see it as unnecessary or a waste of time if they're not winning a soul for their God. Um, but I can only just continue asking questions, and hopefully I'll come across believers, who are willing, to be open-minded. But most of the believers that we've come across in these last 3 years, unfortunately, they're not ready for the type of conversations and that we're having. Um, but I can only just keep the hope alive. But I agree. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I super appreciate you, um, speaking every night for a lot of hours. You put in a lot of time and effort into obviously having the hard conversations. Because even I'm uncomfortable with having these conversations, even though I know that we obviously align on a lot of things, because I listen to you speak. But like, still, I don't even like talking about God per se, because I don't like how people react to opinions that, have some validity. But it's just it's uncomfortable. I feel like it's uncomfortable for everybody, but at the same time, it's refreshing to say something, because not saying something is honestly just as exhausting. Like it's so exhausting watching people say stupid things all the time in justification for this book. And then I just know so many people that are like um obviously black and you know social justice warriors, but still follow this book, and it's just that's another tangent, but yeah.
This is one of the reasons why I like my neurodivergence because I think it gives me the because I'm not afraid to say if it's facts. And I don't quite understand, like I get anxiety, I get it. Um but I think my autistic brain is blocking me understanding why facts scare people, because in my brain is saying it's a fact, right? It's the truth. It's proven, it's evidence. And so that's why I can do it without fear of judgment, if that makes sense. So I think me being autistic is what's protecting me from that fear and making me go into a hole and just, not say anything. Um, because I don't have that fear of speaking on it. And I've never felt the fear of speaking on it publicly. I think I've always tried to respect, or like I've walked on eggshells so that I respect people's belief. I've done that before. But it wasn't out of fear, because I've always seen it as, well, I'm only speaking facts. I'm not speaking opinion. So I don't know if it's because I'm autistic that I guess I'm shielded from that fear. I don't know. But I do get it that even non-believers have fear of having these conversations because of being ostracized publicly, by society or their family, and that's valid. Um, Believers can be very cruel when it comes to defending their belief in a God. And so I completely understand that. And that's why I don't think everybody should, or everybody can. Let me say this. I don't have an expectation for everybody that deconstructs to start hosting lives or hosting conversations with their family. I think if you deconstruct and you feel safer deconstructing and not putting it in the face of your family's members and trying to bring them along, I say more power to you. Just do that, because this shit is not for the weak. I don't think people should be going to their mama and daddies and saying you need to deconstruct or look what I learned. I don't think that everybody should do that and or could.
Yeah, at first when I like finally just like knew that I was like atheist, I was like, really, honestly, I was almost anti-theist. I didn't want anyone to believe in any like organized religion because of the obvious contradictions and like problematic ideas. But as I've gotten older and like matured, obviously, it feels like when I watch your lives, it feels like you're not asking for a lot, like to like ask like answer simple questions or like just not lie or gaslight. But at the same time, it's kind of like their whole world would be shattering beneath their feet if they agreed with you. And I think that's like really sad. And that's why it's so hard to deconstruct. And then there's obviously like so many other things they have to think about, like fear and, like you said, ostracization. And it's just, it's very complex. But I obviously I'm not anti-theist anymore. I don't, more power to them. But yeah.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not anti-theist. Like I'd say, I don't care if a person has a belief in a God. I care more about what you believe that God is teaching you or requiring of you, as it pertains to society, yourself as a human, and uh, other humans, animals, all of that. Like, what is the belief that you hold because of the God that you believe in? I don't have a goal of making everybody atheist just because I'm atheist. I don't think that deconstruction always leads to atheism. But I do think that if you have a belief in a God, that should be personal to you. Like whatever you believe a God is to you, requiring other people to accept what you accept about a God in your life. I don't quite get that. I don't know why believers need other people to believe with them. Um, and so I think people should keep their beliefs to themselves. And of course, because Christianity, Islam, Judaism didn't do that, they went throughout and became imperialist nations and conquered and indoctrinated and required people within the nations that they conquered to adopt their gods. It's on it's free game, right? If you believe in it or not, because it's so prevalent in our society, and it affects uh, everything that we are, even if we're not a believer. That God belief affects our day-to-day life, and so we have to talk about it, because it's not they're not closed practices. um, but if you have a belief, like a lot of people come up here and say, oh, I'm spiritual, that to me means that they've constructed their own personal belief system about what they consider to be supernatural, what they consider, you know, that how that supernatural belief affects them. I think they should keep that to themselves. There's no need to share that with me. If you do share it with me, I'm going to ask questions. It's going to get scrutinized. And if you don't want your belief system scrutinized, I think you should keep it to yourself and not try to force others to live by it.
Yeah, and I had to learn that. I felt really angry when I feel like this is off topic. I don't want to get into a thing. But I agree. Now I agree. Before I didn't, but now I do agree. And
I mean, you can
I
say what you
do.
want to say.
Oh, I was gonna say that when I like, decided to be atheist, not decided, but I was like angry how much you're kind of gaslit. Just it's not even. I just felt so angry for people that were kind of like, I don't want to say tricked, but yeah, it kind of feels like everybody was tricked, and then it's just like a large collective of people that have been tricked in a sense, at least with like how they have been interpreting the information and then also just like spreading it around. I felt like everybody needed to know that this was a lie and how is everyone, but
Yeah.
it's not that simple. It's not. It's not that simple.
Yeah. Yeah. And when we first started doing these deconstruction lives, it was for us. Like we were just researching because we had questions, and it was just for people deconstructing. But then believers started demanding to be a part of the conversations, and they were saying, you can't talk about our book without us being a part of the conversation. Like they wouldn't leave no matter how many times we told them that the live was only for people questioning their faith. And now they whine about you know, the platform has grown, and now they whine about being a part of the conversation that they beg to be a part of. But yeah, I don't like in my day-to-day life, because my family is very religious. I don't just throw up in their face that, you know, their Jesus, isn't real or whatever. My mom sent her usual Easter text today in the family chat. I didn't respond because and she knows that I'm atheist. Like I didn't go to the Easter dinner because this is your holiday. Like what am I there for? Y'all are there to celebrate your Jesus down on the cross. Like I don't uh I would love to see family and hang out with family, but this is your day. There's no need for me to be there to ruin it. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't I respect boundaries because I expect my boundaries to be respected when it comes to them trying to force their God on me. And they've learned to respect that. They don't do that anymore. Before they used to, and we would argue all the time, and I would have to enforce that boundary. And it didn't feel good to have to block family members who didn't respect, my boundary when it came to their God and their belief system. But we've learned to do that, and we've learned um to be a family and be able to be in the same room, the same house, have dinner together, laugh with each other. Uh, and it took a lot. It took a fucking lot, and it took a lot of years for them to see that I meant what I said. Uh, and this is who I am, and they can either accept it or not. And if they choose to not accept it, then they have chosen not to have a relationship with me, because what matters to me is me being able to have peace within myself, within my mind and my heart, and to be able to sleep at night, and not to be worried about some harsh shit you have said about me because I don't believe in your God, and crying because my brother has said such and such, or my mom has said such and such about me. And so I had to stop their access to me, that was allowing them to do that and make me feel uneasy within myself. But I definitely uh, know how hard it can be to be the only non-believer in your family, not having people to talk to about what you are learning, the questions that you have, um, is very difficult, and so that's also why I think these types of lives are necessary, and it's very healing, so that people don't have to feel like or stay within their own heads all damn day, talking to themselves and trying to figure shit out, themselves. It also builds a sense of community with like-minded individuals who necessarily don't see everything the same way. Like, we are a melting pot of perspectives, and that's respected. And we learn from, when we see things that we can learn from, we do that. And then when we see nonsense, we throw it out, and on an individual basis. And so I think these types of lives and conversations are a good thing, and a necessary step in healing humanity. Um, Not necessarily the only thing.
Yeah, I really like these lives because they're rare. Um, I feel like they're very rare, and I feel like even though I am atheist and like I don't ever see that particularly changing, I watch your lives to learn more just about the book and about what people think and then, like, see how deep the rabbit hole really goes. So I guess in a sense I kind of am deconstructing more just because like there's a lot of systems in the Bible that like correlate to now too. So I can like correlate that within my mind. But um
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
think too.
will
I'm gonna
yeah,
say this last thing.
sorry.
No, it's okay. I think too, a good thing, a good benefit of actually reading the text for yourself and researching for yourself is so that when believers come to you and they say, the Bible says, and they just start saying stuff, if you don't know whether or not it actually says a thing, it 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 it's not helpful in the conversation. Like, if you're actually uh trying to defend a something that is affecting life, like in our laws, like abortion laws or homosexuality. Like, if you don't know what the book actually says, you can be lied to by a believer and not know it. And when you read for yourself, and you can refute something, that's more powerful, right? Than just saying, "Oh, I don't believe," and the reason why I don't believe is because I've never experienced a God. That is a valid reason to not believe. But when you're having these types of conversations with people who do believe and use the book, the stories in the book, as a, to back up their belief and why something should be in society, it's good to know, or to have read what they plan on using against you. Does that make sense? So I think that's also a benefit. For example, Braniff was on Mama Bash's live this morning, and I woke up to him telling Mama Bash that Deuteronomy 21, verse 17, did not say what it said in English, and that it said something different in Hebrew. And so I pulled it up and read it in Hebrew and went up on the panel, and called him out on the lie that he was telling her. He was trying to repaint the image of the God by lying to her, using her lack of knowledge in Hebrew, and re-imaging the God with the lie that the Hebrew says something different. And so if they know that you have a lack of knowledge in a space, they'll utilize that lack of knowledge to lie to you or make themselves sound uh, authoritative, so that you will accept what they're saying as truth. But if you study and learn Hebrew yourself, which anybody can, when someone who knows Hebrew tries to do that to you, you can say that's not true. Yeah, I caught it because I took the time to learn Hebrew. Because not because I wanted to know. I wanted to know if the English translation actually says what it says in Hebrew, and I found so much shit that it does not. So much shit that they changed from the Hebrew to the English. But um yeah, so I think that's also another benefit of reading the book for yourself and studying it for yourself. If you're going to have conversations with people who believe in it and use it. Most of the believers don't necessarily read the book, but they will use the book as an authoritative uh backing or a to beat you over the head with it even though they don't read it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes a lot of sense. And honestly, I sometime no, I think I have been opposed to sort of like diving into the Bible extensively because I thought about just opening it up and just start rapidly taking notes on all the things I think about it. But I feel like I've kind of developed the believer complex where I just want to be stuck in my ways and I don't need to learn anything about the book or because I already know I don't believe. But really, I should definitely get into that. And I thank you for. I feel like this will definitely push me to actually open the book up and get to
You're
stimulating my brain.
you're welcome. I appreciate this conversation. It was definitely a palate cleanser. Thank you so much for coming up.
Of course. And I will try to come up for some other topics. I just felt like I could talk about this one more than the other ones. But thank you so much for having me. Thank you, panel. Thank you, chat. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You as well.
Prince Horace, I think it's interesting that when I mentioned that I learned Hebrew, your response was, "Oh man, now I feel like if I say something true, I'm going to be attacked." And then you said, "Peace out." I don't know if you still here. The fact that of me saying that I took the opportunity to learn Hebrew so that I could know what I'm reading, right? And validate that made you say, never mind, I don't want to talk to her. Are you still in here, Prince Horace? And your language was that you were going to get feel attacked because I know Hebrew. Like that's crazy. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Y'all need people to have a lack of knowledge so that you can manipulate and gaslight them because you operate in the unknown. Your God operates in the unknown. And what the vulnerable non-believer doesn't know, your God is most powerful there. The unknown of death, your God is powerful there. The unknown of uh, pre-creation, pre-life, your God is powerful there. But what we can see day to day, your God has no power here in our reality, in our physical world. And you hate dealing with the physical because the physical is grounded in evidence, is grounded in facts, is grounded in logic. But when someone is knowledgeable, you you lose power. You don't want to talk to them. They become the enemy. You don't know anything about the unseen. That's why I said your God is powerful in the unknown. You don't know anything about the unseen because you can't see it. I don't know why you asked that question, Bora Bora. That didn't even make sense. Your magic glasses is manipulation. Your magic glasses is what magicians use. I don't know who's in the guest box. If you're in the guest, Super King, I don't know why the fuck you in there. Your God hasn't answered your prayer yet. Your God has not changed my heart or my mind, and convinced me to bring your ass back up on my stage. So I have no idea why you in the guest box. But if you are in the request and you are not asleep and you're not in there on accident, can you please comment so that I can bring you up? Says the man that came up here. Well, you sounded like you were snoring, Arizona Ron. Request again. Didn't it sound like he was snoring?
Mm-hmm.
The the man that came up here to prove that Jesus followed the law perfectly doesn't believe in a God. That's interesting. Well, whatever the fuck you believe in, and that you pray to, it hasn't changed my mind about you. I'm not bringing your ass back up here. You wasted my time when you were on this fucking stage. Has the
Hello.
eye of horrors come back in here yet? Have they responded? How are you, Arizona Ron?
Very well. How about you?
I'm doing good. Good morning, Data. The horrors guy. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I am 57.
Okay. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I would say I'm probably something a little bit different than all of those.
Okay. To participate in the conversations in here, because they are centered around deconstruction of belief in the God in the Bible, even if
Okay.
you don't identify as a Christian. I'm not asking like whether you're religious or whether
Mhm.
you identify as a Christian or a Hebrew Israelite or whatever. I'm asking, is the belief in the God that you like, if you have a belief in a God or not, and if that God is the God in the Bible.
Most definitely have a belief in a creator. I would say I can't say I would say it's the God of a Bible, because basically all of the research I've done and all of the Bible reading I've done and examining other religions, um, I have never been satisfied with what I've read. And so basically what that did was that led me to go on a different search.
Okay, so
And
so you're
so
agnostic or spiritual?
no, that's the whole thing. I refuse to be labeled as anything that a concept a human came up
Okay,
with.
so even if you don't have the agnostic label, you believe in a God, just not the God we are discussing in here?
I would say that would probably be the closest aspect of it.
Okay. So unfortunately, you wouldn't qualify for the conversations that we have in here. So I am
Okay.
going to drop you back down, but I hope you have a great rest of the morning, okay?
Sure, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Simper, Miss Cray, are y'all in the request on purpose? I hate the way TikTok do that shit. Goodness. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, or an atheist, and you are 21 and up, the guest box is open. I'm going to go ahead and block you, Super King, because you keep requesting, and I've told you no. So you're gone now. That's just weird. What's her name? What's her name? Uh, Travel believes in the Trinity. Yes, I debated Elijah Johnson, and he cooked me on Genesis 3:22, and I now believe that the God in the Bible was being rhetorical and using irony when he said, "Man, the humans have become like one of us." Wink, wink. Elijah cooked me so fucking bad. I think it's interesting that Elijah cooked me so fucking bad that it made your ass come find me. That you're sitting at my fucking table, eating my fucking food and not Elijah's. Why the fuck you want to eat burnt food? Shouldn't you be at Elijah's restaurant, at Elijah's live, in Elijah's comments?
I can no longer follow you, thinker, since Elijah cooked you. So I take
I
my
think a lot
leave.
of people like burnt meat.
Seems that way.
Yeah. Exactly. The people that's coming over here are a bunch of incels. Like these are the the type of people like the guy that was on stage earlier tonight. That is those type of men. First off, they're all men. They're incels because what Elijah did, mind you, I've been calling his ass back. Like every time, when I was checking my YouTube comments the other day because I don't check them that often. I was checking them the other day, and I saw where a bunch of them, like 2-month old comments, like they've been doing commenting on my YouTube videos of the songs that I post for about 2 months, and I responded to every last one of them and said, all I said was, "Yes, come teach me how to debate. Come teach me how to debate." And I'm pretty sure some of them have come in here. I don't know who the fuck they are. Like I'm pretty sure I've talked to some of them, but the fact that they continue to try to antagonize me by saying got cooked by Elijah Johnson, cooked by Elijah Johnson, and every time I say, they be like, "Let me tag Elijah, tag him, tell him to come back." I mean, it should be easy. He cooked me once. It should be very easy. Like he keeps sending y'all over here. Like I don't know why y'all coming over here dragging another man's dick, another man's nuts. Like y'all just keep coming over here talking about what you believe or perceive Elijah Johnson did. Why don't you come cook me? Why the fuck are you hiding out in the chat talking about what Elijah did, holding Elijah's dick? All you gotta do is hop on stage, and then you can brag and say you cooked me. You're not gonna respond. I mean, how the fuck you think you gonna cook? You got to get in the kitchen, Sam. You can't cook from the fucking chat. Why why are you asking to do it from the chat? Wait, don't they books say for their God has not given them the spirit of fear?
That's what it say. That's what I read.
So what the fuck is happening here? What's happening here?
Smell like fear to me. If not fear, why fear shaped?
Y'all are y'all playing? Are y'all like dipping your toe in, hitting request, and then canceling it? Mind you, Horace has not responded since he typed what he typed once he realized that I can read Hebrew. And the fact that instead of you saying I'm not qualified, let me say this. Instead of you typing what you actually felt, you felt that when you heard me say that I don't know Greek. When you heard me say that I've learned Hebrew, instead of you typing and saying, man, now I feel like I'm not qualified to have a conversation with her, let me not go up. He comments and says, man, now I'm going to get attacked if I say things that are true. Let me go. Now it's not like I'm going to attack you. Hey Vessel, how are you?
Hey, Thinker. I'm okay. How are you? Hi, Selena.
Doing
Hi,
good.
Osa. Hi, everyone. I've been listening in the background, but then I thought I should come up and say something about the first question. I don't think Jesus kept the law perfectly because he had to get baptized unto repentance before the Holy Spirit came upon him. So I was just reading about it, and turns out John the Baptist had his own following, the Mandaeans. And if you look at the repentance requirements by Jewish law, it didn't involve baptism. And John the Baptist was only offering repentance baptisms. So if Jesus was perfect and kept the law perfectly, why did he need to be baptized? Why is it that only after the baptism the Spirit descended on him?
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Hold on, let me see something.
Because reading it, it says Jesus was actually a follower of John the Baptist. So, and then he rebelled and took his teachings and made them his own. Well, something along those lines. But again, it's another cult belief system.
So the way they say, I think verse 13 kind of solves that. Because then it says, then Jesus came from Galilee to John at the Jordan to be baptized by him. John would have prevented him. John would have prevented him? What the fuck is would have? John would have prevented him saying, I need to be baptized by you, and do you come to me? But Jesus answered him, let it be so now, for it is proper for us in this way to fulfill all righteousness. Then he consented.
He was not righteous.
John would have prevented. Oh, John would have. Okay, I get it now. John would have prevented him from being baptized because he
Yes.
said, I need to be baptized by you, and do you come to me? So that saying is John basically saying that Jesus is already righteous and doesn't need to be baptized into repentance, and that John is claiming he needs to be baptized by Jesus. And Jesus is saying that he's only doing it for ritual purposes, because it's to fulfill all righteousness. So I think John 3:13 through verse 15
Hmm.
covers the claim that Jesus needed to be baptized because he needed to repent.
But then why is it that he now gets the Holy Spirit after the baptism and not before, if he was already righteous?
I mean, that's a good question. I don't know, but what I'm saying is, because John says, I need to be baptized by you, and do you come to me? That's John making a declaration that Jesus was already righteous.
Okay.
And again, that's the claim, right?
Hmm.
And what the conversation that we're having is, did he follow the law perfectly? We can see in the text that he does things against the law. So he actually doesn't
Yes.
follow the law perfectly. But this claim that John is saying that Jesus, this is a claim that John is saying that Jesus is righteous already. Now, if we read the apocryphal text of John the Baptizer, John the Baptizer at Jesus's actual, when Jesus comes to John the Baptizer in that text, John refuses to baptize Jesus because he says, you are the one that's leading the people away. And John calls Jesus
Hmm.
a deceiver in John the Baptizer and his text.
Yes,
Yeah, so he,
because
go ahead,
the
I'm sorry.
mundane text also says that he refused to baptize Jesus because he saw Jesus as a troublemaker.
Yeah, he said Jesus was lying to people. And he gave Jesus a riddle, some questions to answer, and Jesus answered the way believers answer today, by playing around with words. And then John hears a voice from a different God, like the spirit of a different God. And that voice says, baptize, go ahead and baptize the deceiver. And so John
Oh,
goes on ahead and he baptizes the deceiver, and then a dove comes. In that in his text, and John and the apocryphal text of John the Baptizer.
because I always say that God never spoke to Jesus, and believers want to bring up the fact that the voice was God, but the voice is not identified. Everywhere in the text, when God spoke, it would be, and the Lord said, or and God said. Here we just hear a voice saying, this is my beloved Son, in whom I'm well pleased. There's no identity. But then if a voice in the other text is saying, um, baptize the deceiver, that's even more diabolical. Every day I'm learning something new.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me see when John the Baptizer was written. I have to sign into my ever end, because I want to see if it was written close to the book of John. Um, this sign, I gotta log in, and it's gonna be a second. But that is a good point, that the God in the Old Testament never really talks to Jesus, never talks to Jesus in the New
Yeah.
Testament.
No, he didn't answer any of his prayers either.
Yep, that's true.
This is crazy.
You ready to get in this box and defend your Jesus, ain't you? You mad? You mad? Mm.
What in the world? I can't even log in. Oh, Apple is forcing me to use my keychain. This is just fucking ridiculous. All these damn security checks. Oh gosh. Y'all, tell me, why is it making me log into 4 different emails to verify that I am who I am right now? This is so weird.
What kind of data breach have we had? What's
Right.
going on?
Like, what the fuck? This is new. Mm. And now the page won't even, I can't even get into my Yahoo account. What the I think Yahoo might be down. That's why I need the verification code for my Everend app. What I was trying to find out, I was trying to pull up this book. Actually, I got it pulled up on my MacBook, right? Nope. I don't know. I can't get into the Everend app because Yahoo is down. I was trying to find out what year the book of John the Baptizer was written, and if it was close to the Gospel of John, so I can see what the actual, if there was, if the idea that Jesus was called the deceiver before the gospel was written or after. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I was trying to see. But John's book does appear to be Gnostic. Like, it doesn't. It has some Gnostic tendencies to it. So I think that there is a strong possibility that there were followers of John the Baptizer who didn't like Jesus followers, and would
Yes.
have written that Jesus was a deceiver. But depending on when that text was written,
it could have been something that was developed later, because there was this disdain for early Jesus followers, because it said that they were doing horrible things in society. Celsus, who was a Greek philosopher around the year 248 AD, said that the early followers of Jesus taught his followers the worst characteristics of society. Like he taught them how to rob and steal and lie and so if Celsus at that time saw the followers of Jesus as behaving that way, it's very possible that the followers of John the Baptist didn't like the followers of Jesus because of for the same reasons. And that was around 248 AD. And I know the Gospel of John was written around 110, I think, between 110 and 120.
But the Pharisees didn't like Jesus either. The whole leadership, they didn't like him
Mm-hmm.
because he said some really disturbing things and went against protocol. So they also didn't like him. And I brought this up on my live stream the other day, that Jesus gave an animal sacrifice as was required by Jewish law. Luke chapter 2, verse 24. It says, and to offer, this is when he was presented to the temple, because he was the firstborn son. So he had to be consecrated to the Lord, and to offer a sacrifice in keeping with what is said in the law of the Lord, a pair of doves or 2 young pigeons.
That's not Jesus doing that, though. That's Mary doing that for purification. The women were to purify themselves after having a child, and because she had a male child, she had to offer 2 turtle doves. So are you saying that's Jesus doing that?
It says Joseph and Mary took him to present to the Lord.
Yeah, Jesus was a baby at this time.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's his parents. That's Mary doing that. Mary had to purify herself for 40 days.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not Jesus.
I thought they were doing it on behalf of Jesus.
No, it's to
It was
purify
for
Mary.
Mary.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, because it wasn't very clear, but then it looks as if it was on behalf of Jesus. Do you know what would be required for a female if the child was female?
I think I'm sorry, it's 40 days for a female and I think 2 weeks for a male. Hold on, let me pull it up. I don't want to state it incorrectly.
Jesus should have purified Mary by virtue. By the he was he was the son of God, I would think.
Leviticus 12 is the purification. If a woman, this is Leviticus 12:2. If a woman conceives and bears a male child, she shall be unclean 7 days. As the time of her menstruation, she shall be unclean. On the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. Her time of blood purification shall be 33 days. She shall not touch any holy thing or come into the sanctuary until the days of her purification are completed. If she bears a female child, she shall be unclean 2 weeks. As in her menstruation, her time of blood purification shall be 66 days. So it was double whatever time it took to purify yourself after having a male. Then it says, when the days of her purification are completed, Whether for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring to the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting a lamb in its first year for the burnt offering, and a pigeon or turtle dove for a purification offering. He shall offer it before the Lord and make atonement on her behalf. Then she shall be clean from her flow of blood. This is the law for her who bears a child, male or female. If she cannot afford a sheep, she shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, one for a burnt offering and the other for a purification offering. And the priest shall make atonement on her behalf, and she shall be clean. So basically, she's paying reparations for bleeding after having a male child here in Luke 2, because it was a sin.
She
It was considered an unclean.
wasn't supposed to bleed.
They saw bodily fluids as a sign of sin. So, like, even men who had wet dreams, like if they had nocturnal emission, they were considered unclean and they had to purify themselves before they came back into the camp.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh well, thank you,
That's
Vicky.
why I asked if Jesus had nocturnal emissions, if he followed the purification for that.
I mean, he would have. He was human. He would have felt all these things and experienced all this stuff.
Well, he
But
did
it's
get married. He didn't have sex. So, uh, he didn't get married. He didn't have sex, as far as we know, right? According to Christians. So, and they say because that wasn't his mission. And so, either he fought temptation hard, he was a eunuch, or he never had a wet dream. I don't know. But the
but
one
he
thing
was.
that they always talk about, sex, like they always talk about 2 genders shouldn't be together. You shouldn't have sex before marriage. Don't commit it. Like there's a lot of rules in Christianity regarding your genitalia, but Jesus does not give any examples where he actually was tempted to use his genitalia.
But then we've got the instance where he was washing the feet naked.
Yeah,
He only had a towel wrapped around him, so he would have had to take the towel off to wipe the feet.
yeah, but that's still
Um,
not an example of him being tempted to have sex.
what about the woman who anointed his feet? Because apparently, only a married couple, like a married, if the woman you're married to, could do that sort of thing.
So the way the story is written, it was done to show humility. Like it doesn't, like we joke about this all the time because washing the feet could definitely mean she gave him head.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because in the ancient Near East, washing feet was a idiom for giving head. And feet was idiomatic for genitals. But the context of the story, I'm sorry, it could definitely be read that way if you choose to, right? Like if you choose to
Yeah.
see it that way, but it doesn't give enough context to be like, yep, she was definitely giving him head. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like we talk about it and joke about it, but we don't have enough in the text to say definitely that that's what it was, what the author was referring to.
Okay. Well, I keep learning. I keep listening. Thank you so much for your platform.
You're welcome. Thank you for
Um,
coming out.
thank you. Have a lovely rest of your day.
Thank you, you too. And see that, like, I think too, I don't know, I hope believers can see that just because someone is a non believer doesn't mean that I'm just gonna agree with everything that a person says. We are not a monolith. We don't have to agree with each other. The goal is to bring your thoughts and let's research the claim. That's the goal. There's no need of y'all coming in here yelling, screaming, cursing, crying, speaking in tongue, pleading the blood of Jesus, casting out demons. Like, there's no need for y'all to be doing that. And then those of you that, when your believer friends are on stage and y'all know damn well that they are saying something incorrect, like the believer could be on stage saying that 2 plus 2 is 5, and just because they are a believer, y'all will co-sign that bullshit. There's no need to do that shit. None. Hey, Looker. Looker, are you there? Damn, he's not there. It's an accident. I haven't seen Looker in a couple of, a while. JMR, are you in the request on purpose? Cray, I asked for you, if you were in there, you didn't respond. Robert? Robert Paul? Okay.
And you listen to Jake.
Huh? What's up, JMR?
Yo, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm doing pretty
Yeah.
good. So, I mean, all right, I'm gonna kind of scam you real quick. So I want to do the first question. Did Jesus actually keep the law perfectly? I'm an anti-theist, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So I wanted to ask you about Leviticus 13:45.
Okay, let's see.
Shout out to Brian Federico W. Mod.
We love Brian.
hmm
Federico.
Shout out to Daniel for just spitting verses at Christians all night long.
Let's see. Okay, the person who has the defiling disease shall wear torn clothes, and let the hair of his head be disheveled, and he shall cover his upper lip and cry out, unclean, unclean. He shall remain unclean as long as he has the disease. He is unclean. He shall live alone. His dwelling shall be outside the camp. Okay, what's your question about
That's
this?
good. So I was thinking, do you think Jesus violated that law in Mark 1:40?
Let's see.
The answer is yes, by the way.
A man with a skin disease came to him, begging him and kneeling. He said to him, if you are willing, you can make me clean. Yeah.
I didn't hear him crying out to any priest. Did you?
No, absolutely not. And see, the
Oh man,
person who has to define these shall wear torn clothes.
that's weird. Goddamn carpenter that never built a thing. Just breaking another law again. All right, here's what's the funny part actually. But I want to talk to you about something else real quick. I won't take up too much of your time. So in Mark 2:1, Jesus doesn't even clean himself and he's going around touching people like after he touches the lepers. Like, is he just like killing people with leprosy or like what's going on?
Right. Yeah.
So weird.
Yeah. He broke all kind of laws.
Oh my God. And he still put carpenter on the resume. That's crazy. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Can I ask you about another thing real quick?
Sure. Go ahead.
All right. I'll be very quick. I just want to talk about like, you know how like everybody always calls you Jezebel, like the Christians come up, like they never read like the book or anything, but they call you Jezebel.
Yeah.
I think it's the funniest thing in the world that Jezebel is like she outsmarted like God. She like made Elijah scared. Like, and they're still writing about it like it's like a thing. Like they're like, oh yeah, we got Jezebel, but it's like the whole story is like owning themselves, right?
You said owning themselves?
Yeah, because it's like the whole Jezebel story is like proving that like God is incompetent, like Elijah doesn't know anything,
Oh yeah.
like it's just crazy.
Yeah.
Like that's why I think it's so funny.
Yeah. I always ask, like, I ask the
Like Jezebel's
believers.
like the hero of the book. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
It's okay. I always ask the believers, why, like, Elijah used this God in a pissing contest against another God and those prophets. And he hides from Jezebel in a fucking cave because she said, I'm gonna kill you. Oh, well, I can't say that. Okay, AI, that was an accident. She tells him that she's going to get his ass. And he goes and hides in a cave and he's begging his God to kill him. And it's like he would rather die at the hands of his God than at the hands of Jezebel.
And it's even weirder too because Ahab is like crying like in a corner because he can't buy a vineyard or something. It's like, what is going on, bro?
Hmm. It shows
Like
me.
you have bigger problems than buying a vineyard right now. Like
Yeah, like to me, that whole story is about men being scared of a strong woman because they're whining there. They're like wanting to kill her because she has the fucking audacity to be diplomatic. They're in the in caves, contemplating self unaliving, hiding. Like it's just, it makes them look weak.
doesn't Elijah like go to like a tree and start crying like to God or something? It's
He
so weird.
he goes into a cave. That's
Oh, a
why.
cave.
Yeah, that's why I
Okay.
call my chat the cave.
Oh, okay. Oh shit. I thought I was just a thinker out here. Goddamn, I was just yelling at Christians.
No, they be hiding in in my chat, like running from Jezebel. Won't come to the
Yeah,
stage.
but they thought she was gonna run, but she didn't run.
Mm-mm, she sat on that.
Uh-uh.
She put on her
And
lipstick and sat on that
she
window
put the
ledge.
lashes on and she did her hair and she just was like, "It's in peace, murder of your master." You know,
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah. So, anyways, I always think it's funny. I just want to talk to you because I always thought it's funny when people like call you Jezebel, and then in the book they try to write the story like Jezebel is bad, but they're actually self-owning. Like they're showing like she's smarter, like she's like the prophets are crying. Like it's just so weird.
yeah, I
It's
agree.
just like it's just insecure men. And it's the same thing. Like Christian men are still insecure, the same as they were when they wrote this stupid story about Jezebel.
Yeah, I have like 3 songs for my live. That's basically said, tap that screen for Jezebel.
I know what
Like,
happened. What happened to my favorite song? The one that's like when we're like burning down churches and shit, or like the pants are on fire and shit. Like what happened to that?
huh? Which song is
The
that?
old school song. The old school
Oh,
song's like the pants are on fire. Like it was like one of your first ones.
I don't
Like I think
remember.
I think you got banned for it.
I can't remember. I don't remember. I
Oh.
don't know what song you're
All right.
talking
Well, I still love you. I still love you. Don't worry.
about.
All right. I'm gonna let you go so you can talk to some Christian men and you know make them pull up their whitey tidies and shit.
Thank you, JMR. Have a good one.
All right. Love you. Love you all.
Love
Chat.
you
Love you
too.
YouTube. Love you TikTok. Bye bye.
Bye. Oh, he's talking about
Peace.
gasoline draws. Oh, okay. He said. I thought when he said burning down churches, I was like, what? He talking about gasoline going to hell with gasoline draws on. Adrian, Adrian, Adriana, Adriana. Okay. Poppy, I see you in the guest request. If I'm not mistaken, I saw. Are you 16, Poppy? Accident. Okay. Okay. No worries. Hey, Militia, you said you had another question about substitutionary atonement?
Hey, yeah, I've been thinking about it. Okay, whenever you had mentioned that atonement, it's something that is supposed to be, and I've read up, I've read a little bit about it, and from what I get, and from what I got from what you said, is it's supposed to be something that, uh, like, it's definitely not just saying I'm sorry, or like, oh, I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry, get over it. It's supposed to like kind of equally make up for the damage that has been done, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I there and not to get to like into my whatever story or whatever, but I've definitely have felt like I have been wronged by a family member for a majority of my mother, a majority of my life, and her atonement or whatever was always just like, I'm sorry, get over it. And that has never, it's never helped me. It's never, nothing. It's really never done anything for me. So, anyway, with all of that, it's made me see that I don't know, how are we supposed to atone for the things that we do to other people? Because just like my mom, truly, she doesn't know. I mean, she has an idea, but she doesn't truly know how bad she hurt me. And I don't know how bad I've hurt someone else whenever I've done them wrong, because I haven't experienced that. How can do you have any ideas of how we can come together to better understand, to help each other get feel like we have some retribution, or that we're able, I don't even know if that's the right word, but that we're finally feel like, okay, they really are sorry and they do deserve our forgiveness, or we're able to move on? How are we supposed to do that?
So atonement. So let me say, I definitely don't know everything, but I I think this is why I talk about not knowing how a person wants to be loved or feel loved can be very problematic, um, because you don't know, like when you hurt a person, if you don't know how that person needs to feel loved by you, then you don't know how to atone for your wrongs done to that person. Like if you have done wrong to people, and you can like think in your mind and your like what the wrong that you've done, and you want to go to that person and say, hey, I did XYZ, you know, such and such a time ago, um and I would like to make it up to you. You can ask, like, how could I make this up to you? Right? That's one way.
Yeah.
For example, I forget who it was. I think it was Nicole who came up and she said when she was younger, early in years in college, she invited a friend to her dad's church, and that friend was gay. And her church members pointed that friend out and tried to exercise homosexuality out of the friend. And she said she didn't know that, her church members were going to do that. But the friend was like that. What the fuck was that? That was wrong. That was evil. And the friend stopped talking to her. And she said that even at that time, she didn't know that she had done wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
and so now with her deconstructing, like she was a child. She was like 19, I think. And even so now with her deconstructing and the conversations that we've been having about the belief that the LGBTQIA community is a sin and the impact on, that community Uh, she says she found this friend on Facebook, reached out to them. She said after the friend, you know, cussed out and not necessarily cussed her out, but went off on her again. She said she apologized again and said, basically, how can I make it up to you? They talked, and come to find out, both of them are atheists, and they have something that they can bond over now, right? Like, it's not necessarily always. Oh, it was a cussing. Oh, okay. So she accepted the cussing. Um, but it's not always giving a gift or paying money, but it deals with the action, right, of correcting a wrong or righting a wrong. And so I think being willing to put yourself in that position to get a cussing out, right, if you really are repentant of the harm that you may have caused another person or have caused another person, um and then just ask that person, how can I make this up to you? You know, um, what do you need from me to make this right?
Okay.
Because I don't think there's I don't think there is a one way,
For
right?
every right,
Yeah.
right. Whenever you had also brought up this the slave being brought here, slaves, and the generational thing, and you know how do you have how do you know what I'm getting at, trying to get at?
Like reparations for slavery?
Yes. Are there I'm sure lots of people have great ideas, but like I I don't know, it sounds like I feel stupid for kind of saying this, but um yes, it wasn't me, it wasn't whatever, but um I've seen where I've never seen slavery, but I live in Louisiana, um South Louisiana. My grandfather had a big farm. I saw where he didn't treat people the best way. And it's like I feel like I owe people um uh that at times.
So I
Does
think
that
that,
sound stupid, crazy? Just
yeah,
like
no,
no.
I think, so for one, carrying the guilt of what your grandfather did is insane, and I don't think that you should carry that. Absolutely not. Um, but seeing the impacts of what slavery did, um, on a group of people, and being empathetic and advocating for the system to atone for that, I think is a good way, right? But no, I do not think that you should carry guilt for something that your ancestors did. Absolutely not.
Right, okay. Yeah, you said it. You said it the best way. I, I, I feel like I would like to do something to help to um, swing that in a different direction, make it go in the right direction, and I feel very uncomfortable. Like I'm sure you can tell I'm a very anxious and kind of crazy person anyway, but I feel anxious coming on this live a lot of times. I've only done it twice, but because I don't want to, I'm always worried that I'm going to disrespect or get in the way or try to insert myself. And that's the last thing that I want to do. But I do have so many questions and I want to know, like, what can I do to best thing? And the only answer that I do have right now is because I do see the Bible as a booklet on how to treat people like that, and women, and yeah. So it shames me and it makes me want to cry right now, the fact that I can't stand up to my family and say, like, y'all are all fucking idiots. And do you know what you're just constantly keeping in our society by, having this, believing this? But it will
Yeah.
come to that where I will have, I'll not have to need them at all. And I can just, it won't matter.
I think, as some people have said in the comments, doing what you're doing now, like you've been a part of the community for quite a while. You've not, uh, you know, inserted yourself in conversations where we are addressing white supremacy, and talking about the history of the transatlantic slave trade. And so I think just doing what you are doing now, not denying it, right? With people in your own community, if you hear them denying it, um,
Yeah.
you know,
Voice.
addressing it at that moment. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
you see something, say something type thing,
Mm-hmm.
and educating the people in your community with the things that you are learning, but also in a safe way. If your
Right.
people in your community, are not the type of people who will receive you,
Mm-hmm.
and without harming you, then the best thing to do is when they say those harmful things, don't, get away from them, right? Don't deal with
Yeah.
them anymore. Put your foot down and let them know that you don't tolerate it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't sugarcoat racism, homophobia, sexism. Like I don't sugarcoat it. Uh,
Right.
and so I think taking that approach, I don't recommend anybody sugarcoat it. And when I mean sugarcoated, I mean if you don't feel safe enough to have the conversation and address them, and with using conversation and logic and reason, put your foot down and let them know that they cannot have access to you with that type of mindset, right? Because I think that's the
Right.
only way that we're going to uh, uh, address hatred, is
Mm-hmm.
to be willing and strong enough to say, you can't be around me with that hate,
Yes.
whether that's family, uh, um, friends, co-workers, whatever.
Yeah.
Uh, but definitely educate if, again, they are not the type of people who will shoot you. Like we saw a father literally shot his own daughter over Donald fucking Trump. Right. So I'm not telling you to
Wow.
put yourself in positions like that at all. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
but also, continue to listen. Um, you know, I think, what you're doing now, and the fact that you are taking an inventory and being cautious about what comes out of your mouth. I think we all should be that, right? When we're dealing with certain things, certain historical events and stuff in society. And the fact that you are, concerned with that, I think speaks volumes. All right. So just continue to do that. It's not, no one is asking you to hold the guilt of if your ancestors were a part of that. No one's asking you to hold the guilt for that. That would make us hypocritical as fuck. Um, well, let me speak for myself. That would make me hypocritical as fuck, for me to be like, why the fuck do I have to carry Adam and Eve's sin? I wasn't in no fucking garden. And then turn around and be like, why you need to hold the guilt of the sin of what your ancestors did, right?
Right.
Or for me to
Right.
be like, this God killed the descendants of the Amalekites 500 years later. Nobody alive did anything that their ancestors did, and I said, that's some evil ass shit. And then I turn around and say that you should be held responsible, right, for um, uh, what your ancestors did or may have
Yeah.
done, during that time. But you do hold a responsibility today, for the systems that are in place. Does that make sense? To
Yes. Yes.
to help tear those down.
Yes.
Yeah. So I hope that helped.
It did. It did. And if you like, I would like to do more. I really, not, I like to, I want to do more. I'm going to do more. I get, because I can just be anxiety and insecure, whatever, but I can put that aside for that's bigger than me. But if you ever have any, or if anybody in the chat, or I am so open ideas, anything that I could ever do, please, 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 please tell me, because that is something that I do. And it's not just for the guilt. I mean, I love y'all. It's, it's,
Well, we love
it's a
having you
lot of
here.
things.
Yeah, we love having you here, Alicia. Like I said, you've been in the community for a while. Definitely vote. And then also there's a lot of research, a lot of books that you can read. Like asking for recommendations of authors for you to be able to read and be
I heard
willing
of Wed
to
Dubois.
who
W.E.B.
yes
Dubois.
yeah. Yep.
Okay.
But also present day Black authors that speak about social justice in the Black community. And, you know, uh, reading modern day authors, they talk about what we deal with today, because that's where you're going to be the most impactful. It's good to learn the
Right. You're
history,
right. You're
right?
right. You're
But you
right.
want to know how you can be impactful today. So asking for book recommendations so that you can do the research and the study for yourself.
Yeah.
I think is a good start also.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Been a lot of help. I appreciate that.
You're so welcome.
Okay. Well, I love y'all.
I love you too.
Okay.
Uh,
Talk to you later.
all right, have a good one.
Bye.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, and you are 21 and up, let's see. Not that Bible. Jason says, "Smile at somebody today. Make somebody happy. You have more power than you think you do." Absolutely. It's been a night of atheists and deconstructionists. We had one Christian come up to, well, two. I take that back, and they both were very contentious, disrespectful conversations. Oh goodness, y'all! I am so sorry. I don't know what the fuck my stomach is and my throat is doing. Jason said, "Hold on." Jason said, "Wait, I'm trying to find." Um, wait. There's a lot. There's a lot of that I missed. Okay. Um, Jason with the. This is why I hate this microphone because y'all can y'all can hear everything. Um, it said Jason said, "Am I right though? The Bible wizard is slightly scared of yeast. Yeah, he likes unleavened bread. Absolutely. Tally ho, pip pip. Let's read the book you've never opened. Believers, tally ho, pip pip. Let's read the book you've never opened. Mama Bash is a national treasure. Absolutely. Did he get up here to ask us why women don't like him? Bro, we don't know. Shh, chat, we know. You can come up, African lady. If God contacted me, I would be confused as a motherfucker. There are way better choices than me, but he chose Super King. That's the one with the jello. Well, I don't know if he chose him, not that Bible Jason, because he's blocked now. He never answered his prayer. The opposite happened. He's blocked now. Um,
Okay, business owner to another. If you saw a resume that said carpenter and that motherfucker never built a single thing, isn't that a sin to lie on the resume? Yup. But the foreskin wizard loves them balls, bruh. Why? Gustave said these mofos lack basic understanding of anything skills. Absolutely. Um, Jason says community gay here. If anyone has questions, I bite. Ooh. Jason again. Before I go to bed, I want to name some stuff. I hate Christians who don't know how to normally reading that goofy old English in the KJV. P.S. King James was a blase sexual. I also hate how Bible God loves balls more than me. Oh my gosh. And it says, okay, I already read that one. Thank y'all for the super chats. I fucking agree. I'm trying to figure out why though. Why does he like bowls more than me? All right, y'all. It's 684 people in the room with another 120 on YouTube. Well, 108 now on YouTube. So we sitting over 700 people watching the live stream. Almost 800 watching the live stream right now, and the guest box is empty. Don't be afraid to come up and have a conversation. Again, I do not only talk to believers. I do not only talk to people who disagree. If you come up civilly, we can have a civil conversation. I do match energy. If you are disrespectful, I'm not gonna sit here and turn the other cheek. That's not my belief system. So please don't expect that. Come up respectful. You are talking to atheists who are skeptical, which means that just because you say something and state it as fact doesn't mean we're going to take it as fact. We're going to validate or invalidate the claim. So expect that. So don't be scared. The
Good
sound of
morning.
reason. Good morning. How are you?
Doing great.
How old are you?
I'm 53.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah, I'm a believer in the Bible. Then I've read it since I'm in my 20s. I've been reading it continuously, and I mean I'm not a theologian, but I would consider myself a fundamentalist. Like I follow the Bible like a biblical. I use the Bible as a source, not like preachers, and I don't follow like a structured religion and stuff. So I kind of fall in between like a Baptist and like a little bit of charismatic, but not crazy, but probably more like a Baptist.
Okay. Okay.
Calvinist kind of more of a Calvinist. But
Okay. All right. Well, 1 second. Good morning, Dr. B.
Good morning. Thank you for having me up.
You're welcome. I forgot about the class on Saturday.
That's all right. We're going to be doing a Hebrew webinar later this month. Same thing. So I'm excited. It went really well.
Okay. I'm glad to hear it went well. Oh, I gotta tell you, you would be proud of me. Somebody was lying to Mama Bash about what Deuteronomy 21:17 says, and was telling her that it doesn't say that in English. What's in English and Hebrew? And I woke up out of my sleep, heard him lying to her, and I defended it in Hebrew.
It warms the cockles of my heart.
The sound, can you pick a topic from, there's 4 topics on the post. Pick one, and then I'll let you actually start off with Dr. B.
yeah, I believe Jesus actually did keep the law perfectly. I think the problem is like the Pharisees had strayed from the law and they started, their own legalistic, laws and everything, and that's what Jesus was calling them out on. Substitutionary atonement, beneficial or harmful to humanity? I mean, without that, we wouldn't. I mean, because we're sinful creatures, humans, we need the perfect sacrifice of the Lamb of God, because, Jesus paid the price for our sins, because
Hold on,
we
because it
can't
sounds
do
like
that.
you're
If we
mixing
do.
two. It sounds like you're missing two topics. Do you want to talk about substitutionary atonement?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going down it. I just read the first one.
Oh no, you pick
Doesn't
one.
matter.
You pick one topic. Would you
Um,
rather talk about substitutionary atonement? Because I would
no.
like to talk about that.
Yeah, that's fine. We can talk about that. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and tell me why Jesus needed to die. Like why it's good for somebody to take your words.
Well, because basically we're all of man is sinful. Okay, basically in a nutshell, Jesus was without sin. He was God incarnate, and I mean he was God, and he was without sin. So when he paid the price for sin, basically there was a debt owed to him. In other words, like I like the way that Ray Comfort says it. We go into a courtroom, like for analogy would be we go into a courtroom and we have a fine, and we can pay the price for that fine and go to jail, which would be hell, or we have somebody that comes in and pays the fine for us. See, Jesus wasn't a sinner. He didn't owe the wages of his sin weren't death because he wasn't sinful. So when he died as the death of a sinner, he was owed a debt which he gives to all of us if we accept his sacrifice. It's a free gift. So in other words, there's no good people. In other words, in order to get into heaven, you have to be perfect. You have to be without sin. So what happens is when we die, we can either pay the price for our sin, wages of sin is death, and we can go eternal separation from God in hell, or we can accept the sacrifice that the perfect Lamb, paid for us, and that covers our debt. So God can be equally just and punish sin, but he can also, have grace and forgiveness at the same time. So because God is perfect, God cannot allow, sinners, to not pay the price for their sin. Either they have to pay for it or Jesus is going to pay for it. So it's just it's that simple in my eyes. And from what I understand of the Bible, we can pay our own price for our own sin, or we can take the free gift of salvation from the Savior, which there can only be one. There's only one person that's ever been without sin, a human being, and that's Jesus Christ, the Son of God. So that's basically it. So I mean, without the substitutionary atonement, we would have to pay the price for our own sin, and we wouldn't make it to heaven, because we're all sinners, we're all evil, all wicked. There's no good people. There's none. I'm not a good person. I'm a sinner. I've lied. I've stolen. Jesus said, if you look upon a woman with lust, you've committed adultery in your heart. I've disobeyed my parents. I've hated people. That means I'm guilty of murder. You've broken one commandment, you broke them all. I've put stuff before God. I mean, we all have. So there's absolutely no chance for me to ever get into heaven on my own, because I could go do some good things, but just like if you're in a
Hold on.
courtroom.
Hey, don't try to
All right,
say
go ahead.
everything all at once. You got to put a period there so Dr. B can respond to some of your points. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I think probably everybody listening knows the New Testament isn't my area of specialization. So think, or if I go the wrong direction in this, please jump in. But I'm curious as to why you seem to think, and I understand why. I was a fundamentalist evangelical for 26 years, so I get it. So this is sort of I'm asking this somewhat rhetorically, I suppose. I'm curious as to why you think it's reasonable that you can't do anything good, and that there's this like underlying evil nature that is deserving of God's wrath, sort of from the outset. And I'll ask it in light of a passage. I don't know if you're familiar with Genesis 18, the story of Yahweh coming down and interacting with Abraham and Sarai, and then going down to Sodom and Gomorrah in chapter 19. And if you remember the interaction that Yahweh has with Abraham, he says, should I hide this thing that I'm getting ready to do? No, I'll tell him. And he tells him he's going to go destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And Abraham says, and again, you might remember this, so maybe for everybody else, somebody that might not remember it, Abraham says, well, what if there are 50 righteous? Far be it from you, he says to Yahweh, to sweep away the righteous with the wicked, right? Will not the judge of all the earth do what is right? And it's interesting to me that, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, because it seems like in Abraham's perspective, there isn't this everybody's evil, everybody's wicked. If God unalives people, that no matter what he does, that's going to be good, because look, everybody deserves this unalivement anyway. In Abraham's mind, is a very, very real possibility that there are righteous people down there, and certainly that is the attitude of the writers of the Hebrew Bible. So, like, how do you make sense of that view of righteousness in the Hebrew Bible, and then what later Paul develops in the New Testament, developing this sort of like sin nature and everybody's guilty before God, that sort of thing?
Yeah, well, I mean, I believe as a Christian, what is it? 2 Timothy 3:16, for all scripture is given by inspiration of God, profitable for doctrine, reproof, for correction, and instruction in righteousness. And I'll stop there. But basically, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and God did provide a way out for, he got Lot out of there. And but the Bible says in Romans, I believe it's 3:23, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. So we're all sinners. So basically, the fact that we can do something, I'm not saying I can't do things that are right, but the problem is I've already created, in other words, if I go before the judge, God the judge, I'm going to be found guilty, because even though if I say, if I go before a judge and I've like broken a bunch of laws, and I say, well, yeah, I've I robbed this bank, I've done this, that, and the other, but I've for the last year or two, I did those 5 years ago, but now I've been helping old ladies and I've been helping the poor and everything. But it's like the judge is going to say, well, I know that's fine, you did that, but you still broke the law. You have to pay the price. So I still have a debt, regardless of if I can do, surely I can do good things. But the problem is I've already broken so many of God's laws, and I've already created so much judgment for myself that, just because you do something good doesn't take away from the things that you've done bad. It's not like you do more than good. God's standard is perfection. We have to be perfect.
No,
And the
I
only
hear
way
you.
we can be perfect is through substitutionary atonement, because Jesus was perfect, not us. But yeah, that's not the Old Testament story about that. It's not saying that Lot wasn't a sinner. Jesus still had to pay the price for Lot, because Jesus came after Lot. But, from what I understand, Lot, they were not given, Lot was not accepted into heaven. They were, basically, if you look at the passage of Lazarus, rich man and Lazarus, they went to a place called paradise, and, where there's inside the earth, where there's a separation between, but no, we're not going to get into heaven in they weren't in the actual presence of God until, when Jesus paid the sacrifice. Then you're, to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. But yeah, no, I don't believe that. I believe that I can do good things, but inherently I'm an evil, wicked sinner.
I mean, my
Okay, so let
nature.
me let me pause you for a second because I hear you. I hear you. The reason that I ask this and the reason that it sort of resonated with me, and again, thinker, if I'm going the wrong direction, just jump in
No,
here,
you good.
obviously. Is so often, and I know I do, and certainly thinker does. We talk about passages like 2 Samuel 12 with the baby of David and Bathsheba, the first baby, or the Amalekites in 1 Samuel 15, and the children and the infants and the sucklings. And these are newborns that are unalived, right? And we always ask the question, how is that just? Right? How is it that in the case of the Amalekites, these infants are being unalive for something that 400 years earlier their ancestors did? Or why is it that that David's baby is being unalive because of David's adultery, while David suffers no legal punishment himself? And the response that I always get, right, not always, but very frequently, is that, well, nobody's innocent, right? Everybody's sinful. And it sounds like what you just said was, well, I've done things. So even though I might do good things on the whole, I've done bad things, right? And that's a very typical Ray Comforty thing that I've heard him say, right? If you told a lie or whatever, you're a liar. And but how do you square that with something like an infant being unalived like that? How is God still just?
Okay, that's very easy to explain because let me explain it like this. If me and you live beside each other and we both have gardens, and I go out in my garden and I pull up some I decide I just want to tear my garden out one day, I've done nothing wrong because it belongs to me. But if I go over into your garden and I start pulling up your garden, destroying it, that's wrong because that's not my property. Everything belongs to God. He determines when people come in, when people are born, or when people die. So it's
Okay,
not like he's not breaking any moral laws. He's
okay,
the
but
one
hold
that
on,
gave life.
hold on. Because if that's the case, then Abraham was just wrong in Genesis 18.
Well, no, God could have, Abraham was pleading with God,
No, no,
but
no, no, no.
God could have done whatever he wanted to do and
No,
it would have been
but he
just.
couldn't. But he couldn't. Not according to the text, he couldn't. Because Abraham is not appealing to him based on mercy. He's not appealing to him based on, some sort of thing that was not required, a standard that God, he's saying, you're the judge of all the earth.
Yeah.
Surely, if it's far be it from you to do this thing that would be considered wrong, right? To sweep away the righteous with the wicked. So Abraham is absolutely holding God to a standard and saying, you can't do this.
Yeah, Abraham was pleading with God not to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, and what did he do? He did destroy it. And what did he do? He did do what was right. He took um, Lot and his family out.
Right.
So God did do what was right.
Okay.
But I mean,
But
you're
stay
you're
with me here
trading.
because wait. I'm trying to establish a principle here because I feel like you're going to have to pick a horn here in a second. What if there had been, let's say, 75 righteous people in Sodom and Gomorrah, and God had destroyed it anyway?
Well, he didn't. So
Right,
that's
right.
I
But
mean,
I'm asking you a hypothetical because I want to establish the principle here. That's important.
well, I mean,
Would God have been wrong?
no,
Okay,
absolutely not. God is never wrong. He's
so
perfect.
then Abraham was wrong
What do you mean Abraham was wrong?
when
Yeah,
Abraham
Abraham.
said to him, "The judge of all the earth will not sweep away the righteous with the wicked." You're saying, no, the judge of all the earth can sweep away the righteous with the wicked.
If he wants to, he can. But
Right. Well,
there's no righteous. There is no righteous.
but see, that's not Abraham's position.
I know, but Abraham's not God. That's
Okay,
Abraham's
then
opinion.
wait. Then you have to argue that Yahweh agreed with Abraham being wrong?
Well, God tolerates us being wrong all the time. God doesn't do, in other words, I'm not from the camp of Christianity where people think that, you know, that that if we believe strong enough that God will do something. Okay, I don't believe that. We can pray about things. God may do it, he may not. God is in complete control. I have no control over what God does. If I pray for something and it doesn't happen, even if it was something good, say like if my child's dying and I pray for God to save my child, that would be a good thing for him to do that. But if he doesn't, then that's not wrong.
Right, but
God
what I'm saying is, I think
God is
you're.
perfect.
I hear you. I think you're fighting against what the text says in Genesis 18. In other words, I think your interpretation of Genesis 18, where God is just kind of condescending to Abraham, and Abraham's actually wrong here. That when he says, "Surely the Judge of all the earth will do what is right," that Abraham's wrong. I don't think that's what the text is saying at all. Right? I think what the text is saying is that God is righteous, and He will not sweep away the righteous with the wicked. That's the thing that Abraham is pleading with God based on. And this is borne out throughout the Psalms. I mean, it's borne out
Yeah.
certainly throughout any text that deal with judgment and
Well, they were
justice.
both right. Abraham was right and God was right. God
Well,
did not destroy. He did
Abraham
not.
can't be right. Abraham can't be right and your position be correct.
Abraham asked God, will the judge of all the earth judge the righteous with the wicked?
He didn't say will he.
Well,
He said
I'm sorry,
surely
I don't
he
have the
will
scripture
not.
right in front
No,
of
no,
me.
no.
I
But
know.
it's that's okay. But what I'm saying is that it's an important distinction.
Yeah.
Abraham isn't saying, please do this. He's saying, you, as the judge of all the earth, will not do this, because then you wouldn't be, the implication is here, then you wouldn't be the judge of all the earth.
Yeah, and God didn't. Did God judge the righteous? Did God punish the lot with the rest of them? No, he didn't.
But that's not the point,
Well,
right? The
I'm
point
not.
is that there's yeah, I know, but listen,
I'm not
the
seeing your
point is
point.
that I, I think you are, though, because you answered it. Right? If I had said hypothetically, had God done that and there had been 75 people that were righteous in there, you said no, God would not have been wrong. Right? So
Well,
there's a
no, yeah.
principle here that you're saying either Abraham's right about it, and God, if there had been 50 righteous, or actually 10 righteous, that God wouldn't have swept them away.
But
And had he, go ahead.
your problem is you're not dealing in reality. What you're saying is a hypothetical situation that never happened. So what you're trying to get me to do is say that either Abraham was right or God was right. God
That's
is
correct.
always going to be right. So but what you're doing is you're creating a scenario where, you know, Abraham and God would be, you know, on differing sides, and you would have to
Hold
pick
on, hold
one.
on.
That's it. That never happened.
Sound. He's basing it off of what you said, though. And please listen, because you
Well,
said,
yes, what I'm
can you
saying
please
is true.
listen?
God can never be
Can you
wrong.
please listen? You don't even. That's not even what I was getting ready to say. And you need to listen when we speak, just like when we listen when you speak, in order for this to be a productive conversation. Okay.
Sure.
All right. He's asking this question and using this text because no matter what, you say that your God can do whatever he wants to do. Had he wiped away the righteous with the wicked, you say that he would have been right because he's God.
Absolutely.
If he doesn't wipe the righteous away with the wicked, no matter what, he's God. He's right. But Abraham took a stance. Okay, Abraham says, "You will not wipe away the righteous with the wicked because you're God." Abraham only took one stance. Okay. And so you don't agree with Abraham. Abraham doesn't agree with you, Sound. And so
No, I agree with
you
Abraham.
do
He
not.
was right.
It don't matter if he was right, because if Abraham said he won't wipe away the wicked the righteous with the wicked. You said he would. You said that he would do that. Abraham says, nope, not my God. My God would not wipe away the righteous with the wicked. You and Abraham do not hold the same stance.
Okay, in your scenario, let's pretend that
No,
that
there's hold on.
Abraham said,
There's no need to do
"What?
that. No, there's no need to do that. You've already made your stance. Your God would do both. Abraham's God would not. Abraham's God would only wipe away would protect the righteous. Would not wipe away the righteous with the
God
wicked.
doesn't always protect the righteous."
But Abraham's God does.
Look at Charlie Kirk.
Will you stop? Abraham's God does. That's the point. You don't agree with Abraham. And that's the point that Dr. B is trying to bring up. Can you please engage with that?
I completely agree with Abraham.
I don't think that you do, though, because
Well,
Abraham's position, okay, well, just listen. Abraham's position is very clear. Abraham's position is God can do X, but he can't do Y. Certainly, he can't do Y. And the reason that he can't do Y is because he does mishpat, right? He's a shofet. He does justice. He's a judge, a righteous judge. And a righteous judge can't sweep away the righteous with the wicked. That's Abraham's position.
well, God does it all the time.
Okay, but do you understand that the problem here is that you're disagreeing
Well,
with
I mean,
Abraham's
do we have
position?
I mean,
The problem is you don't listen.
in that one scenario,
Hey, Dr.
God
B,
planes crash all the time
hey, Dr.
with
B was
righteous and
talking.
wicked people.
Your voice is not the most important on this stage. Dr. B was
Well, am
talking.
I talking? I was replying to him.
No, he wasn't done talking. Like you've been interrupting every time someone speaks. Let other people speak.
The sound. Let me ask. And I'm sorry, I can't see past the sound. So I don't know the rest of your day. There's probably a way that I could do that. I just don't know how. But let me read another passage to you because I referenced the Psalms, and you may or may. This is not like a super popular psalm. You may be familiar with it, but this is Psalm 82. It's popular for its own reason, but here I think it's important. It's quick. I'll read it quickly. God takes his stand in his own congregation. He judges in the midst of the rulers. The rulers there I don't think that's a great translation of this, but anyway, it doesn't matter. How long will you judge unjustly? Show partiality to the wicked. Vindicate the weak. Sorry. How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Vindicate the weak and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and destitute. Rescue the weak and needy. Deliver them out of the hand of the wicked. They do not know, nor do they understand. They walk about in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are shaken. I said, you are gods and all sons of the Most High. Nevertheless, you will die like men and fall like any one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for it is you who does possess all the nations. So the point of that psalm, one of the points of that psalm, is there's a sharp contrast between what Yahweh does and what the other gods do, right? They're the ones that don't do this Hebrew word mishpat, which comes from the word for judge. It's justice, right? And they don't do that. Yahweh's the only one that does. And the point is that the gods are losing their inheritance among the nations because of that, because they don't do justice. They're not good kings according to ancient Near Eastern standards and biblical standards. But Yahweh does. And so Yahweh is going to get their inheritance. And this is the same principle that you see Abraham appealing to in Genesis 18. And again, it's very common theology in the Hebrew Bible. Certainly not universal, I don't think, but it's very common. And that's the principle that I'm saying I think is problematic. I think you have to pick, and I'll shut up, but I think you have to pick a horn here. You either have to say Abraham's wrong And that principle's not true. There is nothing that God can't do. God can do whatever he wants. It's his creation, it's his garden. And so therefore he can unalive babies if he wants to punish, their fathers. Or there is a standard, a moral standard outside of God that he can be held to and that he always accomplishes. And then you have to try to figure out why it is that he can be just and still unalive infants.
It's your turn to speak. You have to come off mute. Someone told me that
Yeah, I mean the
he
psalm you're
didn't know
reading
he
is
was
just
on
like
mute.
from the psalm you're reading was just kind of a human perspective of, God, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? But whatever. But, back to your,
Wait. What do you mean, God, why don't you do this? God, why don't you
well,
do
it's
that?
asking God, help the needy, help the poor,
No,
lead them from the hand of the
it's
wicked.
not. And it's okay if you didn't understand. Like I read it kind of quickly, so it's cool. If you don't know, but that's not what it's saying, right? That God is speaking to in this. God is speaking to the other deities.
Yeah.
That they're the ones that are not judging the poor and the needy. He's saying you don't do this. That's why you're losing your inheritance, and it's going to Yahweh. That's the point of the psalm, or one of the points of the psalm.
Yeah. I guess, as far as, as far as the interaction between Abraham and,
Mhm.
God, I believe God was going to do exactly what he did, regardless of what Abraham pleaded with him to do.
Oh,
God was
sure.
not going to. God was not going to save that. Um, now,
Wait, so
yeah, and
you're
I don't.
saying your God lied to Abraham?
No, what I'm saying is God was going to do. God has a plan that he's going to do whatever he's going to do. He already knows what Abraham's going to say. He already knows what is going to happen. So, I mean, Abraham in that scenario, Abraham was correct in his statement of, God judging, the righteous, not judging the righteous, with the wicked.
Yeah,
But there's
but
many times in the Bible where
hold
Abraham's
on, hold on.
was wrong.
Verse 26 says, "And the Lord said, if I find at Sodom 50 righteous in the city, I will forgive the whole place for their sake." What you just said was that your God was going to do what he wanted to do regardless of what Abraham wanted. So are you saying that he lied to him?
No, did God find 50 righteous?
But if he had found 50 righteous, would he have done what
He
he
already
said?
knew if there was 50
It don't matter.
righteous.
If he had found 50 righteous, would he have done what he said to Abraham, or would he have done what he wanted to do anyway?
Yes, God doesn't lie.
So
He would
then
have
what
done
you
what
just said,
he would
so
have
then
honored him.
so then what you just said is not true. Then you said he would have done whatever he wanted to do anyway.
He did do what he wanted
That
to
no,
do.
you said
He did what was right.
regardless of how Abraham felt, that your
Look,
God would have done what he wanted to do anyway, regardless of what Abraham said to him. That's what you said.
whatever God does is righteous. He did the right thing.
And we're not talking about what he
Everything that,
did.
whatever God does is
We're
righteous.
not talking about what he did. We're talking about what you said. Like, you don't hold yourself accountable for what comes out of your mouth. Anytime that
No, I've
anytime we
said God,
address,
everything I've said is
what
100%
you
true.
said was that you
You
believe.
guys are dealing in
We're talking about
fiction.
what you said.
You're making
We're talking about
hypothetical
what you
scenarios that
said.
never happened.
We're talking about what you
You're
said.
trying to
Shut
rewrite the
the fuck
Bible and
up.
make up.
God damn, you talk too
You're
much.
well,
We're talking about what
you.
you said. You said, I
I deal in.
believe. You said, I
You're
believe.
making up
You
scenarios
shut up. You said,
and trying to argue.
I believe
I
God
stay.
would have. That's what you said.
I stay with.
You just fucking run
You're
your
living.
mouth. Shut up.
You are fictitious.
Okay, sir,
When
do me a favor.
guys are coming up with fictitious stories and trying to argue against it,
Sir,
that's not what happened.
Okay, he just called me
God
sir,
thick.
does what's right all the
sir,
time,
sir,
always
sir,
will.
sir, do me a favor. Can you steel man my position? What am I saying?
You're trying to say that either I'm saying, you're trying to say that I'm saying that either Abraham was wrong or God was wrong. No, God
That's
is
not what
always
I
right
want. That's not steel
100%
manning
of the
my position,
time,
sir. Please,
regardless of what Abraham
sir.
says or
You're
does.
crashing out. You're crashing out. Just stop. Okay.
No, I'm not crashing out.
You really are.
Guys,
Okay.
Let's argue
insufferable.
with
And I don't
reality of what
I
happened.
don't say that lightly.
What you're
Okay.
saying never happened.
Just hey, take a breath.
This
Okay.
story never happened.
What what I what I want you to do is I want you to make my case for me as strong as it can be. Right. You may think that it's wrong. Obviously, you think it's wrong. But I want to know that you actually understand what I'm saying. Now, if you want me to do that with your position, I'm happy to do that. But I mean, at a minimum, just paraphrase back to me accurately what it is that I'm arguing.
Well, you're trying to say that God was, because God was going to do whatever he wanted to do, that it didn't matter what that Abraham's statement that would you judge the righteous with the wicked, if God would have not honored what judging the right, the righteous separate from the wicked, that either Abraham would have been wrong or God would have been wrong. Well, I'm
Okay, and
saying
what's the
God is always right.
wait, just wait. Okay. So look, and sorry, my signal looks weak, so if I'm breaking up, I apologize. What I'm looking for you to do here is let's pretend that this is a high school debate team, right? And you've been assigned a topic, and you have to argue my position. I'm not asking you to go through a whole argument, but like you might not agree with it, but it's debate. You're learning how to debate. That's the whole point of like the high school debate team. So I just want you to say, all right, look, if I were going to argue your position, what I would say is blah blah blah. Right? If you can do that, I'll know that you understand the position. As it stands, I'm not sure that you do.
Well, I'm wrong a lot. Okay, I'm not going to say I'm right, and I'm not going to sit here and try and defend God, because God doesn't need to be defended. All I'm going to say is what the Bible says is God is perfect. He's without sin. Everything God does is righteous. That's my stance. Okay,
Nobody's debating that,
regardless if he's
though.
taken
I
out,
agree.
if he's unalive.
Sir, I agree with you.
Okay.
That is sir, just wait a second. Let me finish. I agree with you. That is the position of the narrative. Nobody's disputing that.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I'm not sure you understand what I'm arguing.
I really don't. No.
Okay. So and that's fair. That's fair. I can be unclear as well. So the point that I'm trying to make is if Abraham, have you ever heard of the Euthyphro dilemma? I hadn't before I
No.
got into these
Are you
circles.
trying to say that I am wrong in what I believe, or are you trying to say the Bible's wrong?
I'm not trying to say anything except I want you to do an internal critique of the text. That's what I'm asking you to do, right? So the Euthyphro dilemma is God does what is good, or sorry, something is good because God does it. I'm probably saying it wrong here. God does something because it is good, or it is good because God does it, right?
Uh-huh.
So my position is that throughout the Hebrew Bible, the text holds the former, I think is the one that I said first. Anyway, the text of the Hebrew Bible says God does things that are good, right? Christianity today tends to have to take the position that says whatever God does is good because he does it. In other words, something is good because God did it. Therefore, everything that God does is good because if he did it, it was good, right? It's good because he does it.
Uh-huh.
But the position of the Hebrew Bible is that there is this moral standard to which deities are held, and Yahweh is a deity, and he is held to that standard. Now, he always meets it. He always meets it in the mind of the writers. There's never a time that Yahweh doesn't meet the standard of righteousness. He always does. But the point is that there is a standard that he has to meet.
Yeah,
And
I
I
don't.
don't think you, yeah, I wouldn't think you would agree with that.
No, I don't believe that there's a standard outside of God. That
Right.
God is the standard.
Right.
But
Okay.
he
So
can't. He can't do anything that's not righteous.
right. So this is what I'm trying to sort of hone in on, right? Because the reason that I'm bringing this up is because Abraham seems to disagree with your position. Abraham seems to think there's a moral standard outside of God that God has to meet. Now, in Abraham's mind, he always will meet it, but it's still there for him to meet. And that's what he's appealing to God about. He's saying, hey, there's this standard here where you won't sweep away the righteous with the wicked. It's obviously, that's why he says, far be it from you to do this thing. Obviously, you're not going to do that, God, because you're better than that, right? You're morally good. So you're going to do the thing that is right and just. But what I'm saying is that if that is the case, if that is Abraham's position, and Abraham were with us today and had our moral sensibility, right? And he were to look back at 2 Samuel 12 and say, well, damn, God unalived a baby to punish David for adultery instead of meting out the punishment that the law required for David or on David, right? That, by our modern sensibilities, I mean, I hope you would agree with that in any other circumstance, unaliving somebody's baby because they committed adultery would be an atrocity, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, every Christian that I've interacted with, and I understand why, has to say, well, that's just because God did it.
Well, I believe that what Abraham was doing is he was basically like what we do when we pray. In other words, God, I know God can do whatever he wants to do, but there's certain things that I would like for God to do. And that's all Abraham was doing. He was pleading with God, trying to get God to not destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And he was trying to create, remind God of, God, you're righteous. You can't judge wicked people with righteous people,
Right.
but the thing is in this scenario, God did compromise in a way with Abraham from Abraham's standpoint. But regardless of what, God could have said, well, Lot's not righteous either, and God could have said that, but God rescued Lot out. I mean, obviously, I mean, it's not a matter of whether Abraham was right or wrong. Abraham had a agenda that he was trying to accomplish. He was pleading with God, and we see in the Bible in certain places like where God had people, gave people extended their lives because they prayed or did certain things. But the fact of the matter is, I don't believe there's a position to where Abraham's right or Abraham was a flawed, sinful person. He's definitely not right all the time. I mean, to look at the judgment he made with Hagar and, Ishmael and all that. I
Well,
mean,
let's not. I
Abraham
hear
made
you.
tons of mistakes.
Sure. And I don't think the narrative would disagree with you on that, right? Obviously, the narrative wouldn't disagree with you on that. Let me see if I can give an analogy, and because I think this will make it super clear. If I have 5 kids. If I were to tell like my 4-year-old twins, hey, if you clean your room, I'm going to take you to, I don't know, the laser tag thing, which I cannot believe I would make such a promise because 4-year-old twins with a laser tag. But anyway, if I did, and they went and cleaned their room, right? And then they came back and said, Dad, we're ready to go. And I said, well, I mean, I don't know, laser tag. And they said, whoa, wait a second. Like, you promised us that you would do that. You're a good dad. You keep your promises. You promised us this. Now, clearly, they're pleading, right? Like, I have the power here. I don't have to take them. They can't drive themselves, whatever. So they're pleading, but they're pleading based on a standard. And the standard is, Dad, you're not a liar, right? You told us you would do this. You made a promise. You need to keep it. We kept our end, right? So there's a standard that they're holding me to. And they're not just assuming, well, everything that God does, or everything that God, they would not call me that. Everything that Dad does is good and right. We just trust him, right? They would say, hey, big guy, right? Like, look what you said. And that's what I'm saying that Abraham is doing here is there's this standard that God, you can't do this because that would be wrong.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's your point?
Well, if that's true, if Abraham is right, and he's saying, God, you can't do X because X would be wrong, then I think you would have to make an argument for why it is that it's right somehow for God to unalive an infant, because then you wouldn't be able to make the argument, well, God, just whatever God does is right.
Well, I would say Abraham is not always right, but in this scenario, Abraham was right.
Well, if that's the case, then it sounds
But he's not
like
always right.
sure, but it sounds like you're agreeing that there is something that God can't do because it would be wrong for him to do it.
No, absolutely not. I don't believe
Okay,
that.
then I think you disagree with Abraham.
No, I agree with Abraham.
I don't think you do, though.
Well, I'm sorry you think that, but
Okay, but
Abraham,
tell me, show
I
me how
agree.
you agree with him. If he's holding Yahweh to a
God's
standard,
not gonna judge the righteous with the wicked. That's why Jesus died, because
but that's not the
we're not
point.
gonna be. I'm
But
not gonna be
but
judged for my sin
but
when I
that's not
die.
the point. That's not the point, that he's not going to do it, right? The point is that there's a standard that Abraham is holding him to.
No, Abraham is just asking God. He's pleading with him, and he's in his finite
Based on
mind.
a moral
He's trying to.
standard.
He's
Based on a moral standard.
God is the moral standard.
He's not saying, God, you're the moral standard, therefore everything that you're going to do is good. So I'm so glad you're going down to Sodom. Best of luck. Go do what's right. He's saying, you won't sweep away the righteous with the wicked. Far be it from you to do that.
So, can I ask a quick question?
Please, sorry.
When this God sent a plague to kill 70,000 people because of David taking a census,
Uh-huh.
are you saying that all 70,000 people were wicked?
They were all sinners.
Can you show me in the
Well, look,
text?
that goes back to my garden analogy.
No. Were they wicked?
It's not sinful when
No,
God
no, no,
kills
no,
people.
no, no, no. Can you show me in the text where it says that all 70,000 people that your God killed because of David's sin were wicked?
Yes, they are wicked. They're
Can
all
you show
for
me?
all have.
Can you show me in the text where it says that all 70,000 people that your God killed were wicked?
Yes,
Okay,
Romans
show it to me.
3:23. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God,
That
and
is
also the
not
scripture.
what
There's none good, not even
that
one.
is not what I asked you. That's not what I
Are they
asked.
included in
That
all
that
people?
is not then that means that there were
You don't like the answer, but that's
then
it.
that means that Noah was never righteous, and your God fucking lied when he said Noah was righteous, and he kept Noah alive and he flooded the world. If everybody is wicked because of what Adam and Eve did, that means Noah's ass was also wicked. So
Noah was a
which
sinner.
is
Yes, he
it?
was.
Was he righteous?
He was being righteous and not being a sinner are two different
Okay,
things.
all right. So righteous and wicked are not the same thing as being a sinner. So
Righteous just means you're doing
righteous
what's
and
right.
wicked are not the same. Sinner and wicked are not the same thing. What I asked you was any of those 70,000 people righteous?
No.
Show me in the text where it says none of them were righteous.
For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God.
Then that means Noah's ass was not righteous and your God lied.
Yeah, he was doing what was right. He was obedient to God. He was doing what was right.
Then that means that he was not righteous. If you're going to hold that Noah was righteous,
No, he was doing what was
shut the
right.
fuck up while I'm talking. If you are
When
going
he
to
got
hold,
off the boat, he got drunk.
shut the fuck up.
That wasn't right.
If you are going to hold that Noah was righteous, even though all have fallen short, then Noah's ass should have been drowned with the rest of the fucking world. You are dishonest.
No, you just don't like the answer.
Do you know what an equivocation is?
Well, she's trying to
No.
equivocate righteousness
So you
being a
do know
sinner.
what it means. You do know what it means then. Okay. So
We
if
can
it
all
is
be
the
righteous,
case, listen,
but we're
if
all
it's
sinners.
true. Okay. You done?
You're just doing what's right. So
Okay. Are you done?
she's mixed up.
All right. I'll mute up. You go ahead.
Noah was a sinner. Okay. But he was doing he was being obedient to God, which is doing what's right, which is righteous.
Then show me where the 70,000 that your God killed was being disobedient to your God and was not doing what was right. And don't you quote that fucking Romans scripture again.
All scripture is given by inspiration of God. All scripture.
You are a fucking hypocrite. And you discredit every
Genesis,
fucking thing. You discredit everything that comes out of your fucking mouth because you cannot speak truth. Your loyalty to your God makes you a fucking liar. Your loyalty to your God makes you a liar. You cannot speak truth. You are a fucking hypocrite.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment from you. I use
Dr. B,
the New Testament.
Dr. B, I don't think you're gonna get he's a waste of a conversation at this point.
No.
Well, let me try one more thing. Can I? Okay. I don't think she did.
Yes, she did.
Okay. Let me ask you one more thing. Okay. So listen, you're saying, and just make sure I understand you. You're saying that when the text says that Noah was Sadiq, right? He was righteous before God. That just means that he was doing the right things.
Yes.
Okay.
He was doing.
So when
being obedient to God, but he was not. Okay. He was still a sinner.
Okay. So listen, when Abraham says, "Surely you will not sweep away the Sadiq," what does Sadiq mean there?
Dr. B, can you repeat your question again? Because I don't know. Maybe
I'm so
Yahweh came
sorry.
in
Yeah, I
and
think
sold his fucking mouth shut. I don't know.
So if Noah, when you say that, when it says that Noah was righteous before God, that just means that it wasn't talking about his his state of justification or what have you before God, or sanctification before God. And instead, it's just saying he's doing the right stuff. Right? He's still a sinner. He's just doing the right things at that time. He's behaving appropriately. Then what does it mean in Genesis 18, just a few chapters later, when Abraham says, "Surely you won't sweep away the righteous with the wicked"? What does that mean there? Does it mean just people that are behaving well?
He's just making a plea to God's character. I mean, Abraham knows that God is perfect and just, and he's making. Abraham does not want God to do something. Okay,
Right, but what is it that he
so he's
doesn't? What
making
is
a
it?
plea
It's
with him.
I understand, but what is it that he is saying? Far be it from you to sweep away the righteous with the wicked. What does righteous mean there then?
Well, God, in this situation, agreed with Abraham to the point to where he did take out the righteous with the wicked.
I
Now
feel like you're
look at
dodging my question, and I don't
no,
know why.
you just don't like the answer.
You're not giving me an answer. What does righteous mean there in Genesis 18? Does it mean A, they are sinless, or B, they're just doing the right things?
They're doing the right things. They're not sinless.
Perfect. Perfect. If that's the case, God is saying, or Abraham is saying, the standard, Yahweh, is that you won't unalive people that are doing the right things with the people that are doing the wrong things. This is worse for your case.
No, that's not the standard.
It absolutely is,
That
according to
was
Abraham.
Abraham's plea.
No, it
That
wasn't
was
a
not
plea. It was a statement about Yahweh.
no, that was a
Have you read
plea.
the text? Sir, have you
Yes.
read the text? Well, then read it to me.
Abraham was challenging
What
God.
did Abraham? No, don't paraphrase it. Tell me what it says.
All right, hold on. Let me bring it up.
Thank you.
This is absolutely in fucking sane and the worst, possibly the worst. I don't even think this is cognitive dissonance. I don't know. Uh, Not that Bible Jason says, but Dr. B, he knew all three Monster Truck Jesus freak bumper sticker Bible verses from the super heretic Paul and the ghost of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Yep, Forrest, it is. I feel that this type of doctrine is the reason that the saying empathy is a modern concept is a thing.
Mm.
Are you still looking for the scripture?
Yeah.
Sound, are you still looking for that scripture?
I'm sorry, I had it on mute. Sorry. No, yeah, it's far be it from you to do such a thing as this, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous should be as the wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And he's asking a question. And
Right.
God says,
It,
okay, Abraham, if I find
wait,
50
wait, wait,
people,
wait,
I'm going to
wait,
destroy
wait,
it.
wait. Don't move past it. What is the implication of his question? Is it I'm not sure of the answer. So can you answer that for me, Yahweh? Because I don't know the answer. Or is it a rhetorical question?
It's pleading with God. It's like, Dad, if I clean my room, won't you reward me?
No, no,
I
no,
mean,
no,
it's
no,
it's
no,
it's it's
no, no, no. So don't change it. Stay with my analogy, right?
yeah.
Because it wouldn't be won't you reward me? It would be, Dad, you promised.
God, where did God promise that he wouldn't destroy Sodom and Gomorrah?
No. Don't change it. What is it that he's saying? If there's a
Abraham is
God you
asking,
promised,
he's
now be
pleading with
listen,
God
listen,
not
listen.
to
Hey,
do it.
sound, listen. This is me trying to draw out like the honest interlocutor here. Okay. What is it if we're using the promised analogy? What is it that you would say that Abraham would be saying? God, you promised.
Where did God promise that?
Yeah, I'm asking you if we're trying to make that analogy work. What would be the most equivalent thing to God you
That's
promised?
there's no promise.
Okay, fine. There's no analogy. You don't know how to do this. What is it that Abraham is appealing to God based on? What is he saying? God, you can't do this.
He's like, God, you can't do anything that's wrong. You can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What is it specifically that he's saying in this case, if you were to do it, that would be wrong?
You will not judge the people that are doing what's right in Sodom with the people that are
Perfect.
doing what's wrong.
Because that would be wrong, right?
In
Okay.
Abraham's
Okay.
opinion.
So you agree that, wait, in Abraham's opinion, or do you think that that's correct? You know
In
what? It doesn't matter.
Abraham,
It doesn't
from
matter. That's fine. We can,
Abraham's perspective,
that's fine. That's fine. We can just go with that. So from Abraham's perspective, which you will either agree with or disagree with, it would be wrong for God to unalive people, not that are sinners, right? In the sense of
yeah,
like justification, sanctification, well, justification, I suppose. But people that are just doing good things.
doing what's right. Yeah.
That's right. If that's the case, now you have to make if that is a principle, if it is a principle that Abraham is saying, God will not unalive people that are doing good things, or alternatively, not doing wicked things, right?
It
Then
doesn't
you
say
would
that. It says judge them.
what does it mean to judge them?
Well, in this situation,
It
it would
doesn't
be to
say that.
destroy them.
It doesn't say that, but
Destruction.
it doesn't say that, but let's go with it. Right. It says sweep away the righteous with the wicked,
Yeah.
right?
Whatever.
Okay. So in this case, I mean, even just in this case, you would have to make the argument for why it is that the babies in Sodom are being swept away.
Yeah.
So either they are amoral, neither doing good or bad, and in that case, they're just being swept away because they can't do either, right? Which seems bad too. Or they're considered to be righteous by default and therefore being swept away.
Well, obviously, if God honored that and he took the righteous out, then maybe those babies grew up to be. God saw in the future that they would grow up to be doing what's wicked. I don't know why God did that. I can't explain why God.
Okay, but do
You're
you
asking me
understand the
why. You're asking me why God destroyed a bunch of babies that could have potentially been there when they were doing. They were they were too small to do what's right or what's wrong. I can't answer why God did that, but I know what he did was right. I
okay?
wasn't there. I can't
So,
explain it.
so it sounds like you understand the internal critique here.
Yeah, I mean, in other words, you're trying to say, well, if God can't, if the principle of God cannot judge the righteous with the wicked,
Mm-hmm.
which I believe he can, even though, because everybody's wicked, but in this situation, Abraham was trying to make a plea with God to take
Wait,
out the
hold on.
people that
Pause there
were
for a second.
less
Sorry,
wicked.
because sorry, but just pause there for a second. What do you mean? If you think that righteous there means doing good things and wicked there means doing bad things, I mean, certainly you can't think that babies are wicked.
He
Babies
also
can't be
No,
doing
I'm not.
bad
I'm not. I'm
things.
he
not
also
saying they
can't
were.
think that wicked equals sinner because he said righteous doesn't.
That's right.
Yeah. So
Well,
no.
yeah. No, I can't say that a little child was committing
Right.
egregious sins. I can't say the babies are sinners. Yes, I can say
Right.
that.
But that's not what the text is saying. That's the
Well,
point.
God, Abraham's statement is a plea to God. It's not a
It's
standard.
it's a plea based on a
God, okay, if
standard.
a God crashes, if an airplane crashes, God allowed it to happen.
That's different, isn't it? If God
Well, if there was
makes the
righteous
airplane
people,
crash, if God makes the airplane crash,
well, God's responsible for if God could have stopped it from crashing.
oh, okay. So I mean, if that's like, I feel like you're opening up a world of hurt for
Hell
yourself here
yeah.
if you go with this.
No, no,
Okay,
God,
so hey, in 1 Kings 22, when God sends a lying spirit to lie in the mouth of his prophets,
yeah.
did God lie?
No, God, the Bible says God created the righteous for the
Did,
day. God uses the right.
don't
God
go to a
created
different
the.
text. Stay
I'm
with this
answering
one.
God.
You're
It's all
not
the same
answering it.
text. It's all
It's
from the
not
same
the same
person.
text. So sorry. Okay.
All
In
Scripture
First
is
Kings,
given by
sir,
the Holy
sir, sir,
Spirit.
sir, sir.
The
In
Holy
First
Spirit
Kings,
wrote the whole
sir,
Bible.
stop. I know this is scary, but in First
Yeah.
Kings 22, just answer my question. Did God lie?
No.
Okay, he sent a lying spirit
Yeah.
into the mouth of his prophets to
Yes.
lie to the king so that he would go up and unalive at Ramoth Gilead.
Yeah. He used an evil spirit. God uses the
Not an
wicked.
evil
God
spirit.
uses.
It's not an evil spirit. Why do you think it's an evil spirit?
Well, God can use. God can use. God uses the wicked to do His bidding, and He also uses the
But
good.
that's not what's going to focus, right? Do you know this passage?
Yeah, I know. I'm
Okay.
familiar with it.
All right. So God, just to remind everybody, God is in his heavenly council and he says, all right, how are we going to get the king to go up and unalive at Ramoth Gilead? Who's going to go entice him? And one spirit says this thing and another one says this thing. And then a spirit steps forward and says, I will go and entice him. And Yahweh says, well, how are you going to do it? And he says, I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And Yahweh
Yeah.
says, yes, go and do it. You will be successful. And then the text says, Micaiah ben Imlah says, therefore know that Yahweh has set a lying spirit in the mouth of all these your prophets.
Yeah.
So did God lie?
No.
Do you understand the double standard that you set for yourself
Well,
here?
you just don't understand the Bible. You just
Tell
don't
me.
understand.
Tell me.
God used a lying spirit to
God
deceive the.
sent, God
Exactly.
sent
He sent it. Yeah.
a lying spirit to deceive. Let me ask you a question. If
Yeah.
God said to Isaiah, God said to Ezekiel in Ezekiel 26, go prophesy that Nebuchadnezzar is going to completely destroy Tyre, sweep it clean, scrape it clean, down to the bedrock, and it didn't happen.
Well,
Is
yeah,
God
that was if
responsible
they
for that?
didn't, but that was conditional if they
Oh,
didn't repent.
wait a minute. Don't take the conditional. Let's just say that it didn't happen. Let's just say that
No, it
Ezekiel
was,
was wrong.
but you're taking it
Could
out of
that, hey,
context.
sir, I'm definitely not taking it out of context,
Yes,
but
you are.
okay.
God sent many prophets to Israel and told them if they didn't
Sure,
do this, this was going to
show me
happen.
where it's conditional. Show me where it's conditional. I know that you think that Robert Chisholm, if and I'm granting you a lot of grace here, that you think that Robert Chisholm article on this is great, right? But I want you to show me where it's conditional. Go ahead.
No, it's all conditional. God sent many prophets He sent Ezekiel, and all of them tell them if they didn't do this, that God was going to destroy it. He
What
warned
what
them and
was the
warned them and
condition
warned them.
though? What was the
Yeah, what was the
condition that he
condition?
put on Tyre?
Well, I'd have to look that one up, but God,
Look it
Okay, well,
up.
how do
it was
you
all
know that
conditional.
I don't know the context if you don't know the context?
Well, it was obviously conditional.
Okay, obviously. I mean, it couldn't just be wrong. I mean, it's not like Ezekiel 3 chapters later in verses
Are
17 to 20
are
said, no,
you
no, no,
trying?
no, no,
Are
no, no,
you
no,
trying?
no, no,
Are
no,
you
no, no,
trying to get
no,
me to
no.
say that God is
I
wrong?
know
That's
you're
never going to
scared.
happen.
I know that you're
I'm
scared
never
because you
going to
just
admit it.
accused me of not knowing the context, yet I'm getting ready to lay the context out for you that
No,
you
you
don't
obviously
know.
don't know the
So in
context because God
29:7,
can.
yeah, that's right. That's right. In 29:17 to 20, Ezekiel says, 15 years later, after this prophecy that he says, he said in 586, he says, now it was that Nebuchadnezzar and his army went up against Tyre, and every head was made bald, and every shoulder was rubbed bare, but he didn't get any wages for his efforts. Therefore, thus says Yahweh, I am giving him Egypt as his plunder. Did that happen? Did he plunder Egypt? Do you know? Since you know the context.
No, he didn't. And I'm upset about
No,
that.
what do you know? I haven't read that in a while. But what's
Okay,
your
well,
point?
then you don't know the context that you're accusing me of not knowing, even though I've just demonstrated that I
Well, no,
clearly do.
you're trying to say I don't have to know. I don't even have to read what you're reading because you're
Your
trying to
definition of
argue that
context
God
then is
lied.
very
God does
strange.
not lie. God is not wrong. He never does anything that's
Right,
unrighteous.
except when he is.
And I will
Right,
never
I know
say
you're
that
not. I
because
know
it's
you're
not
not.
true.
It's just going to
God
be
is perfect.
obvious. Yeah, I know, but it's just going to be obvious that you don't have a justification for that.
Yeah, the Bible, God is perfect.
Sure, so explain Ezekiel 26.
I don't have to explain
Of
anything. God
course
is
you
perfect.
don't. That's why you have this cognitive dissonance.
No, you cannot prove where God is evil
Uh,
or God is wrong.
I
God is
just told
perfect.
you, he said, this. Do you think that
You
Ezekiel
just don't,
26,
you're
hey,
obviously
stop,
taking it
stop,
out of
stop.
context.
Yeah, obviously. Do you think that this isn't a perennial problem for evangelical scholars? Do you think that Chris Udd wrote his article on this or Robert Chisholm wrote an article on this because it's not a problem? Do you think that
Not a problem
Block
for
in his
me.
commentary, yeah, of course it's not a commentary because you don't fucking know it.
It's not a problem for me.
I
God doesn't
know, because
lie.
you don't know it.
Because I
You
know
just
the
sort of you just
principle
sort
that
of
God doesn't
blithely walk
lie.
through life and say, "Well, I'm a fundamentalist, so obviously I know this is true. I don't really have to know anything about
I
Ezekiel
know that
26."
God doesn't lie and he's
Yeah,
never
well,
wrong.
go do some reading on Ezekiel 26. Tell me why evangelicals struggle with it.
I'll read it and I'll come out with the same conclusion. God doesn't lie and he's
Great.
never
I am
wrong.
super excited about you coming back and educating me on Ezekiel 26.
I don't need to prove anything. I'm not here to educate you.
I know you're not going to. I mean,
You
like
can believe.
nobody's fooled that nobody thinks you're going to go pick up a
No,
commentary.
you can't
Nobody
come to
thinks you're going to
God
get
unless the
Chris
Holy
Udd's
Spirit.
article. Yeah, nobody thinks that you're going to actually go research this or that you know who
No, I've read the
Nebuchadnezzar is.
Bible I've read the Bible probably way more times than you have.
Oh yeah, I think that's probably true. Definitely don't click on my profile.
Yeah. I mean, you
Don't
obviously,
click on it.
but
Don't click on it.
you cannot come to God unless the Holy Spirit leads you.
Right.
You're
No, I
just
get it. You
deceived.
know the Bible super well. I mean, you don't know this passage or the other passages that we've
No,
talked
I'm
about. You know
familiar with the
super well.
passage.
Yeah,
You're
go ahead. So
you're
educate me on
spending
it.
you're
Educate
spending
me
your
on it.
life trying to
Educate me on
prove
it.
God wrong.
Yeah,
Why are
that's
you doing that?
100% what I'm doing. See,
What is your agenda in that?
how
What are
many
you
times
trying to
do
prove?
you want to be wrong today?
You and I are going to be gone in 30 years or
Yeah,
50 40 years.
how many more times do you want to
And
be
the
wrong today?
Bible's still going to be here. God's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
going to
How
be
many more
perfect.
times do you want to be wrong
And
today?
and
How many more
I'm
times? Three
oh
more? Three
I
more?
can be wrong a lot.
Great. Well, I mean, you're proving that here. It's demonstrable.
No,
You
I'm not
said
wrong
in the
when
past 3 minutes, you said 4 wrong things, pretty
no, I'm
significant
not
wrong things.
wrong when I say God's perfect and he never lies.
You
That's
were
not
wrong when
wrong.
you said that I'm out here trying to, what did you say? Disprove the
Okay.
Bible? Is that what you said? Show God to be
Well,
evil? Is that what you said?
you want to argue against the Bible and say that God is a liar
No,
and God is
actually,
wrong.
I don't. You know, fuck all about me.
What are you trying to prove?
Oh, no. You know, right? You're the smart one here.
I'm
You're the
not
one that knows
smart.
the context.
God
So
is
go
I
ahead.
know
Go ahead.
I don't need to
Educate
be
me.
smart to know that
Educate
God
me.
is
I know
perfect.
you don't, right? And you're demonstrating that you don't need to be. All you need to do is have your blind faith. I get it.
It's not blind.
It is
No, it's
100%.
not. It's based
Tell
on the
me
Bible.
why it is that God isn't wrong in Ezekiel 26. Go ahead.
God isn't wrong because God is God and he is perfect.
So he can make a prophecy, give a prophecy through Ezekiel that doesn't come to pass.
God can say whatever he wants.
Yeah, right. He can't do anything that's wrong. He can't do
Exactly.
anything that's incorrect. So if I
Exactly.
show you something that he does where he fails in a
No, you
prophecy,
just
you're
don't
just going to say,
understand
no,
it.
God can do that. Yeah, that's right. I don't understand it. So go ahead, educate me.
Yeah, you're just taking it out of context.
Go ahead. Show me the context that helps you.
I'm not going to sit here and go through the Bible
Right. Yeah,
50
you
million
don't know
times.
it. You don't know it, and you're okay not knowing it. That's the definition of blind faith.
Because when you try and argue the point that God is wrong or told a lie, I can stop right there. I don't even have to look it up. You're wrong.
Right. Definitionally, this is blind faith.
No, it's a waste of time arguing that God is. I'm not going to sit here and defend God and say that God is perfect,
You're
is not a
scared.
liar and
You're
not
scared
perfect,
to learn something
because
about your
he
God.
isn't.
You're afraid to learn something different about your God. You've already said, I'm not even
No,
going.
no,
Why
God
the
is
fuck? Stop
perfect.
talking while I'm talking. God damn, you are insufferable. You're scared to learn something different about your God, so you won't look at it. You won't
I'm not
shut
scared of
up. Yes, the
anything.
fuck you are. You won't look at it. You
God,
won't
I'm not
verify
scared
it.
of
Yes,
anything.
you are. You are scared that daddy isn't
God
a
is
good
perfect.
daddy. Your mama done lied to you.
God is perfect.
Mommy lied and told
You
you
are a
that you
sin.
had a good daddy and he's
We
a
are.
piece of shit. And you are
You are.
scared to look at your daddy's fucking card. You are afraid of it. And you even said, I ain't even going to admit it. You even said that you would never admit it.
You're right. I will never say that God is wrong. God, God is perfect. He's never wrong. He doesn't lie. His Bible is true.
I mean,
Everything in the Bible is true.
just because you say that shit don't mean it's true. Just because you lie to
No,
yourself, just
because
because you lie to yourself doesn't mean we
second,
have to lie to ourselves. You have the issue, the fundamentalist prefrontal cortex deformity that Jesus has not healed yet. Your Jesus does not want you to know that he is a liar.
Jesus can't lie. He's God.
Thinker, I just looked at the clock. I'm gonna have to drop. But thank you for letting me come up.
You are so
I've
welcome,
actually
Dr. B.
I've actually really enjoyed this. Sound
See
I
ya, Doc.
Oh, he's gone.
sound oh damn. Well, if he's still listening, I look forward to him coming back and educating me on Ezekiel 26. And if he comes back and he wants to educate and I'm not here, please message me and let me know
Well,
so
he
that I
pulled
can
out
drop
his penis and
everything.
started peeing on stage. So,
Yikes.
yeah.
Yikes.
Mm-hmm. But
Well,
God doesn't lie. God is perfect. Yeah.
gosh.
That is the
Well,
worst case of cognitive dissonance I've ever seen in my life. But I don't even know if it's cognitive dissonance. Like it's hard when you're dealing with fundamentalist evangelicals because him saying I will never admit it, that's like an outright
yeah. Yeah.
admission that he would lie. Like so and not
And
have any
it's like
shame.
it's one thing. I'll drop after this. It's one thing for somebody to come to me and say like, "Look, I've got all this evidence that like evolution isn't true, or like the Earth is flat. I don't know what." And for me to be like, as somebody that's not a scientist, that's not an evolutionary biologist, to be like, "Okay, look, I don't have time." Ain't got the time nor the inclination to go digging into evolutionary biology to talk to you about viruses or some shit. I know that you're wrong because, like, here, the vast consensus of people that are experts in this field, say this. It's one thing for me to say that, right? To own that I have ignorance in that field and I am depending upon specialists in the field that give us cell phones and immunizations and things, based on that research, or that send rockets up into space. Um,
it's another thing to say, well, this is true and I know it, but I'm not going to go research it because I know it to be true. Like those are very different things. It would be fine if he had said to me, "Look, I don't know Hebrew. I don't have time to like dig into this but I've read these evangelical scholars and like they seem to agree with my position and yeah, I mean, sure, they could be wrong, but like I'm comfortable believing this. Fine. Like I'm all good. You know, live your best life. Don't vote, but you know, um, you know, that would at least be a far more, I think, honest position. So anyway,
Yeah, it's hard for them to take that position because that would
yeah,
be them admitting that there is a possibility that there could be something
fair
incorrect
point.
about their God. Yeah.
Yeah, fair point. Well, thank you so much for letting me yell at him.
You're welcome.
I'll
Thank
let you
you.
drop me down so I don't screw with your algorithm. Thanks, Thinker.
You're welcome. Have a good day, Dr. B.
You too. Bye.
Good morning, Fee. How are you?
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning, friends. I missed somebody peeing on stage. What happened?
I think he did it in protest to his ass whining because I told him his mama lied about his daddy being a good man and his daddy wasn't a piece of shit. But I was talking about Yahweh. He literally said, I will never admit that God lied, that God is wrong. Like, he literally said that. And he has the mindset of God is sovereign. He can do whatever he want to do. Those type of people, for me, are entertainment for conversation wise, because the crash outs be fucking hilarious and a waste of a conversation. Because, like, what am I talking to you for? You're like you said, you'll never ever accept what the text says. Facts don't matter to you, right? Like, truth doesn't matter to you. You were a waste of a conversation for me. You've already told me that you are dishonest and you approach life from a dishonest foundation. So there's no point in me talking to you.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going through the Bible to see if it's consistent, to see if the God, is truly good, and your position is God is sovereign, he can do whatever the fuck he wants to, then you're right. Like, why are we talking? Because you don't care.
And the reason you claim this God is not because you actually tested and tried the God to see if whether or not what the God claims to be is actually that. You just accept it. And you make excuses. Like he said, God doesn't always answer. God doesn't always do what he say he gonna do. And then he said that even if the God doesn't do what he say that he was gonna do, he's still right.
How?
Because he's gone.
Yeah, that there's literally nothing you can do with that.
Yep.
I could just turn my brain off. I don't even have to think about it. You're wrong.
That's basically his stance.
Yep.
But he was a good example of that study that was done on fundamentalism and what it does to the prefrontal cortex and how it damages it. That's a prime example right there. Fundamentalist belief and indoctrination stops people from actually being able to use it. It dwindles their cognitive abilities. And he was a great example of that because he told us he was a fundamentalist.
What topic did he choose?
Topic 2 is substitutionary atonement beneficial to humanity or harmful. And I don't know what his stance was on that because him and Dr. B couldn't get past whether or not Abraham had a standard of the God being just. He would not agree that Abraham was setting a standard that surely the God wouldn't do anything unjust and wipe away the righteous with the wicked. And I thought, okay, bring up the fact that, this God does wipe away the righteous with the wicked when he killed 70,000 Israelites because of what David did. And then he said that those people were wicked because they were, no, he said they were sinners because all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of their God. So at some point in their life, they had to sin. So they were not, so he didn't wipe away the righteous. So then I said, okay, then when your God said that Noah was righteous, when he flooded the rest of the world and saved Noah, then he lied. Then he went to Noah was doing what was right. So Noah wasn't wicked. And so I said, well, how do you know that the people in the 70,000 that your God killed wasn't doing what's right? He went right back to they were sinners, all fall short of the glory of God. And I'm like, wait, how the fuck are you holding the 70,000 Israelites that your God killed to the everybody's a sinner so they deserve to die, but not Noah's ass?
That makes no sense.
Exactly. It's they have no fucking foundation for their belief system. They bounce back and forth. They don't care about truth. They will be just like the God sent lying spirits. They will lie for their God. He even said that his God uses the wicked to get his will done. If your God is using the wicked to get your will done, then what the fuck do you need a devil for? Why do they need a devil in this story if the God uses wicked as well as righteousness?
Yeah, that would be God playing both sides of the checkerboard. Like if we're gonna move things on the righteous side to have your people do what you need them to do, but you're also gonna make moves on the side of the wicked, then you're moving both sides. Like you're playing both roles. That doesn't make any sense.
None whatsoever, but it makes sense in their mind, and that they go. These are the people that be screaming because he said Charlie. He said, "Look what happened to Charlie Kirk." He was saying Charlie Kirk was righteous. These are the people that,
The fuck?
yeah, this mindset are the people that be screaming, "Abortion is wrong. Homosexuality is wrong," while saying we all fall short of the glory of God. Like, and you can't convince them that wait a minute, wait a minute. You said everybody sins. You said that everybody is saved because of Jesus. Why are you pointing out uh, the people who get abortion? Why are you pointing out homosexuality? And they will hold both positions at the same damn time and not give one damn. We had a guy join the stage tonight, and his name is Nitwit Coolio. That's not his name, but that's what I named his ass. But he said that the reason why Jesus had to die was because Jesus' blood was pure blood, and it paid a new path for them to get right with their God. Okay, mind you, I said so before he said that that people couldn't keep the law. I said okay, so before Jesus died, y'all couldn't keep the law, and blood was spilled. After Jesus died, you still can't keep the law, and blood is spilled. And this new pathway for you to get right with your God is you wearing a crown of a sinner. And he kept saying, I didn't say, he said, I said I'm a sinner. I said I'm a sinner. I said, right, you are a sinner. I said, so because y'all sinned before with the law, you sin now with this new law. Nothing has changed other than the fact that you are right with your God as a right sinner. And that pissed him off. And he said that I was lying on the word of God when I said that Jesus couldn't do miracles in his hometown because of the unbelief. So he started, Coolio. He started crashing out saying that I'm not going to let you distort the word of God. That is a lie. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that. He said, read it right now. So, of course, I read it in Matthew and Mark while he was fighting the mute button. And I read it like a Hebrew Israelite, mind you. And when it was his turn,
To be fair, you did only read verse 1. We didn't even get the chapter or the book or nothing. So
that's not true. That's what he claimed. But um, so mind you, he demanded that I read it because I was lying. So after I read both of them, I said, now debunk it. This motherfucker gonna say, tell me what did he say? Tell me what it means first so I can debunk it.
What?
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. As if we just don't know that you lack the memory required to actually carry on this conversation.
Because
I
how do
need a
you?
summary of what you just read.
Yeah,
And
because
then of
how do
course
you
I was
debunk?
running. I was running because I would not explain it to him so that he could debunk it. And that was me running because I'm scared because I know that he's gonna debunk me.
But he needs you to tell him what it means before he debunks it, though, right?
Yep, that's what he said.
How do you debunk what you don't understand?
Yep.
I don't get it.
When I tell you, Fee, that I have cussed out every motherfucking body this morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm telling you, the coming out of black atheists is fucking these motherfuckers up because they losing they shit.
Completely and utterly. And I think they're comfortable with it. Like, I think it's almost as if these conversations, for some people, I do think this is the first time they've heard Black people be critical of this book and do so from the book's perspective. I think a lot of fundamental believers just think that non-believers just are out here championing all the things harmful. Like we were talking about yesterday when Bash was asking, what do y'all think we do every day? Like, what do you think a non-believer's life looks like? I think they have this expectation that we know nothing about this book. We've never read it. And the only reason we don't accept this God is because we don't know the God. But then when we use the book to describe the God in the God's own words, they have nothing to do with that. So I do think that it's kind of fucking them up internally.
Like the guy yesterday who said that he was using the context of the story when he said that the word peace means something else, but he had never read the Bible. You know who I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. That
Mm,
makes no fucking sense.
yeah. And when dumbass was on stage just now, and he was like, I don't even need to read it. I already know it's wrong. He reminded me of the guy from yesterday who was like, the word peace there. He's like, I would sit down. I would meditate. If anybody of a religious leader said that to me, I would sit down and I would meditate and I would say, what is he saying to me? That word peace there means, and started this defining peace. And I said, you don't even know the context of the story because nobody has said a story to you. You have one verse and you are using your preconceived uh, idea of who Jesus is to you to define that word peace. And he kept saying, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. And then he admitted that that's what he was doing after going back and forth. That's exactly what the dude that was just on stage was doing when he said, I don't even have to read it. I just know it's wrong because God is not a liar. God doesn't do wrong. God doesn't do evil. So it doesn't matter what's in this fucking book to people with a mindset like that because they have in their mind that even though they've not read this book, they've not studied the book, whatever they've been told God is or have decided this God is, it is, despite what the God's record is. They are dangerous people. And then we had another guy who was in the chat. He wasn't even on stage. And I was having a conversation with Tudor. And we were talking about why it's good to study the text, as someone who is an atheist. And I was telling Tudor about the conversation where Brandon was lying to Mama Bash about what Deuteronomy 21:17 says. And how I heard it in my sleep and I woke up and called it and went up and, corrected or debunked what he was telling Mama Bash in Hebrew. And I was saying that's one of the reasons that I learned Hebrew so that I could read the original text and line it up with what the English translation says. This motherfucker in the chat, who had, mind you, he had been adding me the whole fucking time. Let me up, calling me scared, right? Because he wanted to join the stage because he was getting mad about the stuff me and Tudor was talking about. The moment this motherfucker heard that I could read Hebrew, he says, "Oh man, now if I say something true, she gonna attack me." And then he goes, "Well, bye," and he leaves because I can read Hebrew. And what
They
real
don't want,
yeah. hmm
but they don't want to be. I don't think they want to know if they're right. They just want to be right. They don't want people to challenge it. And those who can, that's ridiculous. That's such a dishonest place to choose to be in.
And mind you, it's not because of he don't want to be challenged. It's not because he felt like, oh, she know too much or she knows something that I don't know. It was, oh, she's gonna attack me because she can read Hebrew. By y'all. He made himself a whole ass victim. And I hadn't even addressed him. From him tagging me in the chat, I just kept talking to Tudor and ignoring him tagging me. I hadn't even addressed him. All of a sudden, I'm gonna attack you. Like this, to me, that was a clear example of how they prey on a lack of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like they feel more powerful if they think they're going into a situation where someone lacks or has lesser knowledge than them. If they find out that that person has more knowledge than them, they won't enter that conversation because they know it's going to be harder to manipulate that person because that person is knowledgeable.
Yeah, I felt like that with the guy yesterday who was, who said he was a Christian, but I don't know how he was. And we're asking questions about these things that he's claiming. They want to hold these beliefs without examining them or without engaging in people who do examine beliefs. Like you can't come in here and just tell us something without showing us what makes it true. Making all these claims about languages you may or may not have studied, but even if you have studied, be willing to engage with someone who knows something different or who's studied something different than you. But that's how you know they're not looking for anything that's actually pushing against what they currently hold as truth. It's just dishonesty.
Yep. They was trying to keep the 80-year-old believer from learning yesterday. They were mad that she wanted to learn, that she wanted to really know if the Bible said homosexuality was a sin or not. They were mad about that. And they were trying to block her from learning. That like it's so it just reminds me of piranha, like crab in the bucket shit. Yeah, they were angry as hell.
Why are you gonna get mad at somebody learning something that is true? Like you do realize that what you're saying is hold on to the incorrect information. Don't look at the correct information. Hold on to the incorrect information because you believing it makes me believing it more comfortable. I don't know why they would do that. Like that's just so harmful on so many levels.
I saw a TikTok video that said that people would rather be in a community with the incorrect information and ostracize or isolate the person uh, who has the right information because it's easier to bully one person than for all of them to have to take accountability and change their thought process. And so they gather together as a community to bully the one person with knowledge to keep themselves from having to change. And they prefer to be a community of uh, all incorrect people than have to answer to the one correct person.
I think that's I think that's ridiculous, but it makes sense in light of the world that we live in. I think you see it every day because It's almost like community and acceptance has been bumped up a couple notches over truth and authenticity. They don't care if it's true as long as it's accepted by the masses. And I think the world reflects that.
Yep. It's why if you got that friend that will be honest with you, like a autistic person, most autistic people who have who are on the spectrum where they just tell the truth, they're ornery, kind of like myself. Like I know I say things that make y'all go, holy shit. Um, that most people like that are ostracized. Like they don't have large groups of people who want to be around them because most people don't like honesty. They say they do, but honesty feels like persecution or it feels like rudeness. And so they don't want to be around you because they don't want you to tell them the truth.
Yeah, because they're more comfortable with the lie. Like they are more comfortable with an agreed upon delusion that the world operates on, as opposed to listening to that friend or someone who speaks uncomfortable truths in spaces where those comfortable lies are prevailing. They don't like that. They like folks who are gonna go along to get along, and those of us who don't do that make them extremely uncomfortable.
Yep. And apparently there was another live held about how we are the mean girls of
What?
deconstruction. Yeah. Including Mama Bash and Lords. I can understand Lords.
Okay,
I can
Lord.
understand Lords.
I mean, Lord's talk about people's mama. I mean, I get it. We love her and we don't want her to change. But Mama Bash ain't cuss nobody out. Mama Bash ain't mean to nobody.
Exactly. I'm like, Mama Bash.
Sorry, y'all.
Mama Bash. A mean girl. Stop it. The fact that they said Mama Bash, to me that just speaks to envy of how fast her account is growing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just envy. Because ain't no way in fucking hell you said Mama Bash is a mean girl.
Even when Mama Bash's semi-firm voice comes out, it's still sweet. I don't know what they're talking about.
They said we
High key offended.
they say we run in cliques and we are the mean girls of deconstruction. I tend to be relatable to everybody that I meet as much as I can until you show me why I can't relate to you. If you are a rude motherfucker for no reason, I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm not going to relate to you. But also, like, you cannot just show up and expect to be in my inner circle. I don't fucking know you. I have to protect myself. I don't know you.
Absolutely.
And then
But I do.
apparently it has something to do with the trip. Apparently it has something to do with the trip because we have boundaries on giving information out about the trip and that you have to be in the Discord. And no matter how many times we say that this is for safety fucking reasons, this has nothing to do with who you are as a person. If you are not in the Discord, then what? You would think that people would appreciate that. But also, all that did was prove why we have the boundaries. Because don't nobody
Yep.
want to be on no fucking cruise with you for 4 fucking days and you bringing drama. And, they said that they went and had breakfast at 7 o'clock and didn't text me. What the motherfucker? Most of the time, like, what?
Did
Like,
you expect us to have breakfast at 7 p.m.? What are you talking about?
Right.
we don't want that shit. Don't. But that's what I'm saying. This is why people deconstruct, because that's the shit that go on in churches.
And that's the kind of
No.
stuff that I think that's also the reason that folks who think, I think the way a lot of us do, are more loners than not, or have very, very small circles. Like the crew I run with, when I say run with, we might get together like once or twice a year. Like we're gonna be there for each other. If anybody needs something, we're showing up. We're showing the fuck up. But even when we do get together, if two people are like sitting around the fire pit having a conversation, nobody's going to be like, oh, well, nobody told me. Like, we are adults. Like, get in where the fuck you fit in. There is no clique. There is no in group, out group. We are just people moving and enjoying each other and planning the trip. If you are the mindset that gets offended at, oh, well, it's, it's a clique or it's this, it's that. No, it's not. We have to protect ourselves. Y'all see how crazy folks behave in here. The messages that we get, the messages that we get trying to find where we live. Like, these things are not to be joked with. And if that can't be understood, then that's a problem that we don't have to deal with. You have to figure that out on your own. And I will wear whatever label I need to wear in order to keep myself in this community safe. It's ridiculous if folks don't understand that.
Exactly. Like,
I'm
and,
highly
and then
offended. I'm not a mean girl.
and then like we know that when we go on this trip, it's gonna be probably 50 to 70 of us on this trip. Everybody can't go to breakfast at the same damn time.
No.
Some of us go to bed early. Some of us stay up late. Some of us want to club all night. Some of us don't. People are gonna do different shit. Like,
Right.
don't
And
do.
put some pictures in the Discord or whatever the fuck was done after midnight. Because I'm telling you now, Felicia gonna be in the bed. I am
Exactly.
going to be asleep.
Exactly. Zena then went to the club. My ass was snoring. I didn't know. Like, I didn't be like, y'all didn't tell me. My ass went to sleep.
Exactly.
Like, I just hope that when we go, like, please, that there is no respective person. Uh, we don't know your faces. We know your names. We know your TikTok names at that. So a lot of us have never met before. Some of us have because we've had multiple trips. But a lot of the people are coming on the trip brand new. And we've gotten to know you by your TikTok names and your Discord names. So we're gonna have to get to know your faces. And so if we don't automatically like recognize you and be like, oh, wait, who was your name? Don't take offense to that. But I promise you, once you be like, I'm such and such, it's gonna be like, oh, hey, it's
Yeah.
gonna be a hug. Like don't please don't come on a trip like expecting that we're going to have fun with everybody that show up. That's the goal. We hope we see everybody because it's a big ass ship. We planning a dinner, I think. Um, so we hoping that we see everybody, but at every hour of the day, don't expect everything everybody to be doing the same thing at every hour of the day. Um, that can cause confusion and mess up everybody's trip. Come and have
Yeah.
fun. Get in where you fit in. Cause that's
Right.
what the fuck I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get in where the fuck I fit in. Wherever I
That
see people
part.
having fun, if I see your ass first and y'all having fun, I'm finna chill with y'all. That's how it go. Um, so please, like if you're going on a trip, come with the mindset that we coming to have fun. No drama. No drama. Cause we don't want that shit.
Right. And some of us sometimes we just gotta recharge our battery and sit alone for a minute. Like we don't want to talk to nobody for a minute. And don't take that as a dig towards anybody. It's just nope. I need 5 minutes to myself. So
Exactly. Yeah.
with
Selena,
my mean girls, boy. I thought that was fee at first because your box started lighting up.
Also talking about
I
he
was
making a Mean Girls 2 movie.
also ridiculous. But you're right, Selena. Like, I was on a work trip, I think it was last year, a year before, whenever I went to Kentucky and met with Lowen. We went to dinner one day, but we had this cruise thing. It's like some little ferry boat thing they had, and it was for multiple hours. I was on the top deck in the corner reading a book. Like, I cannot be around people that long, no matter how much I enjoy it. Selena was saying the same thing when we went to our first trip that we took. Like, if I disappear, I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not. I just need to recharge my social battery. Nobody took it personally because that's not
That
what was
part.
happening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sit in the car for like 15 minutes. I
and I
was like,
vape a lot. A lot of times you'll see me walk off because I don't want to be blowing my smoke in y'all's faces and stuff. And so, like, that's just me trying to respect your fucking lungs. It's not me trying to be by myself. Like, I vape a lot.
Right.
So that's me trying to respect your space and shit like that. But
And I play in the snow a lot, so that's just me going to the bathroom to rip a few lines.
Oh my God.
So
What? Also?
why is he this way?
Huh?
Why is he
What?
this way?
Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. Moon, are you up here on purpose, love? Moon? Okay. Remember, if you are a subscriber and you are in the request box, I need to see on purpose so that I can bring you up. Other than that, I'm going to think TikTok threw you in the guest box on accident. Hey, Lightbird.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are
Hey,
you?
Good.
bird.
How's
I'm
the
doing excellent. I
excellent
wanted
is
to
a good
say,
word.
I know, right?
yeah,
Such good news.
To hear that.
yeah. And I wanted to say I am a proud, mean girl hearing you ladies. And Mama
Mean
Batch is
girls.
not mean.
No, she is not.
She
There's
doesn't have a mean bone in her body.
absolutely
That
not.
shit catchy, ain't it, Thinker? Yeah.
I am working on saving up. I've never been on a cruise in my entire life,
Are you
and I
coming?
cannot wait to see. I want to come. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see you guys so bad, so bad.
That is so
So,
awesome.
yeah, so I'm saving up. My friends are having me do like side jobs on the weekend to save up, so I am planning on coming. So,
I'm so excited and happy for you at the same time because I know your whole story. And so this
thank
is
you.
pretty fucking huge.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm so excited. So I want you to know that I am really trying hard to be there, and you should be able to see me. I'm so excited. I feel like you guys are my family, so my chosen family. So I'm so excited, and I'm a proud mean girl. Maybe I'll have t-shirts made up for us, mean
Yeah,
girls.
absolutely. Well, I can't wait
It'll
to
be
give you a
fun.
hug and see you in
Oh,
person.
same. Oh, I'm so excited. I just wanted to tell you guys. So, you guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
You
You
too,
too,
Lightbird.
Lightbird.
Thank you. Have a
And
great
thanks for
one.
keeping us posted too on your
Oh,
progress. That's great news.
yeah. Oh, did you see that I can walk backwards now?
I did not
I
see
didn't
that.
say, did you post it in the Discord?
Yeah. I did on our personal chat, yeah. That I can,
Okay.
I think it was a week or two ago, I can start walking backwards.
That's what's up.
That's awesome.
You're gonna be running, jumping
Yes.
in pools
I
on
know,
the
right?
side by the time we
Yeah,
go on the
right?
cruise. You might cut a step.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my goodness, you're never even gonna notice. You're never gonna notice I had any problems whatsoever.
Well, this is something
Never.
to celebrate on the cruise, so
Yes. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to show you guys. Can't wait to show you guys I can do anything just like everybody else.
that's what's up.
Me
Yeah, I love it.
too. Thank you so much. And it's you guys are all of you are the reason I was able to keep going because there was times that I was my legs wouldn't work, so I was using my arms to crawl and you guys were the people that kept me going at night and stuff. I'd be listening to you because I'd be crying, and I didn't believe in anything past this world, so there was really no reason to keep going. But you guys kept me going, so thank you.
Well, I'm happy
I
to
appreciate
be
you
here and be
guys.
support for you, like Bird. And I
Yes,
I'm love having you in the community. Um,
thank you,
yeah, and I love you a lot. So and I can't
thank
wait
you.
to see you.
I love you guys too. And I wrote you guys a whole novel yesterday, so I'm sorry. I apparently just needed somebody to talk to, so I apologize for that.
Oh, that's
Oh,
okay. I'm
you're
glad you
good.
told me because I don't get notifications on Discord because I'm in I think I'm in too many discourse
Oh,
at yeah, but I'll check it after the live.
okay.
And
Yeah, I
I'm the
apologize
same.
for that.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize. I'm the same too. Like, I'm terrible. I will eventually get to the, like, I don't get the notifications for TikTok or for Discord. So when I happen to remember to check my messages, so y'all who ask me for links, I promise y'all I'm not ignoring you. I just don't check my inboxes very often. That's all.
Double
Okay
same. Double same.
thank you.
Marduk, we are not saying the dates and stuff live. All the information is on Discord, but yeah, just check the Discord for the
Yeah.
information.
I'm so excited. I can't wait to see all of you. I'm just terribly excited. It's just oh, I just can't wait. Oh, and Mama Bash and all of you guys. Oh, I can't wait. I just oh, so and it's going to be my first big vacation.
Yeah, with all your hard work, everything that you have overcome um, since I've met you, like you deserve it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I can't wait. I can't wait. It's going to be fun. I'm saving up. Hopefully I'll have the down payment soon. I'll be starting my side jobs real soon on the weekends here, so and then I'll get that down and then cuz that's all in the money that it said that's for all the days, right?
Hmm.
It's not per day.
No, that's not per day. That's for the whole
Okay.
entire trip. Now, when you get
Okay.
there, there are incidentals that you may have to prepay for, and they end
Okay.
up giving it back to you if you don't use it. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, but the this covers all your food and your drinks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, I'm so excited. All right. I will I'll be there.
All
I'm going to
right.
save up.
All right.
So,
Have a good one,
thank you.
Lightburn.
All right, take care, Lightbird.
Thank you. Love you
Love
guys.
you too.
Love you too.
Bye. I'll figure out how to drop. I think know how. I think. Yeah, disconnect, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye. I got Mean Girl number 7.
What's her new name?
Hey,
Huh?
listen,
What's her new name, Lord?
just Duncanese,
That's
courtesy of thinking.
That was just today. When she told that man, I don't speak donkey.
Duncanese. But if I
finished.
hadn't changed my name, if I hadn't changed my name, I would change it to fucking Mean Girl. So they could know that I know, bitch, that you hoes listen. Everybody cup of tea. That's why I only fuck with the people whose cup of tea I am. I'm not everybody cup of tea, baby.
And I know I'm
And I
not.
mean,
And I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And I don't try to be.
And I think that's
and
the part that bothers them. Like, I am perfectly fine with whatever label you need to affix to me, especially if you're intent on misunderstanding me. That's not my issue, and it's not my responsibility to make sure you walk away from this interaction liking me. I want you to walk away from this interaction understanding me. Whether you like me or not is irrelevant. That's up to you, and that's fine how you feel. But don't say that to somebody like Mama Bash. That pisses me off because Mama Bash shows up with such the most purest intention. Not that we all don't, but Mama Bash is intentionally. You can tell that she is just sweet, and I've never heard her speak an ill word to anybody. So they just need to stop lying. If you don't like us, don't like us. That's fine, but don't put this shit on other people. Ricky Bobby ain't got nothing to do with this.
I'm gonna tell y'all
Not
who the
legal.
true mean girl is. I'm gonna tell y'all because Dudette's ass she done hopped her ass all the way over to YouTube just to pay for a super chat for me to have to read out. Like,
Wait a minute. Shh, shh, everybody, shh.
What did she put?
read, please read it. Please read it.
she read "thinker is" and "mean" all caps. It's Dudette. Like,
W do that.
and then like she couldn't do it in TikTok. She went all the way to YouTube. Pay for a
That is
super chat.
hilarious.
Dedication. That is dedication.
Dudette's ass
That's
is the
petty
real
on the
mean
petty
girl.
levels.
For real. Oh, where you get this from, Dudette? Where did this come from all of a sudden?
Listen,
Love it. We love it.
Dude that been saying
That
that for
is
like the last 3 days. She messaged Lala in our group chat and was like, Lala, and I'm reading it the way she wrote this shit. Lala, I need you to come back to the live. I'm scared. Thinker is me. And I'm like, what the fuck? Dude, that is a
but
trip.
you but this is but see this is also why I never this I tell people all the time. This is why besides like some of the people I consider friends that I've met along the way, I've been having the same friends for over 40 years. Because this is the reason why, because people are weird for no reason. People are just weird for no reason. Like you could say what you want about me. I could take it all. But for you to lie on Mama Bash is some crazy work that you
That part.
probably need to see somebody about. Cause now you just making up stuff in your head. Just like the Christians. But I remember one time, I mean, I could understand. Now that I know who it is, I could understand. Understand.
Hmm.
Remember one time they was doing something that I would never do. Why you would say that?
Mm.
I said, who is it? I would never tell you, sir. What?
Mm-mm, mm-mm,
Mm-mm, mm-mm. No, I'm
but
not gonna never tell you.
but
I'm not gonna never
I
tell.
just
First
met
of
this
all,
person. I just met this person. Like I don't
right.
I,
first of all,
You're not on our radar.
my new job is never tell a nigga named Pink Beard. That's my new job.
My new job is AI operator. If y'all heard the end of Mama Bash Live, y'all know.
was it I am? Was it the I am guy?
No, I don't remember this boy name, but every time he got elevated, I said, "Elevation detected. Elevation detected.
Oh.
Please bring it down a couple of notches. Thank you. Thank you." If I wanted to talk to Mama Bash, I said, "Mama Bash, Mama Bash, is it okay if I say something? Thank you." But he calmed down every single time.
But
Yeah,
that's
I
but
do.
you know, I mean that's you know that's right. Let me tell you something. Be easy. Get out of here. See, let me tell you something. Bash has made everybody believe I don't have a job, and I really appreciate that, Bash. Mm. I want to be easy to. I want to be easy to get out of here. Ain't you supposed to be at school or something? Be easy. Don't you got the kids to wrangle up this morning?
Bash do got everybody believing you don't got a job.
People just popping in and out the.
I have no idea who's in here. Um, I think everybody in the guest request is uh in there on like the wait list. There was an apostle in there. Ooh, that would have been a good conversation. Proud nerd, are you in the request on purpose? Just visiting, are you in the request on purpose? Timmy Turner, are you in the request on purpose? Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are someone deconstructing your belief, if you are an atheist, you do not have to be disagreeing with us. You can share a perspective, some new information. It's not a ops only live. K Free Will, Lindaway, are y'all in there on purpose, on accident?
Hey, if you could check your text message real quick.
Okay. Hey, Kay.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So, I came up to tell a quick story about how Jesus's kids are not okay. And also, I wanted to ask y'all like a question after. So, I'm gonna make it quick. So, we know that like yesterday was Easter and everything. So, my family is like, particularly like my mom and my older brother are like diehards or whatever. My dad is deconstructing. He started deconstructing first, but I've surpassed him because, no. But he doesn't believe either. And yesterday was Easter, and my brother made like this group chat with me, my dad, and my other brother or whatever. Thank y'all for the gifts. So after a while, I was just telling my dad, like, I'm going to start setting boundaries because Christians really get on my nerves. So I'm just like, I don't want to keep letting people just say whatever and assume whatever, because that's just not who I am anymore. So in the chat yesterday, he's like, Happy Easter, blah, 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 blah. Jesus woke you guys up today. And everything you have is because of Jesus Christ. Let's give him the reverence and the thanks and the glory he deserves. He's the reason your lungs have air and all this stupid shit. So I I was kind and I just said, like, I want to say this in the most respectful way as I possibly can. I'm not a Christian anymore. You guys know this. Like, it's not a secret. So I'm just like, I just want to be as respectful as I can and say, like, please start being considerate that everybody doesn't believe the same thing as you. And I'm just trying to set a respectful boundary for myself and get y'all to understand who I am today. And that's just what I said. I was just like giving an example. Like, what if I was a Buddhist and quoting Buddha, or if I was a Muslim and I was dropping scriptures from the Quran? You wouldn't like that. You'd be offended, maybe even feel disrespected. Do y'all know? This is the plot twist of the century. I'm still not over it. This man asked me, why don't you just take your life?
What?
I swear on everything I love. And then thinker, it doesn't end there. I said, that's why I don't believe your ideology is harmful. And that's actually the sickest thing I've heard in all of my 30 years. He doubles down and he asks again, okay, so why don't you just take your life?
And you said this is when I say that Deuteronomy 13 is in the tongue, like they are still killing in the name of their God. That's what the fuck I mean. When they say that Jesus doesn't mean hate your sister.
Mm-hmm.
He means love him more. This is how y'all fucking do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to, I can drop what I said and everything in the Discord. I'll drop it in there just so y'all can like read how like cool, calm, collect, and honestly respectable what I sent was. I'm going to drop it and then I'm going to make a TikTok so, people can see this is Jesus's kids and this is how they get down.
I don't blame you. Put that shit. That's why they don't like to be put on display for the shit that
Yeah.
they do and say.
They're dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous.
Yeah.
And for
Now,
and for that to be a family member.
yeah, we came out the same mama.
That
Now,
is.
this is another thing, because my dad was livid. Like, he was like, I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was that bad. I'm like, I keep trying to tell you, your kids need to be in a place with soft walls, like seriously. So my dad's like, do you know if you were like that, he could like do prison time if you were to do something like that to yourself. And I'm like, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, they don't think
But
about the consequences of their actions because Jesus atoned for them. They don't have to think about the shit that comes out of their mouth. They don't think about what they do that affects other people and the responsibilities that come with that shit. When they say God said, they don't think about the responsibilities of that. They don't have to uh, hold themselves accountable.
yeah. Yeah, and I wanted to ask, like, when y'all set boundaries with y'all family, did it go like that? Or
Yes.
is it just,
Yeah.
it went back like that?
hmm My brother said some harsh shit to me. My mama has said some harsh shit to me, but my brother said some harsh shit to me, and then included my children. I told you like a couple of weeks ago, my brother told me I was dead to him.
Okay, so it is the
Now
same
he
thing.
did come back and apologize, but yeah. I told you my mama had to be blocked for a long time. My mama and my brother, who's a pastor, for a long time because they would say some of the meanest shit.
Yeah, I know they're like, crazy, but you just don't expect it to be that bad because I mean, we know it's a lie, right? We know that this is not like a religion of love and peace and shit, but you just don't expect it to be that bad, coming from your family, you know? Um, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting him to like get a little crazy, you know what I'm saying? But that is just that's something like you just never get over. And it's like no matter how many times you apologize and stuff like that, it's never going to take away from the fact that this is who you are and I know how you think and how you feel. And there's no apology or you can't even forgive something like that. Like
Mm-mm.
I know they're dangerous. I know they're harmful. And it's like I get on panels and stuff like that sometimes. People DM me, cussing me out and stuff like that. It does not bother me at all because I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't care. But it hits different when somebody that you know what I'm saying, would say that to you. Like it just hit a little different. So I wasn't expecting that, but
I'm
yeah,
sorry
Jesus
that
is
you
cute.
experienced that. Like that is so harsh, and I'm pretty sure you wanted to cry or probably cried because it's
Uh, honestly, I just sat in my thoughts because I was like, wow. I'm glad I didn't cry. I think I'm getting immune. That's what it be.
did the things that you were learning in here come to your mind when you read that?
Oh yeah, all the time. Every everything that's gonna make me cry if anything, because everything that I've learned from you or from being in Zena's labs, Mama Bash, Oso, Jay, everything that I've ever learned, all of y'all, like everything I've ever learned, I throw it at them and they can't handle it. Like that stuff comes to my mind, and you know what came to my mind first? The what you just said earlier: deny your mother, deny your brother, deny your family for Jesus. Like it's crazy. Like this is the norm for them. So him saying that so loosely just made me immediately think of that verse. Like that's what you have to do. So it also made me think about the fact that like you basically saying that believers in anything else don't need to be on this earth, but if you believe in Jesus the way he believes, because they're like non-denominational or whatever, um should be here. So I'm thinking, okay, well, what about all the other 45,000 denominations? What about all the other thousands of religions out there? Like, should they not be here? It made me think like that.
I mean, that's a good ass question because that's them. If it was just them, like they gonna be fighting against each other about whose doctrine is right, who's a true Christian and really talking to the God through the Holy Spirit, and they'll end up taking themselves out. That's why I was asking that young guy on Mama Bash's live, what is the point of the war between the people who don't want this God and the devil? Like, why y'all? He said they going to heaven, then coming back and fighting a war with the devil and the unbelievers. For fucking what? Y'all already in heaven? What you coming back to fuck with us for?
And if God can speak creation into existence, why can't he speak annihilation into existence? Why does he have to have humans fight for him? That doesn't make any sense.
It's because they dumb their God down to them. Like we know that their God is from them and their stupid minds, right? But they don't stop and think about this stuff. They don't stop and just be like, you know what, that don't make sense. And when you call it out and they so quick to answer, nobody stops to like sit and think and like, boy, before I say this, it's gonna come out stupid. You're gonna say something stupid. Like when I asked my mom something, she was like, because God is not here. And I'm like, is he not? She's like, wait, like she tried to change her answer up real quick, but they don't think before they speak. And that's why their God is just as dumb as them, because it's coming from them.
I think that's a good tactic too. Like when they say these things, okay, talk me through that. Like, you should go ahead and take your life. Okay, talk me through that. I said I'm not a Christian. This is where you landed. Walk me through that chain of thought. Like, what was your intent behind saying that? I love to put those thought terminating cliches and those little tropes that they come back with right on them and put the responsibility on them to explain it to me. Because if they have to think through it to try to explain it, they can't avoid how stupid it sounds and how incoherent and disconnected it is. Because to say that to your sister, to say because you don't believe something you have no control over, because you do not believe and accept this system, you should no longer be alive. Talk me through how those two things make sense next to each other. They're just so insensitive and ridiculously obtuse. It makes no sense whatsoever.
And the thing about answering is that I'm not rushing you for an answer. Like, take all the freaking time you need, but answer it. And I want a logical answer. I wrote my mom 5 pages of questions, like surface level. It's not even deep. Like, what happened to all the animals after the flood? Like, who went and picked up all the leftover big ass elephants and giraffes? Who went and picked all of them up? Who went and picked up all those bodies? I asked her those questions 2 months ago, like 5 pages. She's like, write them down. The Holy Spirit gonna tell me the answer. She has yet to get back to me with those questions.
She said the Holy Spirit's gonna tell her the answer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can be waiting for a while. You can tell, but you can tell motherfuckers that they never wrote an outline. Y'all remember in school we used to have to write an outline before we wrote our papers to ensure that we knew how our main topics connected to our subtopics and how our validating points connected to our subtopics, connected to our main topics to make sure that our papers were cohesive. You can tell people who have never done that or people who have stopped utilizing that framework in order to think through things because their top talking points are so disconnected and they can't even figure out how they come together. I think that's just so evident in the way these conversations go.
Yeah. They don't like critical thinking is gone, and it is disheartening because this religion has, you don't have to be touched. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all took the shackles and stuff like that off of people physically, but mentally, you're bound. Your brain is gone. You've destroyed your brain. And critical thinking does not exist anymore. And they're okay with that because of Jesus. So it doesn't matter.
This is why I'm mean. Y'all, for all y'all listening. This is why I'm mean, because I would have texted that bitch back, see you in hell, bitch. You would have never went in. I'd
But
have been like, see you in hell, bitch. I'm gonna be
But
right
Lord,
there
I
with
don't
you.
even want to tell them they going to hell. I've lately been telling them I can't wait to see you in heaven with the God that watched Dahmer and Epstein eat people. And I hope that when y'all get to heaven, they're not hungry because God's gonna sit and watch. So I like to tell them that.
Yeah, the other day that lady that was on Mama Bash Live hated me saying that I don't want to go to heaven with pedophiles, murderers, enslavers. And then she was like, well, they're not going to be in heaven. I said, you said that you could sin as long as you repent. So
Yeah,
if they repent, how you gonna say they not gonna be in heaven? And then she was like, but if they die the day after they do it, I said, why are you putting the condition on that? Like you're if they repent after doing living a life of doing all this stuff, they gonna be in heaven with you. I don't want to be in heaven with y'all. And she was getting mad. Like that's the logical entailment of what it is that Jesus died for. Like it, I don't know how they hold he didn't come for the righteous. He came for the sinner. That means that people who are already living a moral, just life don't need Jesus. He
exactly. And then nobody want to be with y'all ass. Y'all get on my nerves. I don't want to be anywhere with y'all for an eternity singing to Jesus. Meanwhile, y'all, man, I don't want to be. I don't want to be with y'all on a regular day. Why would I want to be with y'all forever? No. So I just remind them of that. Like, it's fine. You're gonna be in heaven, and God gonna just chill back and see who hungry. See if John Wayne up there thinking about y'all and stuff. My mom, I asked her that. She's like, I'm just gonna say, hey, how you doing? Okay, okay,
wow,
I guess. But yeah,
wow. The the
that happened.
the the acceptance of when I see Jeffrey Dahmer in heaven, I'm just gonna be like, hey, brother, that is crazy as fuck.
Yeah, it's weird. It's preferred taste, I suppose. Guess for him and them.
And then they'll be like, see, that's the difference. That's the difference. We can forgive uh, a serial killer and call them brother. That's like that song. Uh, that what's his name? Lacrosse.
Um,
What's his name?
LaCroix or something like that. LeCrae.
Larousse. The one that said that Donald Trump is in his bosom. Like that. What's the song? What's the guy?
Ooh,
Lecrae. Lecrae.
LeCrae. Yeah.
Yeah, like that. Lacursed. Everybody's
LeCurse
in
is
his
crazy.
bosom. Yeah. And then
But
get
yeah.
mad because of like you literally are saying like what are you mad for? Because we just recite back to you what you said to us using words that
Hmm.
don't sound pretty. But like saying that, oh, he forgives everybody. Everybody has an opportunity to go to heaven, no matter what sin you do, as long as it's not blasphemy. And then when we say it back to them, not using the vagueness of the pretty words, okay, you are going to spend eternity with murderers, assayers, uh, bank robbers, uh, um,
Cannibals.
cannibals, genociders. Like that's who heaven is gonna be filled with,
Yeah,
and they
and
get
then
mad.
yeah, because they don't want to hear that, but it's just the truth of the matter. All you gotta do is ask for forgiveness, and then you're good. And then also what I thought about is like the fact that if you're telling me to take my life, isn't that like one of the biggest sins that you can't come back from? Last time I checked, like that's like equivalent
That there
to
ain't nothing in the Bible that says that, because the God helped
oh, that's what
Samson.
they taught us growing up. Like if you take
Yeah,
your life, you're going to hell. You can't repent.
yeah. That's what we were taught too, because the Ten Commandments says thou shalt not murder. So they see it as if you do that to yourself, you murdered yourself, and because you're dead, you can't repent.
Mm,
Yeah,
yeah.
the same way they're saying abortion is murder, and they're using the Ten Commandments, but they are totally ignoring that this God helped Samson commit self unaliving. Saul, and
Mm.
one of the versions of Saul's death, Saul falls on his own sword. Like they're totally ignoring that.
I wonder if he asked for like forgiveness before he did it, and then, or does it not count?
Well,
Does it not count?
the God assisted.
Mm,
The God assisted in him. He taking his own life.
that makes sense. So they'll support that.
Hmm.
It was just one time. Okay.
I don't. I doubt. I doubt believers even see Samson pulling them pillars down on himself and killing him and everybody there. I doubt they see it as self-unaliving. I
Yeah,
bet they
well,
never thought of it like that.
they don't think any of that is wrong because that's just like David or even Samson like randomly killing all those people. They don't see anything wrong with that. Like when they talking about it and they preaching about it, they'll be like, "Cause David was a murderer, but God," like they don't care about any of that. Like he's cool, so it makes sense for them to not care about like, um, you know, murderers and stuff like that we have today. They don't care about any of that. It's because all you got to do is ask for forgiveness.
Yep, that's what Jesus did.
So they don't care. But that was all I had to say. Thank you for letting me come up. I love y'all. And then I'm gonna drop the video. And then I'll drop it in the Discord so y'all can see like exactly what I said and then exactly what he said. So
Okay, I love you too.
yeah, talk to y'all later.
All
I
right.
will be in the comments.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
That is sad. Hell no. No, your background is loud. Are you up here on purpose or on accident? Like what? That sound like I don't know if that was a big ass lawnmower or a air conditioner. Case Myro, are you up here on purpose or on accident? You say he stole your car? It sounds like your car. It's snowing in your town? Wow. Okay, we're gonna move on because you're not commenting. Like, I don't know. Lachey?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. So I'm newly deconstructed. I don't have any like bad stories or anything from the church, but I think it just kind of my journey just kind of like is the way into it. I remember growing up Baptist. Then I really couldn't get with it. And then I became non-denominational, and it seemed like it was so much prosperity, and I really couldn't get with that because it seemed like it was a money grab. And then I just started to come across people who posed the same questions that I had as a kid. I remember being a kid and wondering like, well, if Satan didn't have free will, then how did Satan find free time to go against God? And a lot of times I was just always like brushed off with, kind of be quiet or, shut up or everything is just not necessarily meant to be understood. So, I would pose the question then, well, why write it? Why is this a part of the studies? Again, no answer. So and first of all, I apologize. Shout out to the entire panel. I have been addicted to you guys for just being in my algorithm because it's amazing, and it's also kind of like disheartening to realize that what you have been believing has like some fallacies to it. And I'm still in the process of deconstructing. Like I'm not opposed to like there possibly being a God, but like I just feel like the chronological order to the scriptures just doesn't make sense to me. And I also was addicted to this show called Lucifer. And I remember my mom coming in the
Oh, I
room
love
like,
that
"Oh
show.
my goodness, you watched that? Watch that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I love this show." And she watched. I don't think that you should be watching it. I said, "Well, how do you know that God hasn't forgiven Satan already?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, no, I don't think that God would do that." I said, "But you want God to do that for you, right?" And it was like, "Well, yeah. I mean, hell probably could have broke loose from just posing, that question to my mom." So I guess what I'm saying is if there's any Christians out there, I do have like some questions that like I just don't understand. And I guess like one of my first questions is why did it take sin? Because, according to scripture, Jesus was murdered. Why did it take sin to quote unquote free us from sin? Because an act of sin was committed for the freedom of sin. So if anybody has got an answer for that, like I would gladly take it. And maybe I need to revise how I'm thinking about this. I don't know, but it's like how, and not only that, but like if God is all knowing and God knew that Jesus was going to ascend back to heaven anyway, like was that just like a free kill? I guess that's kind of like where I've been stuck. I don't understand how Moses was able to write about his death. I don't understand how he was able to write about the beginning of time, because in theory, if we're looking at the chronological order, then he got his information from someone else as well. I don't understand how sin is allowed for God, the very things that we should not be doing, it becomes okay when it's God's turn to commit them. I don't understand how we're supposed to be living creatures as with free will, but Jonah didn't have the free will to turn his back on completing the mission of God to keep a country from being overturned. It's just things that like I'm still lost. It's like it's one of those things. It's like I still feel funny about me deconstructing, but like I'm glad that I'm coming across a community that is like answering some of the questions that I have been stuck on. So I really appreciate you guys and keep up the good work and the great work. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming up. And so, a lot of the questions that you are asking, we tend to, ask the same types of questions in here. And believers all have different perspectives and different answers. Like I don't think that one person is going to be able to answer them for us, but it helps us better understand how the belief system is affecting us as a society, and understand where they're coming from. But yeah, continue to stick around the community. Happy to have you here. Um, and however we can support you on your deconstruction journey, uh, let us know.
Yes, if you guys have any like recommendations of like books and things like that, please message me. I'll be glad to read them because I'm an avid reader. I'm currently reading this book called Outwitting the Devil.
Oh, I love
And
that book. Yeah.
it's very interesting, and it makes me pose even more questions. Like, we are I think that we are doomed and behind on so many things, like, our children, like that they're not reading well. Not only that, but they don't have the skill of teaching. They don't have like the skills of being able to manage their emotions. They don't have the guidance on how to express themselves properly. Like I just feel like we're like in deep trouble right now, and the reality of it is that like either God can't fix it or God doesn't want to fix it, if God is real. And that's just the conclusion that I've come to. And that, with that being said, like it's up to us to make the changes that we need to see in the world.
Absolutely. There is a bio link, a link in my bio. Yep, that's it.
Okay.
They're right that time. There's a link in my bio. Why the fuck does that sound wrong? Yes, with a book list. Why the fuck does that sound wrong? Link in my bio. And I know I'm saying it right. I think my ass is tired.
I
Uh,
was gonna say probably tired.
yeah, I think because tonight tonight has been fucking weird. Like I feel like I've been fighting. Um, like it's been weird, but with a lot of book recommendations. If you just click the link,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you guys so much.
You're so welcome. Have a great rest of the morning.
You guys too. Now I'm not sure how I get off of here,
I got you. I'll take you down.
but okay, thank you.
Twan. Okay, I think we're in his pocket. Yeah, it's too easy for accidental requests. There are 4 subscribers in the guest request. If y'all are in there on purpose, please type on purpose so that I can bring you up. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. No, I went to sleep after I jumped off of Mama Bash's live about 4 o'clock yesterday. Went to sleep, got up, and played with my grandkids for a little while. Um, my son did like a candy. He hid candy around the house, and they went around the house finding the candy, and that was a lot of fun. Them finding the candy, and every time they picked up candy, they go candy, and they had their little grocery bags, put in the candy in the bag. Um, and so I did that, and then I went back to sleep for about an hour and a half. So I I got sleep yesterday. I don't know. I that nitwit Coolio and the one that Dr. Bash, Dr. Bowen was talking to, the I can't, like, being around a lot of nonsense drains the fuck out of me. Like, I cannot stand being around ignorant motherfuckers. It is draining. It's draining. That's why I've started blocking them. There was that Son of Mary guy. He reminds me of Coolio Nitwit because he was on Mama Bash's live, and all he does is just yell, 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 and there's no value. It'd be different if you were yelling and you're like saying some shit worth listening to. I can handle that, right? We'll yell back and forth. I prefer not to, but at least the yelling is worth it if you're saying some shit that's worth listening to. But he's one of those that's not. And he was in the chat just saying like really childish shit. I messaged him and I said, "This live is above your intellect. I prefer you to leave." And he didn't leave. And so I blocked his ass. I just started blocking the ones that are just willfully ignorant. They don't add any value to the conversation. Um, because they're just here to drain us. But like the ones that come up and we don't agree and we may yell back and forth, I let those stay because even the that is valuable, but that other shit got to go because it's draining as fuck. Let's see. There's 6 subscribers in the request. 6 friendlies in the request. Are y'all in there on purpose or on accident? Right. Loyalty, I have never seen loyalty in here. My first time seeing loyalty was yesterday in Mama Bash's live. And he was Dudette kept messaging me saying that she kept sending him an invite to come on stage and he kept canceling it.
Hello.
Right, real Mac.
Sorry.
You can usually tell within the first 30 seconds whether it's gonna be a fruitful conversation or not. I agree. What's up, Theo?
Hello. I was just wondering. I had this thought when reading out certain parts of the Bible, and one of the thoughts was about why am I responsible for Adam and Eve's sin, and then of course, good morning to all. Good morning to y'all, Thinker. How was your day?
It's good. How was yours?
It was fine. I just got back from the province. And yeah, we just had pizza earlier.
Okay, and what did you come up to talk about?
Why am I responsible for Adam and Eve's sin? So basically, we have a dad who was so drunk he decided to create two people without the mindset of being intelligent and understandable. So first thing he did was create a tree that produced fruit of, let's call that the fruit of knowledge and the drunken dad told his two children not to eat from that or they will get punished, but the two mindless children with their mindless minds and their not so full of knowledge and they don't know what to do, they listen to an animal that talks and they don't know why that animal talks, and they decided to listen to it with their mindless minds, and that's why they ate from the tree and they sinned, and the drunken dad beat them up with punishments
Hold on, Theo. Why are you retelling the story of Adam and Eve?
because I was about to get to the good part.
No, Theo. That question isn't about telling the story of Adam and Eve. Like, can you, yeah, can you get to the part where you are answering the question?
Oh yeah. And now that they had the punishment, we are responsible because they can't forget the past, and I think it's a story about not knowing too much, and you'll get punished for having curiosity in your mind, and that's why the Christians say we're all responsible for Adam and Eve's sin, because they don't want the curious minds. They want us to be mindless just like Adam and Eve, and then God was like locking up curiosity, all the knowledge inside the tree of life, and believers say that it correlates to curiosity. They, like other churches, they want to ban books like how the government is doing, and I think they fear curiosity because people will find out that this God is just fiction. Don't want to know they don't want others to know what they have read, like the pastors. I mean, some of the pastors don't exactly state other interpretations. They also
Right,
cut out.
but Theo, I mean, Theo, you aren't answering the question as to why we are responsible. What you're talking, you're retelling the story, and then you're complaining about Christians. That's not answering the question.
I mean, I don't know. I might have to rephrase it, but I'll try to create a better answer for that, because apparently I don't see why we should be responsible for Adam and Eve's sin when it's also far away and distant. And for me, I think curiosity shouldn't be a sin. It's better. I mean, but I think also it carried out into I don't know.
Well, what you were just talking about just now would be the proper way to start a discussion about that topic, right? I don't think that we should be responsible for Adam and Eve's sin because curiosity shouldn't even be a sin, right? That would be the right way to start a conversation on what we're wanting to discuss there, right? The people being held responsible for other people's actions. The idea that we are sinful at birth, right? That would be the right way to start a discussion about that topic. But um, I'm not sure that you understood the question.
Okay. Thank you for that. But now that you have given me the context, thank you for that. I think we should not be responsible since sinful at birth. That would be judging before coming out of the womb, and since that would be wrongful according to the Bible. Judge not lest you shall be judge. That would definitely be harmful to everyone, especially Christians who believe that verse. And we are not sinful unless we commit something wrong, and we are still mindless babies even after we're born. So we need the knowledge to know what is sin and what is not sin, what is right from wrong. So we are not responsible for our sins, our wrongs that we commit when we were babies. But our our parents tell us what kind of wrong things we did, and they teach us how to do more right and forgive yourself and do better when you are doing wrong. We are not responsible for Adam and Eve's sin, because actually they it should be left at the past. We should focus on the present, on how to better ourselves, and not and think about why it isn't relevant to us, or how we define ourselves is based on our actions, our thoughts, our judgments. Yes, judgments, and our minds. They didn't have a mind. So why include me when I can be better than Adam and Eve? Don't compare me to them, because they had something. They had some they weren't taught to be curious. They don't have the minds, but we as humans and have the mind to understand what really happened, and say we are not responsible. We have our own bodies, our own judgment, and our own minds. They didn't do wrong. They were just set up, and us, we can be set up, but we have the knowledge. They have not, and that's fine.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it doesn't make sense for us to see that, to take on the sins of our parents. Sin passing on through DNA doesn't make sense. Um, what I wanted to ask, well, I was trying to look for a scripture where it says, "For I knew you before you were in your mother's womb, and what my plans were for you, plans to prosper you, to give you a future." That to me sounds like that their claim that your nature changed, like because what a believer would say to you, Theo, is that it's not that a baby actually commits a sin, it's that that baby's flesh is now changed forever because of what Adam and Eve did. Their flesh is sinful, like, their actual vessel is sinful. So the God, when he says, "I knew you before I formed you in your mother's womb," basically the God is forming sinful flesh onto this innocent baby. And then you have the age of accountability, right? So, like a Christian would say to you that it's the flesh that's sinful,
and that the world is sinful. So being born into sin would mean that you are born with a nature that is inerrant to sin. Like you're going to sin when you come to the knowledge of what sin is, that you won't be able to refuse the temptation to sin because of what Adam and Eve did. Does that make sense?
I I see. But when you design something that way, it's like you're born, and I don't want that, and we inherited that, and I think we shouldn't be responsible for the mistakes of others. Let them be accountable. But God said, damn, let's do it this way then. And then I think by that verse, chapter and verse, I'd be disgusted. We are not responsible for other people's mistakes. We are responsible for our own mistakes, and that God should have said, let innocence be innocence, not let an innocent creature become sinful. I think because the way I see it, God judge even before the thing that happened in the bedroom, before even forming. So he kind of foresaw what would happen, and made sure that he would judge everyone even before they existed. And I think it's because of what Adam and Eve did. God made us responsible for their sin, even though it shouldn't have. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel wronged by Adam and Eve. I was just looking more closely at the text and said, why the fuck would I be responsible? Would be responsible for that? I ain't no want no part of that, bitch. No, please no. Yeah, that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This dude is a trip. I swear. Oh man. No, Theo, I agree. I agree. And I was thinking about when they were in the wilderness, okay? And um it- when Israel got in trouble in Deuteronomy chapter 1, and Moses is giving a speech, and Moses says Moses says, when the Lord heard your words, he was wrathful and swore, not one of this evil generation shall see the good land that I swore to give to your ancestors. So they disobeyed, and he's taking out punishment, right? And when he gets to verse 39, he says, and for your little ones who you thought would become plunder, your children who today do not yet know right from wrong, they shall enter there. To them I will give it, and they shall take possession of it. So even there, he didn't pass the sin down to the kids, because he said they didn't know right from wrong. So how the fuck are we born in sin? How the fuck is it that they're claiming that this God sees children, like sees us as sinful from birth, when here he didn't even pass the sin down? When he was saying who could go into the promised land, he says your little ones who couldn't go, I mean who
I
don't know
think
right
that's
from wrong
that's
yet,
because
they can go.
oh,
Like
sorry.
it don't make sense.
Oh yeah, yeah. The problem with that be is that there might be a lot of misinterpretation, or the the mainstream men men and women decided that, oh hey, we should implement a fucking new idea, like in the Bible we misconstrue it, we misinterpret it as babies being born into sin, yay. And then yeah, like I think that happened, but I think I need to search if that's what really happened. But since in the Bible
Okay.
it doesn't say.
Okay, Theo, you just saying stuff now. All right, Theo. I tried. I tried.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyways, I'm done here. I'll just read more of the Bible, and then stay hydrated.
Bye, Theo.
Take care of it,
Bye.
and please let me know.
Okay. All right. Have a good one.
Yeah. Wait. One last thing.
Hmm.
I wanna see a song um about what they call this, the words when they ramble upwards and they say they're the chosen one, because I think I wanna do a collab. I already had the beat and it's in my alt account, and yeah, I want. Nah,
You
no,
said you
it's
want to
it's
sing
not
a
a
song?
no. I mean, I want to collab with you.
Oh, you want to
The beat,
collab?
yes. Yes, it's like the beats already in my alternate account.
What do you want me to do? Write the song?
Write the lyrics
About what?
about do you know the way words like you ramble about nonsensical, and then the church says you're, what do you call this again, like he's the chosen person, like speaking in tongues, yeah.
You want me to write a song that's speaking in tongues?
Wait, no. I guess I
Stop.
should just write the lyrics.
What? You want me to write a song that's in tongues?
No, no, no. Never mind. Never mind. Bad idea. Bad idea. I'll just do it myself.
No, tell me what are you saying? Are you want a song that's in tongues?
No, no. Just like a song in plain English, like how speaking in tongues is generally not a good idea. I don't know.
Oh, you want me to write a song telling people that speaking in tongues is babble?
Yes, and the
Why?
beat is on. Wait,
Why?
the ridiculous. Yes, yes. Just sorry. I overstayed. Yeah, let me down, please. Let
No,
me
no, no,
down.
no. Why do you want that? Why do you want a song like that?
Because it should. I think it gives off a vibe that this person is just crazy, crazy. They need help. They need help from other people to uh lessen this kind of experiences, that speaking in tongues basically means you have a mental illness, like, and they just shrug it off
I don't think that would be a
as
good idea. Write a song telling people they have a mental illness. I don't think that would be a good idea. That sounds like bullying.
yeah. Anyway, never mind. I won't.
Mm-mm. Yeah, no.
Yeah, please just let me down. I don't think it will be a good idea to
Yeah,
let me up for longer.
yeah, no, I don't think
Alright.
so. All right, have a good one, okay? All right. Mama ZJ,
Um,
did you come up on accident?
no,
Okay. Can I
I'm here on
get
purpose.
okay? Can I get your age, please?
I'm 66.
All right. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm Faye. I just changed my name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was listening to, good morning, everybody. How
Good
are y'all
morning.
doing?
Good morning.
Um, yeah, I just changed my name. So I was like listening to one of the guys, and I was just I love your prompts. And I was thinking of something that was
Y-
about
Y'all, this is
how people
Faye.
say that Jesus.
Well, this is Faye. She's a nurse. She changed her name. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. So I was thinking about, I wanted to ask you a question about, how people say that Jesus, he don't sin, he don't do no wrong, anything like that. So when I was a kid, I got a big behind whipping over saying that Jesus was a sinner because when he was 12, he, he did the same things that we were doing when we were kids. He worried his parents.
You got a
And
whooping for that?
yes, because I said Jesus was a sinner like us. And because when I read that, it says that Jesus, his mom said, "You worried us." How his mom said, "You worried us."
Yeah.
And so me and my sister had did something, and we stayed out kind of late, or we just didn't come inside the house. And my mom, she whooped us, and we was like, "Mom, we was just outside." And I was trying to get my point across so I wouldn't get the whipping. And I was like, "Well, Jesus, he worried his parents and he didn't get a whipping." And my mom did not think that was a nice thing to say about Jesus.
Oh.
And I was like, as a Christian, um, we supposed to be following Jesus. And I thought I would just throw that in there, that I was following Jesus. I was doing what Jesus did. And I didn't think it was anything wrong with it. So I was wondering, all the Christians today, do they not understand that Jesus, he did, if we did these things that Jesus did, it would be considered the same thing. It was considered wrong. But because Jesus did it, it was okay. So as I think about it now, I'm like, Jesus had 3 days to send someone to tell his parents, I'm in the synagogue. I'm here. Don't worry about me. He he didn't do that. I mean, this is Jesus who was all wise, even at 12, in their teaching, doing what he was doing with the priests and teaching them. But he didn't have enough common sense to send somebody to tell his parents he was in there. What do Christians think about that? They don't
Well,
think that's wrong.
isn't this when they had traveled a day's journey? They were a day's journey.
Yes.
How, well, how is he gonna get the message to them? They didn't have cell phones.
Well, he could have sent somebody to go look for his parents. His parents had to turn around to come look for him. I mean, didn't he know he was missing for 3 days?
Yeah, but how are they? I get what you're saying. I don't know that whether it would have been beneficial because they were like a day's journey. It's probably like hundreds of miles. Um, and so that's probably
Yeah,
why it
but
was 3 days because
the on the day that he went in there, in that temple, he didn't realize. Oh, I'm pretty sure his parents said some of the same thing our parents said to us. We're leaving at such and such time, be ready. This is me thinking. I was thinking this when I was a kid, like, because whenever we went to the store, like, we had to travel to go to the store because where we live, there's no stores in the town that we lived in. So we literally had to travel to go to the store. And my mom was always telling us, when do not ask for anything in the store, don't touch anything, When it's time to go, everybody be at the car because my mom had a lot of kids, so we all had to like stay together. And the way I read the scripture was that Jesus, he was with his family. All those people he was traveling with were family members, and even though he may have been the only child to Mary and Joseph, there were other children in that group. So I'm assuming that maybe he was with his cousins or relatives of some sort, that you're a kid, you're 12, you're supposed to be out playing. I don't know what they were doing, but I was thinking that, like, you're in there, didn't you tell your cousins where you were going or something?
I don't know. Like, okay, and so you're saying that he should have, like, he definitely did a bad thing by not obeying his parents and following his parents when they left. I think that his parents are responsible more than anything, for not noticing that he was gone until they got a whole day away. I don't know how they didn't know he wasn't there. But I don't. Him being held responsible to send someone to let his parents know where he was at. I think that might be a stretch. I don't know. Um, in today's time, because of cell phones, I would I would hold a child accountable for that. In today's time, but back
No, i'm not
then,
i'm not
I don't know.
no, I'm not saying like he's like accountable for that, but what I'm saying is, if you you're leaving, I mean, were your parents going to stay there?
No,
Like,
I'm saying he's responsible for not following his parents. That was disobedience. I would say, if anything, he
right.
broke the law there. You know,
But
he
my question is that a wrong? Did Jesus do wrong? Because the
yeah.
thing is that everyone says that Jesus never did any wrong. And whenever, I mean, I've been bringing that up since I was in the fourth grade, like, because that's when I read that, and I was like, whoa. So in my mind, I'm thinking that's not anything wrong. But then I find out it is a wrong thing because I'm going by what Jesus did. And all my
Yeah.
parents and my grandparents, they were so into the Bible, into doing what the Bible says to do. And I just never thought that if Jesus did it, it wasn't something I couldn't do. Even though I know wearing your parents is wrong, but I just, you're a kid
Yeah,
and
I
you've
agree
been
with
taught
you.
this. And so when you think about it, what it wasn't wrong for Jesus, why would it be wrong for me? And I didn't want to get a whipping, which I knew that was coming. And I'm just like, parents today, are you whipping your kids because they're worrying you? Are you upset with them, or what are you doing? Like, think about it. These are questions that in the church they don't want to talk about. They don't want you to even bring that up.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's wrong that you got whooped for that. I agree that that is a sin in the law, and because Jesus disobeyed his parents, he honestly, according to the law, Jesus should have been stoned. Um, I don't agree that children should be stoned for disobeying, but according to the law at that time, if they're going to say that Jesus never sinned, that wouldn't be true because he disobeyed his parents there. Um, and I think it is you know, an important thing to bring up, that when children notice things like that, and children ask questions, a child should not be whooped um, for asking questions and using their critical thinking. That's one of the ways they stomp out critical thinking and instill fear, just to
Yeah,
protect that claim that Jesus um, was perfect in the law. Like, it's like harm. They rather harm you, who they can see, and protect this idea or this narrative, right? And so, because you using your critical thinking as a child, is threatening the narrative and what they believe to be true about their belief system, they're willing to inflict harm. And I think that that is definitely something that needs to be talked about, and awareness needs to be raised on how children approach these stories, and they approach it from a place of curiosity, logic, before their critical thinking skills are stomped out through indoctrination.
So true. I think more parents, like, especially the Christian parents, like they should like really, really consider these stories. Like, I mean, I understand that they want to believe that Jesus was perfect and he did no wrong, but I mean, this is a 12-year-old, and when I read the story, I asked the preacher, you know, I asked my mom. I was like, why Jesus get to do things that we get ridiculed for, and and because I was a very curious kid. Like when I was in the sixth grade, and they sent that bookmobile around, I wanted to read books that I saw in the bookmobile, and I was told, "Oh, you can't read those because those are for adults." And I'm like, "But I know the words in there, so I think I should be able to read it." And they're telling me no. And so because I was so curious, yeah, that made me become a thief because I was stealing the books. But then I told myself, "Oh, well, I'm not really stealing it. I'm just borrowing it because I'm gonna bring it back." So, of course, the lady knew what I was doing, but she didn't stop me. She let me do it, but she couldn't say, you stole that book. And I was like, I brought the book back. I just kind of hid it and put it underneath all the other books. So I'm listening to like what my mom them are saying, and the librarian is saying, and the teachers are saying, you have to wait to learn. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'm interested in these books. I'm interested in learning. I loved reading, and the Bible was a very interesting book, but it's like it always got me in trouble. So I went to other books, and the baby books wasn't doing it for me. I needed challenging books. So I got the
Wow.
adult books, and I guess they were saying, you something's wrong with you. Like my mom was always telling me like something was wrong with me. She was gonna beat it out of me. It was
Oh my
a
God. Was
crazy
it where what
upbringing.
you were you when you say adult books, are you talking about romance novels, or just um the reading comprehension level?
Just reading comprehension books, just books. I remember one book was Men Are From Mars. I mean, I know that book was like a little bit over my head,
Yeah,
but
that
I mean,
well, how
when
old
I
were you when you were reading that?
I was in the seventh grade, and I
Okay.
didn't think it was. I was too old. I was like that. It was in the bookmobile, so I figured I should be able to read it. And it was several books like that was in there. I was like, y'all didn't take it out when y'all brought it to us, so it's in here. It's little bitty room. So I'm like, no, I'm gonna get this book and I'm gonna read it because the books that they had for us, I was like, they just wasn't challenging for me. So I needed more books. And I grew up, we weren't allowed to go to the library pretty much by ourselves because it was so prejudiced. So, yeah, the bookmobile was where you got your books from. So, yeah, but
Yeah, that's
it's just
insane to
crazy.
say your curiosity is of the devil and they're going to beat it out of you. That's
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But that's one of the things. Like I'm so grateful you guys like exist because just having someone to like just hear the thought of like how this religion and this Christianity is like is so corruptive, and Christians, they're stuck in that. Like, I know my parents are gone, so I can't say anything to them about it. But I have siblings who, they just refuse to see anything beyond what they think the Bible is saying. And then when you bring something to their attention, oh, well, the Bible isn't saying that. I'm like, you guys are putting your own meaning into it, and you shouldn't do that. Just read the words on the paper,
Do
and
you do
that
your
should be.
sorry, go ahead.
That I was going to say that should be enough to read what's on the paper, because we were taught how to use the dictionary, and the dictionary will give you the meaning of the words. Of course, I know that they tell you that those words don't mean that,
Hmm.
but I'm one of the younger ones in the family. The older kids, they're the ones who brought us to church and taught us all this Christianity. And then when we pushed back on it, then we were wrong. So yeah.
Does your siblings have children?
Oh yes.
Do they do the same thing with their kids and punish them for asking questions about the belief system? Have you talked to them about
Yes.
that? They do the same thing.
Yes.
Dang.
Yes. Yes. I have one of my nieces. She just moved with around me, and she says, I don't want to tell my parents I don't go to. I said, girl, you grown. You got your own job. You live in your own life. But I said, no, we're not doing that. If this is your life, your parents done raised you, you know, they done did what they're supposed to do. You have a challenge in mind, use it. If you don't want to go to church, you don't want to be a part of that anymore, that's none of your parents' business. And like, I literally have to talk to my sister for her, because she is, she just want to be happy and live her life, And I mean, she's in her 20s, and like I told her, you're an adult. Enjoy your life. Do you. And yeah.
I like it. It's so insane to me. For one, how believers will swear up and down that it doesn't matter to them whether we believe in their faith or not, and then turn around and impose this level of fear on their children to the point to where that when they become adults, they are afraid to let their parents know they don't have faith, because they treat having faith in this God like brush your teeth, take a bath, clean your room type stuff, and not a journey or a choice that their children should be allowed to make the same way they claim that they willingly made because of free will. And like it's just insane to me. Like I said, they hold two fucking stances at the same time, and will lie and swear up and down that we have no reason to even host these types of conversations because they don't care if we don't believe, while they are in our chats telling us that we need to repent or calling us demons or mad that we even are holding these lives. It's just so weird to me. And then the the fact that they also believe that their God needed to do everything this way because it was impossible for him to create human beings that just did what he wanted, but they feel like it's their responsibility to make you the obey the God. It's their responsibility to make you believe in the God. It's their responsibility to make you the type of human that the God could not make you. It's just insane. It's fucking asinine, this whole entire concept is, and how they hold these fucking contradicting beliefs about their own belief system at the same damn time,
Yes.
and hurting children. Like, You're disobeying your parents because you don't believe in God? You're disobeying your parents because you question what you're being taught about the God? Therefore, you deserve to be beat? But it's also
Yeah.
free will because the God loves you so much that he didn't want robots. And he loves you so much that he gave you free will. What?
Yeah.
Uh you got a lot of noise in the background. I think you might be outside now. Did you have anything else, Faye? I muted you because you have a lot of noise in the background. I'm sending you an invite to unmute.
Okay. Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
You
Well,
got.
thank you so much for coming up.
Okay. Thank you guys. Bye bye.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. You see your name?
That's in fucking sane. How the fuck? Who gonna answer, Janice? Why you screaming at me in caps in the fucking comments? Who's going to answer? Whatever your God. Okay, hold on. Hey God, why the fuck did you give everybody free will so that the parents can beat obedience to you and take away the free will of the children, God? He said he didn't do that shit, Janice. He said he ain't real. I asked him. That don't make any sense, Janice. Like, where's the answer gonna come from, Janice? From my own head. It's gonna come from my own head. And then you're gonna say, God didn't say that. You're a believer. God don't talk to you. Y'all don't make no fucking sense. Doc, how are you?
I'm good, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I I'd say I'm agnostic, but I don't really even really like agnostics. I used to be a Christian when I was a kid, but I snapped out of it.
Are you agnostic atheist or agnostic theist?
I think it's just agnostic theist. I don't really know. It's just I wanted to talk about what you were mentioning about even just then, praying and that concept and people pushing it on each other, and it's a scary fucking thing, man. It's like these people are talking to brick walls and trying to force you to do the same thing. It's scary.
Yeah, I don't normally allow agnostics on stage because I'm gonna let you stay though, but I'm looking to talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing or agnostic atheists. You sound pretty cool, so please don't make me regret going against my rules. And the reason why I say that is because usually young people get up here and get disrespectful. I don't think that you will. I'm just putting that disclosure out there, okay? Um,
Yeah, of course.
Okay. But yeah, I don't quite understand why they need other people to believe with them.
Mm.
And they say they don't need it, but then they'll do what shit like what Janice ass just did in the chat. Or what the last guest was talking about, they'll beat their children for questioning it. Or,
Jesus.
uh, fearmonger the child so much that even when the child becomes an adult, they are afraid to tell their mom or their dad that they don't share their faith. I don't understand that. And then they also say that you have to have faith for the God to bless you, to do things for you, and you can't have doubt. But then they will say that our lack of belief doesn't matter for them to pray that their God open our eyes and turn our hearts to them, to the God.
Yeah.
And why do why don't I have to believe that the God can and is for your prayer work? That shit don't make sense.
Mm. I feel like a lot of it just stems from um, just loneliness and eternal fear. Like a lot of these people have very big regrets in their lives, or they're just very traumatized people, and they don't want to go to therapy. They don't want to talk it through. They'd rather believe blindingly in a higher power, because as humans, it is very, very hard being a human being. That's why most of the time I don't blame these people unless they're just straight up insane, because everyone's scared. Everyone's scared of death. Most people, a lot of people are just terrified for all sorts of reasons. And so when you get to a certain point, especially if you grew up with it, it's kind of, you feel like it's your only choice. And if you've done something very, very bad in your life, and you tell yourself that you've repented, that guilt just doesn't go away. It's just put on the back burner. So then you start projecting it towards other people. Just like Janice in the comments, screaming all caps and doing all this crazy ass shit. Like, it's just, to me, it's just very, very sad. Like, all I see is someone who's in deep, deep pain still, and they think they've solved it, but they've just pushed it down even further. And, on top of, picking and choosing what verses they believe in, twisting the Bible, only reading very, very recent renditions and completely ignoring original scriptures, and the fact that it is just a story. It's a moral story, guys. It's a great story too, but it's like God is quite literally a schmurderer multiple times in the Bible. He does that for what? Like, to teach us, the readers, something. Like, none of this actually, that's another thing. They believe that this stuff actually happened, and that's where things get kooky. But I think it's just very basic human emotion: loneliness, fear, and people act fucking crazy when they are feeling those things.
But I think
I'm
that
into.
fear.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Fee.
Oh, you go ahead.
No, I just wanted to know what was great about the story, and whether Doc see that a lot of the narratives in this book have been used in society to cause a lot of harm. But before we get into that, Fee, if you want to respond to what he was saying first before we change the topic.
Oh, I just wanted to mention what you were saying about, we're all afraid or we all fear death. I don't think that everybody fears death. I mean, I don't fear it. I do think religion makes it worse. Like, I think fearing the unknown or being kind of trepidatious about things that we're not sure of is natural. But I think religion comes in here and paints a picture of eternal torture for like shit you can't control in regular life. I think that the thing that's supposed to bring comfort is the very thing that you're fearing. So it doesn't make any sense for my relief to come from the same source that my fear comes from. So when you mention that, people are just trying to figure it out because they're afraid, I think you're right on one hand, but I also think that this solution is making it worse. It's exacerbating the entire idea of the unknown, because now you're adding layers to it and actors to it and conditions to it that nobody can verify. And if we actually think about it, not one of us can, I mean, I can't speak for anybody else, but I've never met a person who knew anything or had memories prior to them being born of, of anything that they could demonstrate was actually true. So if we're going to fear anything, maybe fear non-existence, or fear, the heartbreak that our passing will leave our family members. But this idea of, going to these extremes of instilling this type of fear in your children and trying to control what your children think because of things that you are afraid of, which you have absolutely no evidence is true, I think that takes it to a different level.
Mm. Yeah, when I mentioned people being genuinely afraid of death, I kind of mostly meant when you reach that certain age and you become fully aware of it. A lot of people deal with that in very different ways, and also depends on where you come from. It takes a village to raise a child, and so depending on that, and already your general view of the world, no matter what age it is, if it's 8, 10, in your teenage years, a lot of people deal with it differently, and there are a lot of people who kind of accept it and not necessarily look forward to it, but they they just accept it and they're open to it, and it's not something they fear. But some people, it freaks them out so badly that they turn to these scriptures and run their life by it. And I consider it a decent story, or a good story, because to me it's always been about it's a tragic story, and it's about abuse of power, questioning power, the unfortunate consequences of that, being in a world that is beating down on you and telling you to believe one thing. I feel like there is a lot to take from it as a normal human being, as just a story. And a lot of great films and stories have taken from that. They've taken those themes and turned them into something that we can view in modern times. And a lot of good has come from it, but where it gets bad is a lot of people's interpretation of it and the manipulation of it and how it's been changed over the years. Homosexuality wasn't mentioned in the Bible until 1949, and it's a lot of things like that, the misogyny, the homophobia. It's that's mostly just on us. I obviously the people who were writing it back in the day probably felt the same way, but I also feel like a lot of these people who were writing these stories were almost philosophical in their thought and had a first intention, but then the powers that be at the time and continue to be just continue taking it and using it against people and keeping them scared. And what I wish people would do is just read it without any bias, without any looking forward to a divine reward or fear of the afterlife. Just seeing it as a story, there's a lot you can gain from it, but people are just too much in their heads and they can't view it from that standpoint. It's sad.
What you're saying that misogyny was added to it by us, and that if you read it, that it's not a part of the story. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, it definitely was, but sometimes I question if, because my whole thing is that I've read those parts and where it's written in, and I would like to think that those were written in as a mirror to the world. Like
Like
I'd
what?
I'd, I'd like I'd love for it to be that these people sat down and wrote this story and said, let's take a look at the world around us and write this story that mirrors that in this great kind of mythological, really big version of it, and include these terrible things like the hatred of women, hatred of people who are different than others, and all this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, it probably is just people are misogynistic and they genuinely believe that shit. I'm sure a lot of them did. But I feel like it's just a good way to learn how the world really is. It's not that we can't change it, but I've always viewed it as just that's the world. That's how a lot of men are. And I don't know. It just
What would the figure of the God in the story, the God commanding this in the story, how would that make mankind go, oh, look at how misogynistic society is, we shouldn't do that? Like, what are they to do with the God figure there? My food just got here. Fee, can you take over right quick? Fee, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad. I had walked across the room. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm here.
okay.
You're good.
All right, thank you. I'll be right back.
Hmm. Did you hear a question, Doc?
yes, I did. Sorry. Yeah, no, the I don't know. To me, it's always just been to well, the big thing I took from it, especially when I was younger, was to question authority in general. Even the story of Lucifer and what happened with him and how it's written. Because I'm not going to sit here and say that when it was written, these people didn't genuinely believe, or at least some of them didn't genuinely believe it. Because obviously, there are a lot of people who could see misogyny right in front of them and they'll still accept it. It's not going to make them flip, and it's not going to make them want to change it. And that's just human nature, unfortunately. Like a lot of the mishaps, especially with American Christianity, is that a lot of people just don't really care about these issues because they've never faced it, especially men. It's I don't know, it's just human condition. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
that I agree with, but I think the question was like if you're saying that this is more of a like a retelling of the state of the world at that time. But Thinker's point was if there's a God figure or a God character in here and that God is not reprimanding humans for being misogynistic. The God is not correcting their retelling or recounting of their actions or commands like, sell your daughter into slavery, she can't go free. Like those are words that come from the God, which means that if people believe these things, and I agree with you, like I don't know that the vast majority of Christians have really read this book. I don't see a message of question authority. I see the opposite in this book. I mean, from the beginning, the God did not want the humans that he created to have the knowledge of good and evil, to be able to make those decisions for themselves. The storyline goes, when you question authority, when you think for yourself, bad things happen to humanity. So I think that's where personally I'm struggling to see the beauty. There's literally nothing beautiful about that, especially if the God is in the story and not correcting those harmful things.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
I can see that. Yeah. Who taught him this
All
bullshit?
right. Did you have anything else?
No, I'll go ahead and hop off. Y'all can get somebody else up here. Thank you for having me.
I have a good one.
You too.
Stephanie?
Oh, shit.
No worries. I'll take it down. Have a good one, okay? Brittany?
Hello. First of all, I wanted to say that English is not my first language. I live in Germany, so I hope you will still understand me.
You sound clear and Fee, are you able to take this one? I do not want to smack in y'all's ear.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay,
Good
thank
morning, Brittany. Yeah, I think we can understand you. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. And you guys?
Doing well. What's your age for TikTok purposes?
24.
And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Atheist, I guess.
Mm.
Like, I don't know. I don't really care about God and all the stuff, but I wanted to ask you guys if I grew up with very
Yeah, hang on 2 seconds. Like the way Thinker runs our platform, you'd have to pick a topic. If you're not a member of the community, you
It's
can't just
okay.
kind of go off top.
It's
Oh,
okay.
she's okay? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You can go ahead.
Again, exactly. I wanted to ask you guys if you have like experience with like people who you care about that are like very religious, but also have like a mental illness, for example, because I feel like very conflicted with people who I care about who are like very religious, but they also are like schizophrenic, like they have the mental illness diagnosed. And it's just very hard to watch, but I also don't want to make them go through deconstruction because I also think that's also coping mechanism for them. You know what I mean? To believe in a God.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people that deal with that. I would always say, trust the professionals. I'm not a mental health professional. Thinker says here all the time that, advice is not something that I know she's comfortable giving, nor am I. We share our experiences, see if people can benefit from that. But when it comes to mental illness, I think that because it is so demonized in religious settings, that the best course of action is always going to be see where the data and systematic and methodological approaches work from a mental health perspective. From a personal level, I just kind of operate with the underlying belief that honesty without compassion is cruelty. And I know that everybody does not have my mind. I know everybody's mind works differently. And for me, it would be cruel to know that a person who's already suffering with mental struggles and using this as a coping mechanism or the only thing that's getting them through life right now and keeping them
Exactly.
moving. I think that's why we don't go to places where they are. Like we don't go into Christian lives telling them that they shouldn't believe. These conversations happen because folks come here. We hope that they come here out of curiosity. Unfortunately, they come here just sometimes to be asses. But for those who, there are people who this world is harsh. Like the uncertainty and the unknown and the temporary nature. We're here, 70, 80, maybe 90 years. Of those years, like we're dealing with physical, decline, many of those. So it's hard to accept that. And it does take a lot of resolve mentally to get through that. And people turn to different things to cope with that. If you're already dealing with, schizophrenia or any other mental disorder, that compounds it significantly. So I would go to maybe turn to professionals. I know Recovering from Religion is a good source. It's a secular therapist. Secular therapy online is a really good source to maybe talk to some folks who have some training and expertise in this area of how to navigate those waters.
Okay, so like, if I understood you correctly, you're saying that it would help if I go like, I don't know the English word. I only know the German word. I'm so sorry, but like, not therapy, but like people who are like family members of people who have like a mental illness, that where they can talk about how to communicate with people who are like schizophrenic and also like very religious. And because like I said, like it's just sometimes hard for me to react to certain stuff, because the thing is, the person I'm talking about, they are medicated and stuff, but I sometimes still feel like a little bit icky when talking to them about certain stuff or things they say. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's probably like walk on eggshells, because you know how you think through them, but you also know that this religious system is likely holding a lot more together for them than it is for a person without whatever they're struggling with mentally. And Evan put in the chat what I was thinking. There are probably some online support groups as well. I would imagine that Germany has those communities also. Maybe reaching out to any sort of non-believing or secular societies in your area to see if they have some resources for you.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Absolutely. Did you have anything else?
No, that was all. I just wanted to know if you guys have maybe some advice, but thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up. Did you need me to take you down? Okay, she got it. Thank you. You want me to bring the next person up while you eat your breakfast? It's about, 5 people in the comments. It looks like everybody's a nerd. If anybody wants to come up, put on purpose in the chat and I'll bring you up, because everybody else in there is a subscriber currently. Oh, no, it's not. It's one person that's not. I think that's the. Celine, are you here? Because I think that was the guest list. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like everybody else in the box are on the wait list. I'll go through them all though. Yeah, I think everybody else is in the guest list. So if there's anybody that wants to, I know somebody earlier had put something in the comments about wanting to come up. If you were still here, just drop something in the chat and I'll bring you up. Oh. Hey, Lexo.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I might as well hear. I was just typing out I'll go last, and all of a sudden I'm invited, so might as well go and get up here. Oh, if she wants to go, I'll let Sheila go.
Sheba baby, are you up here on purpose or on accident? I don't think I think that was an accident.
Well, it looks like I'm here then.
Nobody put on purpose when the last guest dropped. So, and there were like 4 or 5 people in there at that time.
Oh, okay.
How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm all right. Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I had it was my birthday this weekend that passed on, I believe, Saturday.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
belated.
Thank you. I was the big 48. Feel old,
Oh wow, that's not old. Did
Well,
you
you
did
know,
you
when you got
enjoy?
I mean, I kind of like my birthdays to myself, kind of like just, of course it's always on Easter. I don't know, by my birthday being on the 4th, it always falls near Easter. So it's like I got to share it with this existence of non-evidence. But it was Resurrection Weekend, and I think it falls like maybe every 5 years, like because of the leap year. I think every 5 years is Easter around my birthday. So it's kind of like either I don't have to dress up no more, but then when it's my birthday, I guess I do. But I still got, it's crazy because my mother handed me the church bulletin because I went over her house. The first time, I don't know, since my last update, since I left my parents' um, driveway, since I left since I left the property, court ordered, or they was going to charge my mother and father. I think they had them up to about $35,000 in fines, because they changed the ordinance in our town, where you could not live in an RV on private property. So, of course, that affected me, and because my father did not want to admit his being disabled because he's still in denial, I had to take the throw under the bus and leave. And it was unfortunate, but I think this is like the second week right now, and like this is my first time back to the house, and my father really didn't talk to me. He said happy birthday to me, but he kind of like just stayed his I don't know. I guess it was the guilt, and we didn't get a chance to talk. My son came over, and basically I just stayed outside, walked my dog around the corner, and then just waited for everybody to leave, and then just went home.
Yeah. It sounds like you had a calm day, a nice calm day.
Well, I'll put it like this. By it being Resurrection Weekend, I mean, everybody knows that I'm the one that's deconstructing from my whole family. And everybody knows that I put this big wedge in between, like, everything. And I get it because like it's all down to logic and understanding, and like kind of like they leave me alone now because they know they can't win an argument when I can basically outprove everything with evidence. And when it comes to Resurrection Weekend, I kind of like had to get prepared because I was like, okay, it is your birthday, and they do know you're deconstructing. For instance, thinker, um, um, like I believe it was 2 weeks ago, my oldest son, I got six kids, 5 boys and 1 girl. And out of six, my oldest got engaged to his fiance of 7 years, I believe they've been together, 9 years. And it was at a hotel, and I was there. My ex-wife was there. Everybody was there in like this little room, and he proposed to her. It was like this sweet thing. It was not a dry eye in the room. You know what I mean? But the thing was this. Here's the thing for all us deconstructors and atheists and unbelievers. I was the only deconstructing person in there. It turned into church real fast in there. And I almost felt like I was sweating. I didn't know what to, because like literally it was an engagement where it was a secret engagement where his baby mother was tricked to come there to the hotel. It was a little room. They had pictures of them when they were together in the hallway, so that when she walked in the hallway, she automatically seen the pictures. Then the music started playing, and as people handed her roses as she came closer to the room, there were roses on the ground, and it led to him, walking up, and then me, her father, and then the baby mother's mother and father held her a rose. We all handed her a rose, and then he spoke to her. Now, when he spoke to her, it was like, it was just the most perfect moment. He proposed to her in front of the whole world, but they're Christians. Now, it got real Christian real fast to where his friends came from out of town, and I respected everything. And he literally, when you do the toast thinker to where you thank everybody for coming out, like literally my son took the moment to tell everybody, like, I hope you guys get right with Christ and just know that hell is real. And I'm just looking like, hold on, wasn't this an engagement? How, what just happened here? Like, is he condemning everybody? Is he condemning his friends? And his friends started looking at all of it. Like everyone was like, wait, what's going on? And it's like my son is like, he gets real emotional, but the fact that he just got saved and like he, they don't, the young Christians really don't read. We know from them coming up and, from the lives that they really have no understanding of what it is that they're reading because they just get the sermon and, they're not allowed to question. So it felt real uncomfortable, but I'm just getting to a point where, like you got to pick your battles, if you know what I mean, thinker.
Yeah, I think that's the wisest thing to do. Like we would be setting unrealistic expectations for ourselves if we expect everywhere we go to not be affected by people who believe in this. And like there's going to be times where if we choose to engage or go to family events knowing that our family members are believers, it's not realistic to expect them not to say a prayer. And I think, we've talked about this before. My family is going to say prayers. If I go and have dinner with them, I'm not going to make it awkward, especially when I'm the only non believer there. I usually just, look, I just sit there while they pray, or, I might, um, be on my phone or something, when they're done until they're done. But I definitely don't make a big deal because that's who they are. And I knew that when I went to that event. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And you know what? I'm learning to just be in the moment and just like until somebody questions. Because here's the thing: I'm on Facebook. I do I do lives where I go live on Facebook, but I basically give people the questions. Kind of like giving people an ease on asking questions on what you might not are not able to question at your church. Because most of my kids go to this big mega church, and it was funny that his pastor showed up and like they had to like do the toast at the end, right, where you toast everybody. And it was kind of awkward because his pastor like came all late. He wasn't even there for the engagement. And then he spoke to everybody about Jesus and God, and they turned into a whole, it's like instead of thanking everybody for coming out, like I'm looking for somebody to be like, hey, thank y'all for coming out, for getting on the plane, flying here. I know you didn't have to take out of your jobs. It's kind of like it was the moment of when your son got healed from like a doctor. And like instead of thanking the doctors, you're running down the hallway thanking God. And it was one of those moments where I felt awkward until that moment. And then when he started speaking, I kind of felt good because I was like, they just turned this to him about them. They just made this about them and stole the whole show and made it about Jesus. And here it is, my son proposing to this girl, giving his all, and they gave all the authority away, gave it away. And then I'm thinking, like, if it doesn't work, like I can see now how when you're not accountable for things and you give it to this God and you're excused for allowing you to continue to do wrong, you wonder why years later you're looking at like, how did it fall apart? Accountability. And I'm not putting that on him, but that's just the pattern. And it happened to me, So I get it. And then when people pray now, I just, I don't break my hands out of the. I just, I don't bow my head, but I just let them pray, and then that's it. They know not to ask me to pray though. They know that. But
Well, I think that's good progress, that you made, and congratulations to your son on getting engaged, on you, having your first birthday as a non-believer, and then landing around Easter, and you still being able to enjoy it. I think that's good progress.
now the icing on the cake was now because I'm living in my RV is the hardest part is finding 36 feet. I have a 36 foot RV. My insurance is paid up. I'm good on my insurance. My license is because I'm like accountable for everything, and you know, everything I take to not put on nobody else. My license is valid. This first time in like 5 years, my license has been valid consecutive, and it's like I'm proud of that. Like I just remember driving without, and now that I have to drive a house around, I really have to have everything straight, because if the police pull me over, you know, I can't lose my house, you know. So it's like all bets are off. So I gotta have every T crossed and every I dotted. So, and my hardest part right now is the most embarrassing part of all this is I lost my teeth about 8 years ago. And when I got sober, a dentist convinced me to remove the last 17 of my teeth because they were just bad, you know, and they were hurting. I couldn't even eat a potato chip without it hurting. And like, so I agreed to it. So I did the denture thing. And then, you know, over the years, you start getting all this AI stuff that tells you, you know, you get all these commercials that are on your internet that just tell you, they broad beat you with, you know, people smiling, people regular like you, and you want this. So now it's like, I want the implants, and I want them so bad. And like before, it was so hard to reach it because you had to have a perfect credit score or a cosigner, and you had to like sign over your like almost your whole like house note or something. You had to put up the house. Now it's easy. You know, like it's like almost like $300-$400 a month, but you got to still have a credit score or a cosign. That's still the issue. But then I'm thinking like, man, what if there's like a program in some state? What if there's somebody in our community that has a cousin or somebody that knows somebody, like, hey, I know they're doing a program in Seattle where if you like enter the program, like they literally will do your whole grill for free, you know, as part of their campaign. And like I drive there in 3 days. Pshroom, I'm there, you know? So it's like I'm trying to find a way, because I don't understand how I'm gonna do this without no grill. There's no way I can have a relationship. There's no way I can get up and speak in front of a school or give any type of speech or anything without being taken serious. So it's like that's the most thing in front of me right now, and I have to do something about it before it becomes a trigger, and then it becomes my downfall, you know?
Yeah. Have you researched on Google to see if there are any programs in your area?
Everything. I've been to every free assessment. I've been to bone grafts. I've been to the dental colleges. I mean, like anything that's free, because like my phone becomes, they know you. Once you type it in, they got you. And it's like, I've been to all the places. So that's why I'm reaching out to like, because somebody told me they do it in other states, and they'll like do your whole grill as far as some like program for like homeless. And like I'm technically homeless because I got like a car on, you know, it's a house, but it's like I don't have an address, so I technically fit the anybody's qualifications if there's any, you know. And I guarantee out of 52 states somebody's doing it, you know, but they don't advertise it.
Yeah,
So
I'm not sure. I don't know of any orthodontist programs that people are tagging places that you could go or look
oh
into
well,
in
look,
the
oh well,
comments.
thank you. Oh, sorry, thank you for all of those, but I've been to all of those. And here's the thing: the thing about all of that is, because I have went 8 years wearing dentures at my age, from the age of 40 to 48, is when you have the most bone. For what I learned is you have the most bone in your mouth, and when you don't have any use for it, it will decrease to keep you from getting like a disease. So like your body kind of like fights for it, and it'll decrease itself from your mouth. So that's why you see people with sunken faces, and like all of a sudden I'm looking like, why is my face like sunken in, you know, like, and I'm like, okay, it's time. And then when I try to go overseas, because you know you can go to the Dominican Republic, they got dental college, they got dental villages, and like the Dominican can do your mouth for like 16,000. And when I try to do that, I got flagged by the IRS when I went for my passport, because they said because I owe so much money for back support, for child support, that I can't leave the country. So now I'm in prison within the United States of America because of back pay. So it's like, man, and all my kids are grown. So it's like, man, like, can y'all go tell the state, like, but they don't care. They want all their money, you know? So I got to honor that. I guess I got to win the lottery and pay them back. Then they'll let me go.
Typically,
I
with
don't know.
child support, if you pay a year on time, they'll release whatever holes they have on like your passport.
Well, Illinois told me, said 2 years, you have to have under $2,000 before they can let you travel. Out of the country, you got to be with under 2,000 in Illinois. And
Okay.
trust me, I'm about 20 away from that. So that's the whole grill there. So it's like I gotta shoot my shot for on the state side and try to find a program. And that's just my main serious. And I know a lot of people, you know what's sad is when I speak about it all the time and my friends get upset and say, man, you talk about that all the time. Well, what else do you want me to say? Like, what else do you want me to do? Like, I can't post as much because there's only so much you can see. You got to stay within a, you know, you can't speak that as much before your mouth starts getting tired from pronouncing words that you can't. You have to exercise your mouth. You have to stretch it a lot when you're speaking because you'll start sounding like, you know, a mush mouth. So it's a lot. But then when the main part is when they say, man, I don't know why you ain't got no girl. Are you serious? Do you think I'm gonna walk up to a girl and say, hi, my name is, and nice to meet you? Like, I don't care if she ain't got no grill. My expectations as a man is I'm not gonna come to a relationship half of something, you know, because that just shows already that I'm not willing to um um I'm not willing to present myself in the best way, even in a relationship, business or private. You feel me? So it's like, and like the fact that people would actually try to talk to a woman with no teeth in their mouth, like that's the type of people that's out here, and those are believers. So, good Lord, you know, I don't get it, but to each his own.
Yeah. Um, I I don't know what to tell you to do about like I have no idea the first to where to point you to help you get the implants or support for the implants. Like that's a that
Well, I would say like this. I would say if anybody knows
I'm
anything
sorry,
or anybody
Lexi.
runs,
I'm
oh,
sorry,
go ahead, go
Lexi.
ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that's that sounds like a very tough spot to be in, and I definitely understand when you say if you're not able to get taken care of, this part of like your self-esteem, should I say, is what's being affected. How that can be, affect your mental health, especially coming from like recovery and going through deconstruction and all that at the same time. Um, the I don't know if you've looked on TikTok. There's a dental show where there is a dentist that does do like dental work on people to fix their smiles. I can't remember his name, but have you researched TikTok to see if there are any dentists on here that do it in exchange for like content for their pages?
No, I never had looked at TikTok. I mean, usually it's mostly because of the fact that I need a. I mean, are you talking about dentures or implants?
Either like they do dental work to fix your smile. They've done a lot of work, and they typically will use your procedure as content for their page in exchange for the service.
Okay, Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Right. Dang, boy, they going hard on me in the comments. I'm not even gonna read them. Oh gosh. Well, I agree. But anyways, no, you're right. I just got to keep looking because I mean, it's only. I mean, we're looking at. We're not looking at. We're looking at just me finding the right. partnership. That's all it is, because it's only a matter of time. But the fact that I'm on a time schedule, because the more time that I waste, the more bone keeps on going away. And then that's the more money it costs, because now the regular procedure I can't get anymore. I have to get a certain procedure because of the less bone. So now they have to go through the nasal cavity. It's called a zygomatic procedure. So not all dentists even have this procedure. So a lot of them will call me back even for the assessment and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have that." So it's a tough hill to climb, and like you said, it weighs on the mental. But 8 years, I mean, if I made it this far, I can keep going. I just don't know how long I can be positive about it, and that's where my community, that's where y'all come in, because if I invest everything in y'all, and I know I can do more, but it's because of this
Well, I
block
think
here that it's
I don't think that's the right mindset to take. Right? Like the don't
no.
invest in no. The community is here for you to lean on, not to invest in us. But also I think like to keep your mindset in the right place as you try to figure this out, I think therapy works um for that. Like I think being able to talk to a therapist and learn strategies to help um the therapist might be able to connect you with the dentist. Like the community is here to be support. um like investing in the community can be dangerous too, right? So I think you need to uh like to have a therapist that you can talk to about what it is that you're feeling while you're in this space, right? While you don't have what you need, to feel 100% yourself. Um, you know, to find the resources that help you find the resources that you need. Um, you know, even if you're not able to get the implants, right? They'll be able to help you navigate through that. Like as at the community, like we can only do so much, right? Um, we're not therapists, and I say that
Well,
all the
maybe
time.
my
Like,
words were wrong.
what's that? We're not therapists. Like I'm here to talk about deconstruction, and I don't necessarily know the right thing to tell you to do when it comes to the implants, the you know um, the the women thing that you mentioned. Like I don't know what the person to tell you to do about that, right? Like, but a therapist can help you when it comes to those types of things.
Right. Well, I guess I took the word out of context. I didn't mean to invest. I guess I meant like if there was anybody that had a family member or knew somebody, and maybe there was just like a shot in the dark, because I'm all out of options, and I just don't want to go back to the streets. That's all. Because it's not like I can't get it. It's just that I don't want to make those decisions and throw bricks back at the place that I come from.
That's why I
So
think
that's all.
therapy. Yeah, that's why therapy would be the thing, right? Because like to in order to stay clean when you go through something that's tough, you're gonna have to lean on, um, the medical uh, uh, services that are available, right? Therapy is going to be a beneficial tool for you. Like definitely the community is here to support you, but you definitely need a professional to help you get through that, especially if you think that this is something that would make you relapse.
Well, yeah, when you got, I mean, and I guess when I tied it into the deconstruction, when I felt the pressure when I was walking away from my church and knowing the help that could have came from them, by being a church member, and you know how it is. Eventually, you get in, you fit in, things work out, and you get taken care of. But it's like I guess in my deconstructing process, I seen a friend of mine who joined the Mormons, and he was homeless, and they literally paid for his whole implants. And I kind of felt and I'm not gonna lie, I was jealous, And even though I'm not going to join the Latter-day Saints to get a grill. I can't see that or none of that. You know, I will walk around with no grill if it happens to be a religion buying it. You know, sorry, I can't do that. But I just gonna continue to keep, you know, being me. I'm just, you know, and like you said, I got to reach out to therapy, even though that's got to be the hardest thing, because you know, when you deconstruct, you feel that you already past what everybody is thinking, you know, because most people are gonna lead you back to this God eventually. They don't think like us anymore, and we're in our own league, and that's the thing you got to accept. But I'm good with that though, so eventually I'm gonna get it. So, you know, like you say, you keep doing positive and you keep you putting positive energy on things and being accountable, you eventually are gonna run into it, right? Because I'm not expecting no God to work it out. I'm not praying to no God for no teeth anymore. This is on me, you know? So my bad if I use the word investing in my community, because I would never try to you know, blackmail or, you know, use the community to for monetary gain in that perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Um. Yeah. The I don't know. Like I think okay. So when I first met you, I know that you were working at the church, and there were things that your parents could get the church to do for you while you were working at the church, and then you were worried about losing that support if you deconstructed, right? Is that what you're
Right.
referring to? And then
Um,
go ahead.
there's no when I was part of the church, you know, we all worked there,
Mm.
and it was it's like, you know, if you're working at the church, there's things that come with it, you know, come with part of being there. Especially when you start attending the business meetings, knowing about the church findings and all that when you're a member, and then you start to know where money goes, you know. But it's not like you can't do it on your own. So that, I mean, I guess it's just a matter of just continuing to
What do
being
you mean?
accountable.
What do you mean? Like, what are you referring to right now when you say attending the church meetings and you start to know where money goes? Like, what are you
Well,
referring
if
to?
you well, what my church when I was working there, you go to they have a church meeting where they talk about the finances of the church.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, if you know where the money is going and they tell you, okay, well, if you know that all that money is there, then go make you a prison outreach and get that money allotted, and you do that, and that'll happen, and we'll take care of you if you go do this, you know. And it's like, if you follow that way, you follow the path of the money, I guess.
Are you
And
saying
I
that's
just
what
said,
you were doing?
no, I'm just
Oh, no,
saying
no, no.
that's
I was referring to your support that you no longer have from
oh
work. Yeah. I was referring to the support that when I first met you, you talked about how you were a security guard at the church and your parents would talk to the church and get the church to, you know, help you with certain things. Right? Like if, I think you needed a heater one time or something. Uh, uh,
I got a water
a
heater.
water heater, yeah,
Yeah,
and the church paid for the water heater for you. And I think
right.
you're in why since you've deconstructed, you decided to quit your job as a security guard because you said you couldn't stand being in the you felt like a hypocrite or something. Um,
Right.
yeah, and I think now what I hear you saying is you're because of the space that you're in, this position that you're in right now, you're thinking about uh the support you would have gotten had you not deconstructed. Is that right?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
being honest.
Yeah, and that is normal and that makes a lot of sense. The thing is, like, is there a reason why you can't ask the church yourself for help without going through your parents? Will the church not help you if you're no longer a security guard?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, like, it's a small church, and like they expected me to like really like be there as far as like one of the members, you know. Like it's a real knit church, and I don't know, like I really upset a lot of people, so
What did you
that's not
say to
my.
them? Did you say something to them when you left? Like,
Well, most of them were friends on my Facebook page. I mean, I figured once they knew I wasn't going to church anymore, and they went on a post and seen one of my posters, I'm figuring they'd be like, okay, he's deconstructing, he's taking his time out to figure himself out. And then what? 2 years later, um, I mean, they got the picture now, but I mean, they still look out for me. I was in the church bulletin. They put my name in the church bulletin for birthday, the month of the birthdays. That was a shock, but it's like I haven't been there in over 2 years. But
I mean,
I guess
I don't know. Like, I understand the call back to, man, when I was a security guard, I could ask the church for, for help. The I think that, like, I think this is a decision you're gonna have to make, right, for yourself, and ask yourself, did you deconstruct? Like, you're gonna have to ask yourself, like, if it's worth it going back to that so that you can get your implants, like, because it sounds like that's what you're saying, that you're contemplating.
be a sellout. I can't be no sellout. I can't do that. I can't give up what I found out. That's like
No, no, no.
my niece. No,
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Thinker, I know what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying. It's business. I get it, but I can't
No, I'm not
fold
telling
this
you to
up.
do that. I'm not telling you to do that. What I'm saying is that's what it sounded like when your friend got their implants from the Mormon church, and you called back to your previous help that you got from your church, and you mentioned how that you were envious because the LDS church paid for implants and did his whole mouth, for your friend. And when you say this may send me back to where I was, before I deconstructed, relapsing back to drug use.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a very real thing, because when we become sober, okay, I'm gonna separate deconstruction from uh, getting clean from a drug. That okay. So when we first get sober, we are we riding high because we did it right, and
right.
then we have our first hard fucking time, and we work hard to get through that, and then we're proud of ourselves. We're riding right, and it until it becomes like we're riding a bike, but each because life is so unpredictable, we don't know how big of a fucking mountain we're ever going to encounter while we're riding the bike. Does that make sense? So we don't know
Hmm.
how our sobriety is going to hold up against these mountains. And which is why I'm suggesting that therapy is going to be uh, beneficial and a necessity, because like, at least you're acknowledging that this mountain might be enough to make you turn all the way back around. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't want to be angry to where I turn back because I make an excuse where I'm angry at a God that I know doesn't exist, and then I'm making an excuse to exist where I did exist, where the only place I can exist without teeth, and that's back on deep rugs, because at least there is where I don't know, like you still are you, and you don't have to be nobody else. And I know that that doesn't last anymore because my body doesn't react the way it used to 8 years ago, and the D-rugs are stronger, and I don't think I can stand up to any of that anymore. So that's like not even an option, even if I did. So it's basically like keep going the way I'm going and just keep going. But I don't know. I do a lot of why me's, but I mean I'm sure that's just a process of life of accepting accountability because I was so mad at believing in this God that I could have saved a lot of the hurt that I've experienced in my life believing in a deity that I should have never believed in. But my mother at 5 years old forcing me to be scared of a God that she told me this weekend might have been an error because now it's all literal. And the fact that I deconstructed and had to walk away from everybody, like deconstructed from this God meant walking away from my mother, my father, my kids, everybody. So now like I'm on my own and I feel it all the time and it doesn't matter. I don't going back would be the last option because that means turning back on logic. And I can't turn away from logic. That'd be the stupidest thing to do. I don't care if it means staying alone.
Yeah, I'm not
So
telling you to. I'm not referring to going back to belief because, like, I don't have any like authority. Like, I don't have any. I can't tell you to go back to belief. I can't tell you to leave belief. Like, I don't have any ability to do that. That's a decision that you make and made on your own, right? Like, what I'm saying is ask. What I asked was, are you able to ask the church for help, even if you're not a member or a believer? Because it sounded like that was a family church. If not, then continue to look in other sources. But until you are able to get the help that you need to get the implants, therapy is definitely something that I think would be beneficial because you're not only dealing with uh, sobriety, right, and the threat of a relapse because of how you're feeling emotionally and mentally, but also because of the deconstruction. Like you're dealing with both of these at the same time. And so I definitely think a therapist who can talk you through the moments that you feel like you want to relapse, uh, so that you don't go back to that. So that the therapist will teach you tactics or strategies, um, that will help you remember what your goals are moving forward. That will help you continue to look forward. And again, a therapist most likely knows where to point you so that you can get the help you need for the implant so that you're not out here trying to figure it out on your own. You see what I'm saying?
right.
Like we're here to support you and hold you accountable, remind you like so you know um you're strong, keep going, right? We're here to support you on that. But our knowledge in certain areas is limited. Like I don't have any knowledge about the orthodontic space, and so I don't know the first place to send you for that. I don't have $16,000 to give you. If I did, I would. I promise you, I would try to help as much as I could to help you get your implants. Um, but a therapist most likely knows the right direction to point you into to help you get to find the resources or a program that can help you get those implants.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're right. I just got to keep fighting the good fight. That's all. No matter how hard it is. Trying to and by my town telling me that I have to leave just made it a little bit harder. But if it's one hill and another hill comes, I mean, I guess you got to expect another one coming up the road. So, especially if you're in rocky land. So I got to expect more hills, especially. I mean, that's expected. I just didn't think that the meals, like, I didn't think my mother's home cooking was gonna stop because of deconstructing thinker. I never thought she was gonna stop like, I never thought I wasn't gonna be allowed past the kitchen door. I never thought, like, I just thought, like, okay, I stopped going to church and move on with life. But I didn't never think it was gonna be everything. Like, they'll nitpick everything till you try to think that material is what will bring you back, and that won't.
Well, this
You
is
know.
why, like, this is why I always talk about not sharing it if you think that your parents are going to, respond in a certain way, if it's going to be detrimental, to your livelihood, to your health. I don't recommend you go and be like, guess what? I deconstructed. Yeah, I don't believe in your God. Like, I don't see the point in doing that. Because it can create situations that you may not be emotionally, mentally, or financially ready for. But that also does not mean that you have to hold a belief that you don't hold. You just don't have to be out front and verbal about it, because that wouldn't be smart, right? Because you don't have your own place, right? Um, you do depend on your mom, to do certain things, like to have this relationship. If you're not in a place to where you can mentally handle those things, I don't recommend that people do that. And um, I don't know how long it's been since you and your mom stopped talking, because I think the last time that we talked, y'all were still talking before the court thing. So it's been less than a year that y'all have stopped talking. Is that right?
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
talk little here and there.
Okay. Uh, yeah. I don't know if, I don't know your mom, so I can't say, uh, whether that was a side. But as time goes on, I honestly don't know. I don't know what to say, because I don't want to make promises that I ain't got no business making promises for, because I have no idea. Because you do have a lot going on right now, and I think focusing on the home issue, uh, the getting with a therapist, and the implant issue, getting those, like, tackle one thing at a time. That's what I can say. One thing at a time. Um, you can try to, you know, uh, let your mom know, because it sounds like you love her to death. Let your mom know that you love her, you know, and give her the time that she needs to accept that this is who you are, and see if she will. But I would say you need to focus on getting you together, right? Like, tackle one thing at a time, and acceptance, like the the serenity prayer, um, the God grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, and to change the things that I can. But not necessarily saying it to a God, but I think that is uh, that's still beneficial, right? Help me. Um, Look at this. I'm putting this on, like, on YouTube. YouTube, do y'all see this? Y'all see that? So
What?
that hold on, so that everybody can see. Whenever y'all watch this episode on YouTube, y'all will be able to see this. The whole world will see that this is a fucking Christian. This is a Christian. Yep. Just going that's fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Hmm.
So when people see that, that's going a part of deconstruction. That's a fucking Christian. Um an account that came in, and it was in word Jew lover. That was the name of their TikTok account. In word Jew lover.
Wow.
But yeah, yeah,
Well, thank you,
therapy.
Keisha. I appreciate it. I appreciate everything. That was I needed that, and I am gonna take one thing at a time, and I will. Um, it's gonna be a minute, and I'm gonna work on some things, and I'll be back. You know, I don't care if I gotta buy one tooth at a time. I literally, if it's $400 a tooth, I'll come get a tooth at a time. I promise you, I will. They'll see me 33 times. So
Well, I wish you the best. Stay strong, stay clean. Um, yeah, and keep us updated, okay?
all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
It'd be tough. But I have to make this announcement. Yeah, yeah. I love talking to people in the community. I do. I want y'all to come up and talk to me. But I want y'all to remember that I don't have all the answers. I don't know everything. I know deconstruction. Um, I know what I know about the Bible, what I've studied, but I don't know everything about life in the world and relationships and stuff like that. I'm not a therapist. And so I don't want you to set that expectation that I'm able to help you in all areas of your life. And then like I don't want to say anything that will put you in a harmful position in your life. And like that would hurt me if I did. Right? Like if I and which is why I don't give advice. Right? I do not give advice. If I don't have experience in an area, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna pretend like I do. And I don't want that to feel like I don't care because I do. And because I care, I can't say anything because if I do, I'm gonna hurt you talking shit that I don't fucking know. And I cannot do that. So when I need to make sure that everybody know when we come up here, we're talking about deconstruction. We're family doing stuff that has to do with deconstruction, with the God, living with religious family, stuff like that. Um, so I want to make sure that I just say that because that sometimes it can get really really heavy, and then I be worried. I be thinking about stuff that I can't control, and I don't want to do that either. Um, we talk about Feed brings up all the time seculartherapy.org, recoveringfromreligion.org. I've used it myself to find therapists. It's a great resource. Um, if you feel like you need to vent about the things that are happening in your life, and it is new territory when you don't have a church family to lean on, if your parents ostracize you, and then life happens. It is um a different ocean to swim in, which is why I do definitely recommend a therapist. um and like the community. The purpose of these conversations, one is to learn, to research, to question, to challenge, also to relate with other people who think like you. Uh, That's what the community is for. So I want to make sure I reiterate that, and I hope y'all can hear the sincerity in my heart when I say that. I don't want anybody to think that that I don't care what's going on with you, but I don't want to be put in the position where I cause you any harm at all. Hey, do that. Do that. Let me take your mean ass down. Like now she wanna give me the silent treatment and shit. Mm-hmm. Hey Trish.
Good morning. Hey Fee. Hey Selena. Question. Request first. Can you please read? I can't see the text. Can you read that? Because I want to make sure my magnifying glass is saying what I think it's saying.
It says,
Specifically, the second one.
is substitutionary atonement beneficial or harmful for humanity?
Can you expound on what you mean by? You said substitutionary atonement. What do you mean by that?
Somebody else atoning for your wrongdoing instead of you.
Oh, okay, duh, Trish. Okay, thank you. I feel real slow. Never mind. I got it. I got what you mean. And no, but I was thinking of that totally different. I was thinking maybe I saw it wrong or something. My apologies.
That's okay. Did you have any thoughts on that or?
Well, yeah, I do because all I have is my own personal experiences, right? And the whole concept of the idea that the sins of the father will be visited upon the children, which I think is, am I right? Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so have been told, at least when I was younger, that that was one of the reasons why I was born with the medical conditions that I have, that I still face today, and also some of the other traumas that I experienced were a direct result of some things my mother did and also her parents did. So it's like for that I say it's like it's I don't want to. I just got so many CGVs recently. I don't like it in many ways, for on many levels, for many reasons. Mainly because if I do a thing, right, I should take full responsibility and accept all consequences for said thing, not my children. It takes me back to the story of David and the baby and the concubine that had to suffer because of what he did, but yet it's okay for David to be considered a man after God's own heart. But he did a thing and he doesn't have to face the consequences of said thing, but he's suffering the consequences of said thing. I don't understand how. I don't understand how my mother is suffering based on what I'm experiencing because of what she allegedly did, based on what other Christians have told me. I don't get it because she cool. I'm not.
You definitely are not suffering for the sins of your mother. That doesn't make any sense. Uh, like if it'd be different if somebody said, because your mom, um, I don't know, like the lack of resources. Like if you were a child and you didn't have food or a shelter because your mom was neglecting you, then yeah, you would be suffering for the sins of your mother. That's the consequences, not you are responsible for your mother's sins, but her actions would be why you as a child are suffering unnecessarily. But you're not responsible for the sins of another human being. That makes absolutely no sense. But substitutional atonement isn't even about whether you deserve, whether you are responsible or not. It's a it's allowing other people to pay for your wrongdoings. A person can allow substitutional atonement uh, dishonestly. They could be the ones who did a fuck thing, and somebody might say, "No, it was such and such," and then that person is atoning for something they didn't do. You see what I'm saying? And then the person who know they did it will will sit back and let that person take the blame, let that person right the wrong, and then they go on and forgive themselves. And they can,
That's
you know what
even
I'm
worse.
saying?
That's even worse because now you're a liar,
and you're a whole ass liar. If you know you did a thing and you watch somebody else suffer for said thing with your mouth closed, knowing you're the one who did the thing, that make you worse. That makes it worse in my eyes. But I do know that happens. That to allow a person to go through and think that that's how you are, how God is forgiving you. And I know at one point that is something that mommy told me. You know, she did say that at one point. But it also made for a strange relationship because I look exactly like mommy. So she couldn't talk to me. Like she could talk. I have 6 siblings. They have whole ass conversations, right? But when it comes to me, no, we don't talk on like that at all. Like I go in, I help her meal prep or whatever she needs help with, but we don't have conversations because she said looking at me makes her feel guilty because she knows why I'm going through the things that I'm going through has everything to do with her, not because of the first explanation you gave, like you earned it, but literally she sees it as um, her punishment for things that she did being exacted upon me. Like she said that before.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's a harsh way to grow up, with that understanding, because you don't just hear it from the church, you hear it from the mouth of the person, and I tell people all the time I did not leave the church because of church hurt, not even family hurt. I mean, I do come up from a fucked up family, but when you actually read the text, number one, it makes no sense. Number two, it can lead to complete depression and being stuck in depression when you depend on, well, God's gonna love me, you'll get this, that, and the third will happen. It's hard to come out of depression depending on that book. At least it was for me. You end up sitting in it and you end up talking about it over and over again because everything you read in the book is a trigger to something that you learned from the book, because the way that we were taught to read the book was to find yourself in the book, right? And the one story that I kept running to was a young man who was, I think he was, I forget, Jonathan's son, I believe it was, when the nurse dropped him, right? And by no sins of his own, he became disabled. And then he got to sit at the table of David and all the crap. But I literally would liken my life to his, because I was damaged by no doing of my own. It was first I was born with this one thing, and then the things that happened starting at age 5. These were not things that I did to myself. These were things that were done to me. And as a result, I went through life basically shunned and all the things. And then the church would be like, yeah, but you're going to get to sit at the seat of the Father, and then they would go to, God is knocking on your door. All you got to do is open it, from Revelations. So they taught me to put myself in the story. But that made it worse. Like, are you reading this thing? Like, it leads to one believing that you are, in fact, what the Bible says, worse than a filthy rag, less than a dog. And we're supposed to accept that as that's a great thing because the Father loves you. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, the teaching that you are wretched and sinful, it definitely can lead to, well, not definitely, I think it does lead to depression. But a lot of us won't admit that, we've been depressed. But talking about substitution or atonement, it doesn't, like in my thought process, like it doesn't necessarily move a person to become better because they get away with their action. Like it's too easy, right? Um, the harder thing to do is to take accountability, and say, hey, I did a thing. Um, I should not have done this thing. Here's how I'm gonna
right the wrong, I apologize. And then, you right the wrong and then you move forward in life. But we were talking about this earlier, um, about how as a society, even non-believers, it's difficult for us to do that because we're not in a society where it's the norm. And I think it definitely is because of Christianity, the indoctrination of Christianity. But those of us that are deconstructing, and even people who were never indoctrinated in it, I think it is difficult for us because we don't know what atonement is. We don't ever hear that word. And when we have people fighting about whether America should atone for the sins against the enslaved people during the transatlantic slave trade, and their thought process is, nobody alive was a slave today, and that I agree. That is true. Nobody is saying that you're responsible. The system is still alive today. Does that make sense? The system, America needs to atone, and America spends money on all kind of shit that don't have anything to do with its citizens, and the excuse that it would just destroy the economy or bankrupt the economy or whatever excuses they give. Most of it is because they don't think that there is any type of atonement that is deserved because those people are dead and gone.
Right.
Yeah,
I think
and so
that, my apologies.
no. So I was gonna say, if we look at David, after the whole Bathsheba thing, and David didn't have to atone for his sin. Other people paid the price, like his wives and the baby. The David was supposed to pay fourfold what he did to Uriah. He was supposed to be executed, but he was also supposed to restore fourfold to Uriah. He never does that. Like Uriah's household never gets that restoration fourfold. And so that atonement was never made. And then David continued to commit sins. He ate the showbread on the Sabbath. He continued to take multiple wives after this God gave him Saul's wives. He took more wives. And he had wives before he even got Saul's wives. He took more wives, and a king isn't supposed to have that, many wives. That's against the law. Um, he mishandled the ark when he let Uzzah touch the ark, and David was scared and he let the ark go with the Philistines. Like there was a lot of shit that David kept doing, just that sinning against the law, and he continued to not have to pay his own atonement or restitution. And so David never really became a good person, but he was a man after the God's own heart. And I think that to me is it's the same as saying I still sin, but God don't play about me. And uh the expectation of we all sin and we're not perfect allows for people to continue to do harm to themselves, to society, without ever really having the expectation to become a better person. And I think David's story is a good example of that substitutional atonement not actually not actually being a thing that motivates people to be better.
Agreed. 100%. I think for me, what I've learned to settle on is lowering my expectations of people and increasing my acceptance. Meaning, I can own my shit and will own my shit. Excuse me, all day, every day, and twice on Sunday. But the moment I come to you and say, this is how I'm experiencing you, and I hear, well, if that is, it's an immediate block in my head and it's a block from my life. So expecting people to just people and accepting the fact that my circle may get smaller and smaller and smaller because my boundaries will remain. I just learned how to set those things. So I'm not letting anybody break them. If you expect me to show up in a specific way and there's no reciprocity in that, it's a complete block. And I've had to learn to love myself enough to be by myself and not expect people to be like me. If that's who you choose to be, cool. I'm cool on that over there. But it's a horrid way to live because it's like atonement for thee, but not for me. I don't have to do all of that. Like you said, God don't play about me. And it kind of ties in with, did Christ die to free you from sin or make sin free for you? It's literally making sin free for them because I don't have to do none of that because, the cross, the blood, you know what I'm saying? It's a cyclical, dismissive, big gaslighting trap. And literally the God, you become your own narcissist of your own life because you won't even accept the fact that you are the one putting yourself in these situations because you are okay with blindly following a thing that you refuse to even read. So, but yeah, thank you for clarifying that because I was in confusion for a second.
You're so very welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Appreciate you. Hold on, I'm finding. Give me a second. I think I got. Oh shit, that was the wrong button. I pushed the wrong button. Can you take me down?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Switch, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Ash, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Jenny Watson, on purpose or on accident? Y'all, Mama Bash is live. Let's see. What are Christians more afraid of than choreography, free education, maybe drag show lunches or churches also? Yeah. Hey, Switch, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning. Good morning to you, Fee, and Pravo. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, I was actually typing on purpose and then mistakenly went into another live, so I don't know how that happened. But I wanted to jump on earlier, but I got pulled away. And so I have a little break now. And I know you talked about, or rather you asked the question, why believers want non-believers to believe as they do. Now, I know this has been a while ago, so if you don't mind, I'd like to touch on that.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the way I see it, right, it's more like a psychological reinforcement, right? And it's even like more potent when you talk about it in the context of like faith belief systems. And you have these systems that, promises you some sort of eternal outcome or a reward. And sadly, I think like, many believers, those that probably have unfulfilled lives or the things that they wished or hoped they would be or do hasn't come to pass, coupled with the indoctrination, right? I think that when these types of conversations are being had and they see more and more people abandoning this system and abandoning the fantasy, it actually makes their own reality of what their afterlife will be to become more unreal, if that makes any sense. It's like you strip away what they see themselves as later on in another life where they will be more fulfilled, where they will be complete, right? So the more people that believe in this, in any type of faith-based belief systems, the more stable it becomes for them, the more real it becomes for them. And I think also for the people who, unfortunately can't critically think, they crash out even more intensely because these conversations have them just completely sort of like seeing the reality that this is all they have, or this may be all they have. And then people like that tend to crash out more than others who at least can critically think to some degree. So I see it as a psychological reinforcement. The more people believe, the more real the scenario of an afterlife is for them.
That makes a lot of sense. And as you were talking, it made me think about how that animals don't have that problem. As far as like, I wonder if animals fear their impending death. I doubt it, right? Um, and we were having a conversation yesterday about whether animals were in a better position than humans, because we spend out the majority of our conscious existence fearing that day, because of the level of consciousness that we have reached. So we have to create these fairy tales in order to help us cope with the fact that that day is in fact going to come, and that is the only objective truth that we actually know. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
and so it makes me wonder, is it like with animals, like, is it better that they don't have that level of consciousness when it comes to the fact that even animals one day will die? Um, but Justin yesterday was talking about how he had a fear of death as well, and when he first started deconstructing, and then he came to the acceptance of, like, there's nothing he can do. Like, fearing it, doesn't change the fact that it's going to happen. And so he said, although he still has that, you know, um, not fear, but anger that his life is gonna one day end. Like, he's like, I'm pretty tied to the what I have, to the life I have here. I want this motherfucker to last, as I don't want it to ever end. And that makes sense. Like, nobody wants to die. But he said that when he came to the acceptance that one day, this life is going to end, he made the decision to, I saw that super chat do that. You gave me the silent treatment up here on stage, but then go all the way to YouTube to pay for a super chat to talk shit. He said that he decided to live his life to the fullest.
I'll be there 1 second. Sorry, I'm listening.
He was saying that he still has like an anger, the fact that life will end one day, because nobody wants to die, right? Not a fear, but anger. And so he said when he came to the acceptance that there's nothing he can do about it, life will end one day, that he decided to live life to the fullest and experience as much of this life uh, that he can. And that's how I look at it. The fact, it makes a lot of sense that believers get scared of that picture changing for them, because if I look at you and you tell me that there is no afterlife, or you don't believe in an afterlife, then that means that I have to accept that for myself too. And I don't understand. Nobody knows what life after death is. And so I guess I don't understand why they don't just say, well, they don't just tell themselves, well, I know that there's going to be a heaven and a hell. She don't know, and then move on with their life. That's what I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Because there's so much that we don't agree with in life already, that don't put people in that, make people that damn mad that they don't think alike. You know what I'm saying? Why don't they
I
just
do.
be like, I know that there's a heaven. It doesn't matter to me whether you know or not. Let's go have dinner. Yeah. What?
Right, right, right. I mean, I do, and I think that's where indoctrination actually comes in, right? Being pounded with that stuff since we were kids. And so for things that are like objectively true, for example, the sun, we know it's right there. We can see it. There's nothing really to argue about. We've been told since we're like very little, and you talk about this all the time, where we're threatened with it. On top of that, if you don't do this, you go to hell, God will punish you, and all of that stuff. And so there's this fence that's just there, and it will take a lot of work, and for some people, like clear evidence to break that fence. I remember the very first time I stumbled on your live, this was the question I was actually trying to ask. But I actually acted out of order because I didn't really listen to hear the rules. I was just excited to find your live. And so I think that's that block right there. And like an objective truth, sort of like the sun, may help break that fence down. And when you touched on animals, I think I haven't, of course, I haven't done any research on this, but I'd wager that animals pretty much are living the life that we ought to live. And let me see if I can explain what I mean. They live in the present. I do know animals express some level of anxiety, some fear. You see them. I used to have a dog, and my dog, if it was thundering or there's a siren going off, it'd be scared. They live in the present as I see it or think about it. We, as you mentioned, because of the fact that we're just a higher conscious species, and we brain pattern seeking species, we try to make sense of every other thing else. And it makes no sense that we don't know where we're going after this. People have come up with all sorts of stories and near death experience stories and all that stuff. And people want to hold on to it because they need to continue the life. Because something that's also objectively true is that they've seen that people die. People die. It's inevitable. So they know that for a fact. They just can't reconcile with the fact that that's it. That's the end. And so that's what I think with regards to why, when you say to them, they can't just say, okay, cool, I know, you don't, let's go have dinner. What you're telling them is you're delusional in many words. And they don't want to believe that because they truly need to hold on to the fact that there's something after this. So unlike animals, we're just looking for a path where there's possibly none. And I think that's what it is.
It'd be crazy if in their belief system, if there was a God, that the sin was rising to this level of consciousness because we were never meant to be. With our obsession of needing to know, not necessarily needing to know morality, but needing to know on the level of what they call a God, and continuing to, you know what I'm saying? Like when you talked about us living the way animals live, it it would be crazy as hell that if that was what fucked mankind up, is just needing to know answers to why is this, why is that, why. And when we got to a certain level of consciousness, this is when we start thinking about how we can manipulate the other humans on earth by telling them that morality is bad, right? Like morality should be controlled by only one group of people who have the authority, who's been chosen. You know what I'm saying? Like it would be insane.
Right. No, that's a great point. I agree. I agree with that. And I think it's also that development in our consciousness, and recognizing how we can be manipulative as a species. And I think there are actually other animals that are, but I don't want to say something out of turn here. But I do agree. There was something you said, and I was jumping in and out of the live, so please correct me if I'm wrong, when you talked about, if they're all gone, what are you doing coming back to fight the people that don't believe, And if they were all left here, they'd fight each other over the same issue, just different, sky daddies representing different groups. And I think because of, again, how we are as a species, we have to keep trying to find out, but fighting to do so, right? And so in that sort of like worldview of, okay, I'm going to fight these group of people because I need to know that this thing that I believe in is the true thing. It's like the Crusades, fighting to make people believe this stuff for those who want to control the masses and for those who now fell, or rather who have now been indoctrinated into the system to say, hey, there may be something better than this. And it could be from a place of lack. My life is crap. I never amounted to anything that I thought I would be. And so then they envision that. But if there's another group of people that think that that's where every other person has to go, then it's still another attack on the belief that they have that they have to go to heaven, but these other group of people have to go to another place called, landscape or whatever. And so they fight each other just to get back to having that same belief that everybody believes, so that they can. I compare it to like the bandwagon analogy, if that makes any sense. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that I agree. That makes a lot of sense. The fighting for the the reality of their own specific belief.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much for having me, guys. I do have to run off back to work, but thank you so much. I'll do my best to come up more often. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. It was great talking to you. Have a good one.
You too. All right. You too. Bye-bye.
All right, y'all. Mama Bash is live. If you are in the guest box, I'm gonna ask. Drea, it's only one in there. Drea, are you in there on purpose or on accident? Drea, are you in? Okay. I read your super chat. Do that. Talking about you gonna hide behind Mama Bash on the cruise because I'm mean. I read your super chat.
Hey, Thinker.
Hey, Drea. Dude
Hey,
said,
Fee. Hey, Selena.
Dude said, I'm going to hide behind Mama Bash on the cruise. She'll protect me from mean old Thinker. Dudette doing too much. She doing too much. What? I wish I could do a poll. Like everybody in here knows that Dudette is meaner than me. What's up with you, Drea?
Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that one, I don't really celebrate the resurrection, but I do like celebrate Easter as an excuse to have my family over. Well, yesterday was a good day, all because of your soundtrack. My brother and his wife, they came over. They have 5 kids, and his wife is atheist, but he is Christian, and his kids still go to church and stuff. But I was playing a bunch of your songs and stuff, and all of them loved it. Especially my sister-in-law. She loved the Bathsheba one where she was I think you're the one about her becoming a queen and stuff. She loved that song. And my nieces, they are 14, finna be 15, and I had them the entire time singing Adam Had a Baby. It was even my brother my, my brother Christian, and he was cutting the ribs, and he was over there humming it. I said, "What you lit?" I said, "What you over there humming?" He was like, "That damn song you got stuck in my." But it was so funny because it's like my even though like my brother and my little sister, we all have like different beliefs. My little sister is agnostic, and my brother's Christian. His wife is atheist. I'm atheist. My husband, I don't know what he is. I think he just theist. He don't believe in the Christian God, but he believes in a higher power. But it was just that we all came together. We was listening to your music, and they loved it. We had a good time. It was fun.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that. That makes me
You
feel
look.
so good.
And I can't stop singing that damn Adam and the Baby song.
Look, I love that your 14-year-old niece is are singing it.
I love
Yes,
it.
they
I love
love it. She would, cause she the one that requested me to play it, and she was like, "Bruh, that song is so true." It's like, and then she was like, "Why?" She was like, "Moses wrote it. Why you looking so crazy?" Like she kept,
it.
and it just had me dying. And like, bruh, it was fun.
I love it. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your holiday. As I'm glad you came up and shared that too, because I think like some people think that they have to cast off every tradition when they're deconstructing. And I somebody messaged me yesterday and was saying they had a good Easter Sunday. This is their first year not going to church, and they said they felt fear and anxiety, for that tradition being broken. But they had dinner with their children and had a nice day, nice calm day. And I think that people think that if you don't, believe in the God, all holiday traditions you have to forego. But as I told the person in the my DM, the holidays have really turned more into spending time with family and friends and making memories. And so, you don't have to stop doing that just because you deconstruct. You know, turn it into just a day of, like you said, spending time with family.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what we do because like I don't really believe in, the traditional sense of the holidays, but it's my excuse to like cuz this year like every year my brother has cookouts at his house. For Christmas we were over there, for Thanksgiving we were at my little sister's house. So I was like, Easter, come at my house. My husband's Jamaican, so they love his food. So I was like, this year y'all come over here, and we had a little Easter egg hunt, everything, because we have littler kids and stuff. And I made baskets for everybody. And we still celebrate the like, the fun part of the holidays, but even though we don't believe in all the same thing. And I like the fact that all of us don't believe in the same thing, but we all still like come together and have a good time and just I don't know, it's just but it's
That's
it's mainly
goals.
just yes, and it's mainly my brother and my little sister because my brother has 5 kids, my little sister has 2, and I have 3. So it's like we always do stuff together, no matter what. If we have intention, we still just go, get together and have a good time. I think that's what it's all about, just being with
Absolutely.
family and having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm glad you had an amazing holiday yesterday. And thank you for sharing my music with your family. I'm glad that it didn't spark arguments, but joy. I
Yeah,
appreciate that. That made me smile.
thank you, and I appreciate you. I can't wait to hear some more music so I can share.
I'm working on it. I'm working on
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
it. You too. All right, y'all. I am about to shut it down. Mama Bash is live. I will see y'all tonight at 11 o'clock. I'm changing the topics back to the topics we had before this. Um, I might add the Paul conversation in once I do some more studying on that one. But I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for all the likes, the shares, and the comments. Thank you for the super chats. Y'all super chatted up like a motherfucker. Do that shit talking. I appreciate the money you spent, but the accusation, do that like that. We gonna talk about that. You and Dr. B. Uh, we gonna talk about that. I'll see y'all tonight. I hope y'all have a good one. Bye, y'all.